Interpreters in commercial circles, it sometimes happens that the foreign corresponding clerk may be out of the way when an important business letter arrives, and we therefore give the addresses of a few gentlemen linguists, viz. Mr. H.R. Forrest, 46 Peel Buildings, Lower Temple Street; Mr. L. Hewson, 30 Paradise Street; Mr. F. Julian, 189 Monument Road; Mr. W.M. Krish, 3 Newhall Street; Mr. L. Notel, 42 George Road, Edgbaston; and Mr. A. Vincent, 49 Islington Row. Invasion. They said the French were coming in February 1758, so the patriotic Brums put their hands into their pockets and contributed to a fund to repel invasion. Inventors and inventions. Birmingham, for 100 years, led the van in inventions of all kinds, and though to many persons patent specifications may be the driest of all dry reading, there is an infinitude of interesting matter to be found in those documents. Much of the trade history of the town is closely connected with the inventions of the patentees of last century, including such men as Lewis Paul, who first introduced spinning by rollers, and a machine for the carding of wool and cotton; Baskerville, the Japanner; Wyatt, partner with Paul Bolton of Soho, and his coadjutors Watt, Murdoch, Small, Kerr, Alston, and others. Nothing has been too ponderous and not too trivial for the exercise of the inventive faculties of our skilled workmen. All the world knows that hundreds of patents have been taken out for improvements and discoveries in connection with steam machinery, but few would credit that quite an equal number relate to such trifling articles as buckles and buttons, pins and pens, hooks and eyes, and see. And fortunes have been made even more readily by the manufacture of the small items than the larger ones. The history of Birmingham inventors has yet to be written. A few notes of some of their doings will be found under patents and trades. Iron. In 1354, it was forbidden to export iron from England. In 1567, it was brought here from Sweden and Russia. A patent for smelting iron with pit coal was granted in 1620 to Dudley, who also patented the tinning of iron in 1661. The total make of iron in England in 1740 was but 17,000 tons from 59 furnaces, only 2 of which were in Staffordshire, turning out about 1,000 tons per year. In 1788, there were 9 blast furnaces in the same county. In 1796, 14. In 1806, 42. In 1827, 95, with an output of 216,000 tons, the kingdom's make being 690,000 tons from 284 furnaces. This quantity in 1842 was turned out of the 130 Staffordshire furnaces alone, though the hot air blast was not used prior to 1835. Some figures have lately been published showing that the present product of iron in the world is close upon 19.12 million tons per year. And as iron and its working up has a little to do with the prosperity of Birmingham, we preserve them. Statistics for the more important countries are obtainable as late as 1881. For the others, it is assumed that the yield has not fallen off since the latest figures reported. Under other countries, in the table below, are included Canada, Switzerland, and Mexico, each producing about 7,500 tons a year, and Norway with 4,000 tons a year. Year gross tons: Great Britain, United States, Germany, 863, 400 France, Belgium, 288 Austro-Hungary, 685 Sweden, 628 Luxembourg, 212 Russia, 341 Italy, 000 Spain, 000 Turkey, 000 Japan, 000 all other countries, 000 total. The first 4 countries produce 88.4% of the world's iron supply, the first 2, 64.3%, the first, 43%. The chief consumer is the United States, 29%, next Great Britain, 23.4%, these 2 using more than half of all. Cast iron wares do not appear to have been made here in any quantity before 1755, malleable iron castings being introduced about 1811. The first iron canal boat made its appearance here July 24, 1787. Iron pots were first tinned in 1779 by Jonathan Taylor's patented process. but we have no date when vessels of iron were first enameled, though a French method of coating them with glass was introduced in 1850 by Messrs. T. G. Griffiths and Co. In 1809, Mr. Benjamin Cook, a well-known local inventor, proposed to use iron for building purposes, more particularly in the shape of joists, rafters, and beams, so as to make fireproof rooms, walls, and flooring, as well as iron staircases. This suggestion was a long time before it was adopted, for in many things Cook was far in advance of his age. Corrugated iron for roofing, and came into use in 1832, but it was not till the period of the Australian gold fever 1852-4 that there was any great call for iron houses. The first iron church, made at Smethwick, as well as iron barracks for the mounted police, were sent out there, the price at Melbourne for iron houses being from £70 each. See trades. Iron bedsteads are said to have been invented by Dr. Church. Metallic bedsteads of many different kinds have been made since then, from the simple iron stretcher to the elaborately gilded couches made for princes and potentates. But the latest novelty in this line is a bedstead of solid silver, lately ordered for one of the Indian Rajas. Iron rods. Among the immense number of semi-religious tracts published during the Civil War, one appeared in 1642, entitled An Iron Rod for the Nailers and Tradesmen near Birmingham, by a self-styled prophet, who exhorted his neighbors to amend their lives and give better prices, twopence in the shilling at the least, to poor workmen. We fancy the poor nailers of the present time would also be glad of an extra twopence. Jacks roasting jacks of some kind or other were doubtless used by our great-great-grandmothers, but their kitchen grates were not supplied with bottle jacks, till their fellow townsman, Mr. Fellows, of Great Hampton Street, made them in 1796. Jennings, it is almost certain that the great Jennings or Jennings case has taken up more time in our law courts than any other cause brought before the judges. Charles Dickens is supposed to have had some little knowledge of it, and to have modeled his Jarndyce v. Jarndyce in Bleak House therefrom. It has a local interest, inasmuch as several members of the family lived, prospered, and died here, and in addition, a fair proportion of the property so long disputed is here situated. The first of the name we hear of as residing in Birmingham was William Jennings, who died in 1602. His son John became a well-to-do ironmonger, dying in 1653. One of John's sons, Humphrey, also waxed rich and became possessed of considerable estate, having at one time, it is said, no less a personage than Lord Conway as gamekeeper over a portion of his Warwickshire property. Probably the meaning was that his lordship rented the shooting. Ultimately, although every branch of the family were tolerably prolific, the bulk of the garnered wealth was concentrated in the hands of William Jennings, bachelor, who died at Acton Place in 1798, at the age of 98, though some have said he was 103. His landed property was calculated to be worth £650,000. In stock and shares, he held £270,000. At his bankers, in cash and dividends due, there were £247,000. While at his several houses, after his death, they found close upon £20,000 in banknotes, and more than that in gold. Dying intestate, his property was administered to by Lady Andover, and William Lygon, Esquire, who claimed to be next of kin, descended from Humphrey Jennings of this town. Greatest part of the property was claimed by these branches, and several noble families were enriched who, it is said, were never entitled to anything. The Curzon family came in for a share, and hence the connection of Earl Howe and others with this town. The collaterals and their descendants have, for generations, been fighting for shares, alleging all kinds of fraud and malfeasance on the part of the present holders and their predecessors. But the claimants have increased and multiplied to such an extent that if it were possible for them to recover the whole of the £12 million they say the property is now worth, it would, when divided, give but small fortunes to any of them. A meeting of the little army of claimants was held at the Temperance Hall, March 2, 1875, and there have been several attempts, notwithstanding the many previous adverse decisions, to reopen the battle for the pelf, no less than £250,000, it is believed, having already been uselessly spent in that way. Jennings Row is named after the above family. Jewelry. See trades. Jews, the descendants of Israel, were allowed to reside in this country in 1079, But if we are to believe history, their lot could not have been a very pleasant one, the poorer classes of our countrymen looking upon them with aversion, while the knights and squires of high degree, though willing enough to use them when requiring loans for their fierce forays, were equally ready to plunder and oppress on the slightest chance. Still, England must have even then been a kind of sheltering haven, for in 1287, when a sudden anti-Semitic panic occurred to drive the Jews out of the kingdom, it was estimated that 15,660 had to cross the silver streak. Nominally, they were not allowed to return until Cromwell's time, 364 years after. It was in 1723 Jews were permitted to hold lands in this country, and 30 years after an act was passed to naturalize them, but it was repealed in the following year. Now the Jews are entitled to every right and privilege that a Christian possesses. It is not possible to say when the Jewish community of this town originated, but it must have been considerably more than 150 years ago, as when Hutton wrote in 1781 there was a synagogue in the Froggery, a very questionable part of the town, and an infamous locality. He quaintly says, "We have also among us a remnant of Israel, a people who, when masters of their own country, were scarcely ever known to travel, and who are now seldom employed in anything else. But though they are ever moving, they are ever at home, who once lived the favorites of heaven and fed upon the cream of the earth, but now are little regarded by either, whose society is entirely confined to themselves, except in the commercial line. In the synagogue, situated in the Froggery, they still preserve the faint resemblance of the ancient worship, their whole apparatus being no more than the drooping ensigns of poverty. The place is rather small, but tolerably filled, where there appears less decorum than in the Christian churches. The proverbial expression, as rich as a Jew, is not altogether verified in Birmingham, but perhaps time is transferring it to the Quakers. It is rather singular that the honesty of a Jew is seldom pleaded but by the Jew himself. No modern historian would think of using such language nowadays, respecting the Jews who now abide with us, whose charitable contributions to our public institutions, and may bear comparison with those of their Christian brethren. An instance of this was given so far back as December 5, 1805, the day of general thanksgiving for the glorious victory of Trafalgar. On that day, collections were made in all places of worship in aid of the Patriotic Fund for the relief of those wounded and of the relatives of those killed in the war. It is worthy of remark that the parish church, St. Martin's, then raised the sum of 37 pounds, and the Jews' synagogue 3 3s. At the yearly collections in aid of the medical charities, now annually held on Hospital Sunday, St. Martin's gives between £300 and £400. The Jewish congregation contributes about 150. If, then, the church has thus increased tenfold in wealth and benevolence in the last 70 years, the synagogue has increased 50-fold. Jews' Board of Guardians. A committee of resident Jews was appointed in 1869 to look after and relieve poor and destitute families among the Israelites. And though they pay their due quota to the poor rates of their parish, it is much to the credit of the Jewish community that no poor member is permitted to go to the workhouse or want for food and clothing. The yearly amount expended in relief by this Hebrew Board of Guardians is more than £500, mostly given in cash in comparatively large sums, so as to enable the recipients to become self-supporting, rather than continue them as paupers receiving a small weekly dole. There is an increase in the number of poor latterly, owing to the depression of trade and to the influx of poor families from Poland during the last few years. Another cause of poverty among the Jews is the paucity of artisans among them, very few of them, even at the present time, choosing to follow any of the staple trades outside those connected with clothing and jewelry. Jewish persecutions in Russia on Feb. 6, 1882, a towns meeting was called with reference to the gross persecution of the Jews in Russia, and the collection of a fund towards assisting the sufferers was set afoot, £1,800 being promised at the meeting. John A. Dean's Holy Little Brook, which took the water from the moat round the old manor house, site of Smithfield, was thus called from a man named John Dean being drowned there about Henry Roman VIII's time. This brook emptied into the river Rhea, near the bottom of Floodgate Street, where 100 and odd years back there were 2 pool holes with a very narrow causeway between them, which was especially dangerous at flood times to chance wayfarers who chose the path as a near cut to their dwellings. Several cases of drowning being on record as occurring at this Spotsy manor house. Johnson, Dr. Samuel Dr. Johnson's connection with Birmingham has always been a pleasant matter of interest to the local literati. But to the general public, we fear it matters not. His visit to his good friend Dr. Hector in 1733 is historically famous. His translations and writings, while here, have been often noted. His marriage with the widow Porter duly chronicled. But it is due to the researches of the learned Dr. Langford that attention has been lately drawn to the interesting fact that Johnson, who was born in 1709, actually came to Birmingham in his 10th year, on a visit to his uncle Harrison, who in after years, in his usual plain-speaking style, Johnson described as a very mean and vulgar man, drunk every night, but drunk with little drink, very peevish, very proud, very ostentatious, but luckily not rich. That our local governors have a due appreciation of the genius of the famed lexicographer is shown by the fact of a passageway from Bull Street to the Upper Priory being named Dr. Samuel Johnson's Passage. Jubilee, strange as it may appear to the men of the present day, there has never been a national holiday yet kept equal to that known as the Jubilee Day of George III. Why it should have been so seems a great puzzle now. The celebration began in this town at midnight of the 24th October, 1809, by the ringers of St. Philip's giving 5 times 50 claps, an interim with the same number of rounds, to honor the king, queen, the royal family, the nation, and the loyal town of Birmingham. At 6 o'clock next morning, the sluggards were aroused with a second peal, and with little rest the bells were kept swinging the whole day long, the finale coming with a performance of perpetual claps and clashings that must have made many a headache. There was a Sunday school jubilee celebrated September 14, 1831. The 50th year's pastorate of Reverend John Angel James was kept September 12, 1855, and the Jubilee Day of the chapel in Carr's Lane, September 27, 1870. Of Cannon Street Chapel, July 16, 1856. Of the Reverend G. Cheadle's pastorate at Lombard Street Chapel, January 11, 1860. Of the Missionary Society, September 15, 1864. Of Pope Pius IX, in 1877, when the Roman Catholics of this town sent him £1,230, being the third largest contribution from England. Jubilee singers, this troupe of colored minstrels, gave their first entertainment here in the town hall April 9, 1874. Jury lists according to the Jury Act, 6 George Roman 4. The churchwardens and overseers of every parish in England are required to make out an alphabetical list before the 1st September in each year of all men residing in their respective parishes and townships qualified to serve on juries, setting forth at length their Christian and surname, and c. Copies of these lists, on the 3 first Sundays in September, are to be fixed on the principal door to every church, chapel, and other public place of religious worship, with a notice subjoined that all appeals will be heard at the petty sessions, to be held within the last day of September. The jury list for persons resident in the borough, and for several adjoining parishes, may be seen at the office of Mr. Alfred Walter, solicitor, Colmore Row, so that persons exempt may see if their names are included. Justices of the Peace, the earliest named local justices of the peace, March 8, 1327, are William of Birmingham and John Murdoch, the only 2 then named for the county see, magistrates. Kidneys petrified. In olden days our footpaths, where paved at all, were, as a rule, laid with round, hard pebbles, and many readers will be surprised to learn that 5 years ago there still remained 50,000 square yards of the said temper-trying paving waiting to be changed into more modern bricks or stone. Little, however, as we may think of them, the time has been when the natives were rather proud than otherwise of their pebbly paths, for, according to Bissett, when one returned from visiting the metropolis, he said he liked everything in London very much, except the pavement, for the stones were all so smooth, there was no foothold. King Edward's Place laid out in 1782 on a 99 years lease, from grammar school, at a ground rent of £28, there being built 31 houses, and 2 in Broad Street. King's Heath, a little over 3 miles on the Alcester Road, in the parish of King's Norton, an outskirt of Moseley, and a suburb of Birmingham, has added 1,000 to its population in the 10 years from census 1871 to 1881, and promises to more than double it in the next decennial period. The King's Heath and Moseley Institute, built in 1878, at the cost of Mr. J. H. Nettlefold, provides the residents with a commodious hall, library, and newsroom. There is a station here on the Midland Line, and the alterations now in the course of being made on that railway must result in a considerable addition to the traffic and the usefulness of the station, as a local depot for coal and sea. King's Norton, mentioned in Doomsday, and in the olden times was evidently thought of equal standing, to say the least, with its 5 miles neighbor, Birmingham, as in James I's reign there was a weekly market, Saturdays, and 10 fairs in the 12 months. The market the inhabitants now attend is to be found in this town, and the half-score of fairs has degenerated to what is known as King's Norton Mop or October Statute Fair, for the hiring of servants and laborers. When the Lord of Misrule holds sway, the more's the pity. The King's Norton Union comprises part of the borough of Birmingham Edgbaston, as well as Balsall Heath, Harborne, Moseley, Northfield, Selly Oak, and C, and part of it bids fair to become a manufacturing district of some extent, as there are already paper mills, rolling mills, screw works, and C. And the Smethwick men are rapidly advancing in its direction the Midland Junction, with the west suburban line being also in the parish. The fortified mansion, known as Hawkesley House in this parish, was the scene of a contest in May, 1645, between King Charles' forces and the parliamentarians, who held it, the result being its capture, pillage, and destruction by fire. Kirby's Pool's a well-known and favorite resort on the outskirt of the borough, on the Bristol Road, and formerly one of the celebrated taverns and tea gardens of past days. The public house, the Malt Shovel, having been extended and partially rebuilt, and the grounds better laid out, the establishment was rechristened, and opened as the Bournebrook Hotel, at Whitsuntide, 1877. Kossuth, Louis Kossuth, the ex-dictator of Hungary, was honored with a public welcome and procession of trades, and c. Nov. 10, 1851, and entertained at a banquet in Town Hall on the 12th. He afterwards appeared here May 7 and 8, 1856, in the role of a public lecturer. Coyotes Lake Pool once existing where now is Grafton Road, Camp Hill. There was another pool near it, known as Fowl Lake. Kiel Society so, named after the character alluded to by Pope in his Moral Essays. Who taught that heaven-directed spire to rise? The man of Ross, each lisping babe replies. John Kiel, who died Nov. 11, 1724, though not a native, resided at Ross nearly the whole of his long and loyal life of close on 90 years, and Pope, who often visited the neighborhood, there became acquainted with him and his good works, and embalmed his memory in undying verse as an example to future generations. A more benevolent lover of his fellowmen than Kiel cannot be named, and a society for cultivating purity of taste and a delight in aiding the well-being of others is rightly called after him. The Birmingham Kiel Society was established in 1880, and frequent paragraphs in the local papers tell us of their doings, at one time cheering the inmates of the institutions where the sick and unfortunate lie, with music and song, and at another distributing books, pictures, and flowers, where they are prized by those who are too poor to purchase. The officers of the society will be pleased to hear from donors, as let contributions of flowers or pictures be ever so many, the recipients are far more numerous. Mr. Wallaker, our philanthropic postmaster, is one of the vice-presidents, and the arrangements of the parcel post are peculiarly suited for forwarding parcels. Lady Well there is mention in a document dated 1347 of a dwelling in Edgbaston Street leading towards God Wellfeld, and there can be no doubt that this was an allusion to the Lady Well, or the well dedicated to the Blessed Virgin, close to the old house that for centuries sheltered the priests that served St. Martin's, and which afterwards was called the parsonage or rectory. The well spring was most abundant, and was never known to fail. The stream from it helped to supply the moat round the parsonage, and there, joined by the waters from the higher grounds in the neighborhood of Holloway Head, and from the hill above the Pinfold, it passed at the back of Edgbaston Street, by the way of Smithfield Passage and Dean Street, formerly the course of a brook, to the Manor House moat. The Ladywell baths were historically famous, and as stated by Hutton, were the finest in the kingdom. the Holy Well of the Blessed Virgin still exists, though covered over and its waters allowed to flow into the sewers instead of the baths, and any visitor desirous of testing the water once hallowed for its purity must take his course down the mean alley known as Ladywell Walk, at the bend in which he will find a dirty passage leading to a rusty iron pump. Presented by Sir E.S. Gooch, Bart. To the inhabitants of Birmingham, as commemorated by an inscription on the dirty stone which covers the spring and its well. God's well field is covered with workshops, stables, dirty backyards, and grimy-looking houses, and the baths are a timber yard. Lambert, Birmingham had something to do with the fattening of the celebrated Daniel Lambert, the heaviest lump of humanity this country has yet produced, for he was an apprentice to Mr. John Taylor, button-maker, of Crooked Lane. His indentures were cancelled through his becoming so fat and unwieldy, and he was sent back to his father, the then governor of Leicester Jail. Daniel died June 21, 1809 at Stamford, where he was buried. His age was 39 and he weighed 52 stone 11 lb. At 14 lb. The stone, measuring 9 ft, 4 in, round the body and 3 ft, 1 in, round the thick of each of his legs. Lancashire distressed. The accounts of the local fund, raised for the relief of the cotton operatives of Lancashire, were published Aug. 3, 1863, showing receipts amounting 15,115 £4, 10 d-pounds. Lamps. The number of ordinary lamps in the borough, under the control of the Public Works Department, on the 31st of December, 1882, was 591, of which number 1,950 are regulated to consume 5.2 cubic feet, and the remainder, or 4,641, 4.3 cubic feet per hour. Their cost respectively inclusive of lighting, cleaning, and extinguishing was 2/12s, 412d and 25 pounds, 2 pounds 14d, per lamp per annum. In addition, there are 93 special and 53 urinal lamps. Lands in Birmingham. It is bought and sold by the square yard, and very pretty prices are occasionally paid therefor. Our agricultural friends reckon by acres, roods, and perches. The Saxon hide of land, as mentioned in Domesday Book and other old documents, was equivalent to 100, or, as some read it, 120 acres, the Norman Conquest being similar. Land Agency. An international land and labor agency was established at Birmingham by the Hun. Elihu Burritt in October 1869, its object being to facilitate the settlement of English farmers and mechanics in the United States, and also to supply American orders for English laborers and domestic servants of all kinds. Large numbers of servant girls in England, it was thought, would be glad to go to America, but unable to pay their passage money and unwilling to start without knowing where they were to go on arriving. This agency advanced the passage money, to be deducted from the first wages. But though the scheme was good and well meant, very little advantage was taken of the agency, and like some other of the learned blacksmith's notions, though a fair-looking tree, it bore very little fruit. Land and building societies, though frequently considered to be quite a modern invention, the plan of a number uniting to purchase lands and houses for after distribution, is a system almost as old as the hills. The earliest record we have of a local building society dates from 1781, though no documents are at hand to show its methods of working. On Jan. 17, 1837, the books were opened for the formation of a freehold land and building society here, but its usefulness was very limited and its existence short. It was left to the seething and revolutionary days of 1847-8, when the continental nations were toppling over thrones and kicking out kings, for sundry of our men of light, and leading to bethink themselves of the immense political power that lay in the holding of the land, and how, by the exercise of the old English law, which gave the holder of a forties freehold the right of voting for the election of a knight of the shire, such power could be brought to bear on Parliament by the extension of the franchise in that direction. The times were out of joint, trade bad, and discontent universal, and the possession of a little bit of the land we live on was to be a panacea for every abuse complained of, and the sure harbinger of a return of the days when every Jack had Jill at his own fireside. The misery and starvation existing in Ireland, where small farms had been divided and subdivided, until the poor families could no longer derive a sustenance from their several moieties, was altogether overlooked, and friends of the people advocated the wholesale settlement of the unemployed English on somewhat similar small plots. Feargus O'Connor, the Chartist leader, started his National Land Society, and thousands paid in their weekly mites in hopes of becoming lords of the soil. Estates here and there were purchased, allotments made, cottages built, and many new homes created. But as figs do not grow on thistles, neither was it to be expected that men from the weaving sheds or the mines should be able to grow their own corn, or even know how to turn it into bread when grown, and that utopian scheme was a failure. More wise in their generation were the men of Birmingham. They went not for country estates, nor for apple orchards or turnip fields. The wise sagaciousness of their leaders, and the Brums always play well at follow my leading, made them go in for the vote, the full vote, and nothing but the vote. The possession of a little plot on which to build a house, though really the most important, was not the first part of the bargain by any means at the commencement. To get a vote and thus help upset something or somebody was all that was thought of at the time, though now the case is rather different, few members of any of the many societies caring at present so much for the franchise as for the property. Mr. James Taylor, Jun., has been generally dubbed the father of the freehold land societies, and few men have done more than him in their establishment. But the honor of dividing the first estate in this neighborhood, we believe, must be given to Mr. William Benjamin Smith, whilome secretary of the Manchester Order of Odd Fellows, and afterwards publisher of the Birmingham Mercury newspaper. Being possessed of a small estate of about 8 acres, near to the railway station at Perry Bar, he had it laid out in 100 lots, which were sold by auction at Hawley's Temperance Hotel, Jan. 10, 1848, each lot being of sufficient value to carry a vote for the shire. The purchasers were principally members of an investment and permanent benefit building society, started January 4, 1847, in connection with the local branch of Oddfellows, of which Mr. Smith was a chief official. Franchise Street, which is supposed to be the only street of its name in England, was the result of this division of land, and as every purchaser pleased himself in the matter of architecture, the style of building may be called that of the free and easy. Many estates have been divided since then, thousands of acres in the outskirts being covered with houses where erst were green fields, and in a certain measure Birmingham owes much of its extension to the admirable working of the several societies. As this town led the van in the formation of the present style of land and building societies, it is well to note here their present general status. In 1850, there were 75 societies in the kingdom, with about 25,000 members, holding among them 35,000 shares, with paid-up subscriptions amounting to £164,000. In 1880, the number of societies in England was 946, in Scotland, 53, and in Ireland, 27. The number of members in the English societies was 320,076, in the Scotch 11,902, and in the Irish 6,533. A return relating to these societies in England has just been issued, which shows that there are now 1,687 societies in existence, with a membership of 493,271. The total receipts during the last financial year amounted to £20,919,473. There were 1,528 societies, making a return of liabilities, which were to the holders of shares £29,351,611, and to the depositors £16,351,611. There was a balance of unappropriated profit to the extent of £1,567,942. The assets came to £44,587,718. In Scotland, there were 15,386 members of building societies. The receipts were £413,609. The liabilities to holders of shares amounted to £679,990, to depositors and other creditors £268,511. The assets consisted of balance due on mortgage securities £987,987, and amount invested in other securities, and cash £67,618. In Ireland, there were 9,714 members of building societies. The receipts were £778,889. Liabilities to the holders of shares, £684,396. To depositors and others, £432,356. The assets included balance due on mortgage securities, £1,051,423, and amount invested in other securities, £79,812. There were 150 of the English societies, whose accounts showed deficiencies, amounting to £27,850. £2 Scotch societies minus £862, but no Irish short. It is a pity to have to record that there have been failures in Birmingham, foremost among them being that of the Victoria Land and Building Society, which came to grief in 1870, with liabilities amounting to £31,550. The assets, including £5,627 given by the directors and trustees, and £886 contributed by other persons, realized £27,972. Creditors paid in full took £9,271, the rest receiving eights. 9d in the pound, and £4,897 being swallowed up in costs. The breakup of the Midland Land and Investment Corporation, Limited, is the latest. This company was established in 1864 and by no means confined itself to procuring sites for workmen's dwellings or troubled about getting them votes. According to its last advertisement, the authorized capital was £500,000, of which £248,900 had been subscribed, but only £62,225 called up, though the reserve fund was stated to be £80,000. What the dividend will be is a matter for the future, and may not even be guessed at present. The chief local societies and their present status area as follows. The Birmingham Freehold Land Society was started in 1848, and the aggregate receipts up to the end of 1882 amounted to £680,132.12. 7d. The year's receipts were £20,978.16. 5d, of which £11,479 represented payments made by members who had been allotted land on the estates divided by the society, there being, after payment of all expenses, a balance of £11,779.12. 9d. The number of members was then 772, and it was calculated that the whole of the allotments made would be paid off in 4 years. The Friendly Benefit Building Society was organized in 1859, and up to midsummer, 1883, the sums paid in amounted to £340,000. The year's receipts were £21,834.19. 6d, of which £10,037 came from borrowers, whose whole indebtedness would be cleared in about 512 years. The members on the books numbered 827, of whom 684 were investors and 143 borrowers. The reserve fund stood at £5,704.05. 9d, there is a branch of this society connected with Severn Street schools, and in a flourishing condition, 32 members having joined during the year, and £2,800 having been received as contributions. The total amount paid in since the commencement of the branch in June 1876 was £18,181.13. 11d. The Severn Street scholars connected with it had secured property during the past year valued at £2,400. The Incorporated Building Society comprises the United, the Queen's, the Freeholders, and the Second Freeholders Societies, the earliest of them established in 1849, the incorporation taking place in 1878. The aggregate receipts of these several societies would reach nearly 3-1/2 millions. The amounts paid in since the amalgamation, to the end of 1882, being £1,049,667. As might be expected, the present society has a large constituency, numbering 6,220 members, 693 of whom joined in 1882. The advances during the year reached £78,275 to 150 borrowers, being an average of £500 to each. The amount due from borrowers was £482,000, an average of £540 each. The amount due to investors was £449,000, an average of £84 each. The borrowers repaid last year £104,000, and as there was £482,000 now due on mortgage, accounts the whole capital of the society would be turned over in 5 years, instead of 13 and a half, the period for which the money was lent. The withdrawals had been £85,409, which was considerably under the average, as the society had paid away since the amalgamation £520,000, or £104,000 per annum. The amount of interest credited to investors was £19,779. A total of £100,000 had been credited in the last 5 years. The reserve fund now amounted to £34,119, which was nearly 712%, on the whole capital employed. The Birmingham Building Society, No. 1, was established in May 1842 and re-established in 1853. It has now 1,580 members, subscribing for shares amounting to £634,920. The last report states that, during the existence of the society, over £500,000 has been advanced to members, and that the amount of receipts and payments have reached the sum of £1,883,444. Reserve fund is put at £5,000. The Birmingham Building Society, No. 4, was established in June 1846 and claims to be the oldest society in the town. The report, to end of June 1883, gave the number of shares as 801,34, of which 563-1/4 belonged to investors and the remainder to borrowers. The year's receipts were £10,432 and £6,420 was advanced. The balance sheet showed the unallotted share fund to be £18,042, on deposit £3,915, due to bank £2,108, and balance in favor of society £976. The assets amounted to £25,042, of which £21,163 was on mortgages and £3,818 on properties in possession. St. Philip's Building Society was began in January 1850, since when, up to January 1883, £116,674 had been advanced on mortgages, and £28,921 repaid to depositing members. The society had then 326 members, holding among them 1,094 shares. The year's receipts were £13,136, and £7,815 had been advanced in same period. The reserve fund was £3,642, the assets £65,940, of which £54,531 was on mortgages, £7,987 deferred premiums, and £2,757 properties in hand. Several societies have not favored us with their reports. There are 306 solicitors and law firms in Birmingham, 19 barristers, and a host of students and law clerks, each and every one of whom doubtless dreams of becoming Lord Chancellor. The Birmingham Law Society was formed in 1818, and there is a society of law students besides, and a law library. At present, our law courts comprise the bankruptcy and county courts, assize courts, held pro tem in the council house, the quarter sessions and petty sessions courts. League of Universal Brotherhood originated by Elihu Burritt in 1846, while sitting in the Angel, at Pershore, on his walk through England. He came back to Joseph Sturge, and here was printed his little periodical called The Bond of Brotherhood, leading to many international addresses, peace congresses, and olive-leaf missions, but alas, alas, how very far off still seems the universal peace thus sought to be brought about. 20,000 signatures were attached to the bond in 1 year. Far more than that number have been slain in warfare every year since. Lease Lane, apparently a corruption of Lee or Lee Lane, an ancient byroad running at the back of the Dog or Talbot Inn, the owners of which, some 300 years ago, were named Lees. When the market hall was built and sewers were laid round it, the workmen came upon what was at the time imagined to be an underground passage, leading from the Guildhall in New Street to to the old church of St. Martin's. Local antiquarians at the time would appear to have been conspicuous by their absence, as the workmen were allowed to close the passage with rubbish without a proper examination being made of it. Quite lately, however, in digging out the soil for the extension of the fish market at a point on the line of Lease Lane, about 60 ft. From Bell Street, the workmen, on reaching a depth of 8 ft, or 9 ft, struck upon the same underground passage, but of which the original purpose was not very apparent. Cut in the soft sandstone and devoid of any lining, it ran almost at right angles to Lease Lane, and proved to extend halfway under that thoroughfare, and some 4 or 5 yards into the excavated ground. Under Lease Lane it was blocked by rubbish, through which a sewer is believed to run, and therefore the exact ending of the passage in one direction cannot be traced. In the excavated ground it ended on the site of a dismantled public house in a circular shaft, which may have been that of a well or that of a cesspool. The passage, so far as it was traceable, was 24 ft, long 7 ft, high and 4-1/2 ft, wide. As to its use before it was severed by the sewerage of Lease Lane, the conjecture is that it afforded a secret means of communication between two houses separated above ground by that thoroughfare. But for what purpose must remain one of the perplexing puzzles of the past. That it had no connection with the church or the grammar school, the site of the old guild house, is quite certain, as the course of the passage was in a different direction. Leasing wives in the histories of sundry strange lands, we read of curious customs appertaining to marriage and the giving in marriage. Taking a wife on trial is the rule of more than one happy clime, but taking a wife upon lease is quite a Brummagem way of marrying, using the term in the manner of many detractors of our town's fair fame. In one of the numbers of the Gentleman's Magazine, for the year 1788, Mr. Sylvanus Urban, as the editor has always been called, is addressed as follows by a Birmingham correspondent. Since my residing in this town, I have often heard there is a method of obtaining a wife-sister upon lease. I never could learn the method to be taken to get a wife upon lease, or whether such connections are sanctioned by law. But there is an eminent manufacturer in the vicinity of this town who had his deceased wife-sister upon lease for 20 years and upwards. And I know she went by his name, enjoyed all the privileges, and received all the honors due to the respectable name of wife. A rarer case of marital leasing has often been noted against us by the aforesaid smirchers of character as occurring in 1853, but in reality, it was rather an instance of hiring a husband. Leather hall as early as the Norman Conquest, this town was famed for its tanneries, and there was a considerable market for leather for centuries after. 2 of the court leet officers were leather sealers, and part of the proclamation made by the crier of the court when it held its meetings was in those words, "All white tors that sell not good chaffer as they ought to do reasonably, and buy the skines in any other place than in town or market, ye shall do us to wheat," meaning that anyone knowing of such offenses on the part of the white tors or tanners should give information at the court then assembled. New Street originally was entered from High Street, under an arched gateway, and here was the Leather Hall, which was still in existence in Hutton's time, where the sealers performed their functions. It was taken down when New Street was opened out, and though we have an extensive hide and skin market now, we can hardly be said to possess a market for leather other than the boot and shoe shops, the saddlers, and C. Lench's Trustee, Philanthropic Institutions. Liberal Association on Feb. 17, 1865, a meeting was held in the committee room of the town hall for the purpose of forming an organization which should unite all the liberals of the town and provide them with a regular and efficient method of exercising a legitimate influence in favor of their political principles. The outcome of this meeting was the birth of the now famous Liberal Caucus, and though the names of 10 gentlemen were appended to the advertisement calling the meeting, the honor of the paternity of the Liberal Bantling is generally given to Mr. William Harris. The governing body of the association was fixed at 24, inclusive of the president, vice, and secretary, all persons subscribing a shilling or more per annum being eligible to become members. The General Committee, for some time known as the 400, was enlarged in 1876 to 600, and in June 1880 to 800, the Executive Committee, at the same time, being considerably increased. The recent alteration in the franchise and the division of the borough and outskirts into 7 electoral districts has led to a reorganization of the association or associations. For each of the 7 divisions now works by itself, though guided by a central councile. Women's Liberal Association was founded in October 1873, and a Junior Liberal Association in October 1878. Libraries. The first public or semi-public library founded in Birmingham was the Theological. In 1733, the Reverend William Higgs, first rector of St. Philip's, left his collection of 550 volumes and a sum of money to found a library for the use of clergymen and students. The books, many of which are rare, are kept in a building erected in 1792, adjacent to the rectory, and are accessible to all for whom the library was designed. A circulating library was opened in Colmore Row in 1763. And at one time there was a second-class institution of the kind at a house up one of the courts in Dale End. New library was opened in Cannon Street, April 26, 1796, which was removed to Temple Row in 1821 and afterwards united to the old library. The latter was commenced in 1779, the first room for the convenience of members being opened in 1782, and the present building in Union Street, erected in 1798. The report of the committee for the year 1882 showed that there were 772 proprietors at 21s per annum, 35 annual subscribers at 31s. 6d per annum, 528 at 2ls. 6 quarterly at 9s, per quarter, 53 at 6s, per quarter, 17 resident members of subscribers' families at 10s, per annum, and 118 resident members of subscribers' families, readers, at 5s. The total number of members was 1,479, the year's subscriptions being £1,594. The price of shares has been raised from 2 to 3 guineas during the past year. Receipts from shares, fines, and amounted to about £480, making the amount actually received in 1882 £2,012 sixes. The expenditure had been £1,818.19. 9d. Inclusive of £60 carried to the reserve fund and £108 paid on account of the new catalogue, and there remained a balance of £198 sixes. 1d. In hand, £782 zeros. 9d. Had been expended on the purchase of 1,560 additional books, rebinding others, and making a total of about 50,000 volumes. The library needs extension, but the shortness of the lease, 30 years only, and the high value of the adjoining land prevents any step being taken in that direction at present. The Birmingham Law Society's library was founded in February 1831 by Mr. Arthur Ryland, and has now nearly 6,000 volumes of law works, law reports, English, Scotch, and Irish, local and personal acts, and the present home in Wellington Passage was opened August 2, 1876, being far more commodious than the old abode in Waterloo Street, the library itself being a room 35 ft. long, 22 ft. wide, and 20 ft. high, with a gallery round it. There are several extensive libraries connected with places of worship, such as the Church of the Saviour, Edward Street, Severn Street Schools, the Friends Meeting House, and a number of valuable collections in the hands of some well-known connoisseurs, literati, and antiquarians, access to most of which may be obtained on proper introduction. Libraries, the free. The first attempt to found a free library in this town was the holding of a public meeting in April 1852, under the provisions of the Museums and Libraries Act of 1850, which allowed of a 1/2d rate being levied for the support of such institutions. Whether the townsfolk were careless on the subject, or extra careful, and therefore doubtful of the sufficiency of the 1/2d rate to provide them, is not certain. But so little interest was shown in the matter that only 534 persons voted for the adoption of the Act, while 363 voted against it, and the question for the time was shelved, as the Act required the assents to be 2/3 of the total votes given. In 1855, the Commissioner of Patents presented to the town some 200 volumes, conditionally that they should be kept in a free library, and about the same time another proposal was made to establish such a library, but to no effect. The act was altered so that a penny rate could be made, and in October 1859, it was again suggested to try the burgesses. On February 21, 1860, the meeting was held and the adoption of the act carried by a large majority. A committee of 16, 8 members of the council, and 8 out of it, was chosen, and in a short time their work was shown by the transfer of 10,000 square feet of land belonging to the Midland Institute, on which to erect a central library, the preparations of plans therefor, the purchase of books, and April 3, 1861, the opening of the first branch library and reading room in Constitution Hill. Mr. E.M. Barry, the architect of the Midland Institute, put in designs, including art gallery, but his figures were too high, being 14,250 pounds tens, the town council having only voted 10,500 pounds. The plans of Mr. W. Martin, whose estimate was 12,000 pounds, were adopted. The council added 1,500 pounds, a loan for the cash was negotiated, and building commenced by Messrs. Branson and Murray, whose tender to do the work for 8,600 pounds was accepted. 32 applications for the chief librarianship at 200 pounds per annum were sent in, the chosen man being Mr. J. D. Mullins, though he was not the one recommended by the committee. The Central Lending Library, with 10,000 volumes, and reading room with art gallery, was formally opened September 6, 1865, and the Reference Library, then containing 18,200 volumes, October 26, 1866. In 1869, the latter was much enlarged by the purchase of 604 square yards of land in Edmund Street, and the total cost of the building came to £14,896. The branch library at Adderley Park was opened January 11, 1864, that at Durighton Oct. 2, 1866, and at Gosta Green Feb. 1, 1868. At the end of 1870, the total number of volumes in the whole of the libraries was 56,764, of which 26,590 were in the Reference, and 12,595 in the Central Lending Library. By 1877, the total number of volumes had reached 86,087, of which 46,520 were in the Reference, and 17,543 in the Central Lending, the total number of borrowers being 8,947 at the Central, 188 at Constitution Hill, 3,002 at Durighton, 2,668 at Gosta Green, and 271 at Adderley Park. Meantime, several new features in connection with the Reference Library had appeared. A room had been fitted up and dedicated to the reception of the Shakespeare Memorial Library, presented April 23, 1864. The Cervantes Library, presented by Mr. Bragg, was opened on a similar date in 1873. The Stanton Collection, purchased for £2,400, not half its value, was added Sept. 1, 1875, and very many important additions had been made to the Art Gallery and Incipient Museum. For a long time, the Free Libraries Committee had under consideration the necessity of extending the building, by adding a wing which should be used not only as an art gallery, but also as an industrial museum. The art gallery and its treasures being located in that portion of the premises devoted to the Midland Institute, which was found to be a very inconvenient arrangement. The subject came under the notice of the Council on February 19, 1878, when the committee submitted plans of the proposed alterations. These included the erection of a new block of buildings fronting Edmund Street, to consist of 3 stories. The Town Council approved the plans and granted £11,000 to defray the cost of the enlargement. About midsummer, the committee proceeded to carry out the plans, and in order to do this, it was necessary to remove the old entrance hall and the flight of stairs which led up to the Shakespeare Memorial Library and to the Reference Library, and to make sundry other alterations of the buildings. The library was closed for several days, and in the meantime the walls where the entrances were pulled down and wooden partitions were run up across the room, making each department of much smaller area than before. In addition to this, a boarded-in staircase was erected in Edmund Street, by which persons were able to gain access to the Lending Library, which is on the ground floor, and to the Reference Library, which was immediately above. A similar staircase was made in Ratcliffe Place, near the cab stand, for the accommodation of the members of the Midland Institute, who occupy the Paradise Street side of the building. The space between the two staircases was boarded up in order to keep the public off the works during the alterations, and the necessary gas supply pipes and were located outside these wooden partitions. The alterations were well advanced by Christmas, and everything bade fair for an early and satisfactory completion of the undertaking. The weather, however, was most severe, and now and then the moisture in the gas pipes exposed to the air became frozen. This occurred on the afternoon of Saturday, January 11, 1879, and an employee of the gas office lit a gas jet to thaw one of the pipes. A shaving was blown by the wind across this light. It blazed. The flame caught other shavings, which had been packed round the pipe to keep the frost out, and in less than a minute the fire was inside, and in 1 hour the Birmingham Reference Library was doomed to destruction. It was the greatest loss the town had ever suffered, but a new building has arisen on the site, and, with certain exceptions, it is hoped that a more perfect and valuable library will be gathered to fill it. In a few days after the fire, it was decided to ask the public at large for at least £10,000 towards a new collection, and within a week £7,000 had been sent in, the principal donors named in the list being £S. the Mayor Mr. Jesse Collins, 0 Alderman Chamberlain MP, as trustee of the late Mrs. Chamberlain Moore Green, 0 Alderman Chamberlain MP, 0 Alderman Avery, 0 Mr. John Jaffray, 0 Mr. A. Follett Osler FRS, 0 Mr. John Feeney, 0 Mrs. Harold, 0 Mr. Timothy Kenrick, 0 Mr. William Middlemore, 0 A. Friend, 0 Mr. James Atkins, 0 Lord Calthorpe, 0 Lord Tainham, 0 Mr. Thomas Gladstone, 0 Messrs. William Tonks and Sons, 0 Mr. W. A. Watkins, 0 Mr. and Mrs. T. Scruton, 0 Dr. Anthony, 10 Mr. Oliver Pemberton, 10 Alderman Baker, 0 Alderman Barrow, 0 Messrs. Cadbury Brothers, 0 Mr. J. H. Chamberlain, 0 Alderman Dakin, 0 Mr. T. S. Fallows, 0 Mr. J. D. Goodman, 0 Councillor Johnson, 0 Mr. William Martin, 0 Councillor Thomas Martineau, 0 Councillor R. F. Martineau, 0 Mr. Lolly Parker, 0 Mrs. E. Phipson, 0 Messrs. Player Brothers, 0 Mr. Walter Showell, 0 Mr. Sam Timmins, 0 the Reverend A. R. Vardy, 0 Mr. J. S. Wright and Sons, 0 in sums of £20 and 5 in sums of £10 and 2 in sums of £5 and 5 smaller amounts, 8. This fund has received many noble additions since the above, the total, with interest, amounting, up to the end of 1883, to no less than £15,500, of which there is still in hand £10,000 for the purchase of books. The precaution of ensuring such an institution and its contents had of course been taken, and most fortunately, the requisite endorsements on the policies had been made to cover the extra risk accruing from the alteration in progress. The insurances were made in the Lancashire and Yorkshire offices, the buildings for £10,000, the reference library for £12,000, the lending library for £1,000, the Shakespeare Library for £1,500, the Prince Consort statue for £1,000, the models of Burke and Goldsmith for £100, and the bust of Mr. Timmins for £100, making £25,700 in all. The two companies hardly waited for the claim to be made, but met it in a most generous manner, paying over at once £20,000, of which £10,528 has been devoted to the buildings and fittings, nearly £500 paid for expenses and injury to statues, and the remaining £9,000 put to the book purchase fund. In the reference library, there were quite 48,000 volumes, in addition to about 4,000 of patent specifications. Every great department of human knowledge was represented by the best-known works. In history, biography, voyages, and travels, natural history, fine arts, All the greatest works, not only in English, but often in the principal European languages, had been gathered. Volumes of maps and plans, engravings of all sorts of antiquities, costumes, weapons, transactions of all the chief learned societies, and especially bibliography, or books about books, had been collected with unceasing care. The shelves being loaded with costly and valuable works rarely found out of the great libraries of London, or Oxford, Cambridge, Edinburgh, or Glasgow. Among the collections lost were many volumes relating to the early history of railways in England, originally collected by Mr. Charles Bruin, and supplemented by all the pamphlets and tracts procurable. Many of those volumes were full of cuttings from contemporary newspapers and early reports of early railway companies and of the condition of canals and roads. Still more valuable were many bundles of papers, letters, invoices, calculations, etc., concerning the early attempt to establish the cotton manufacture in Birmingham at the beginning of the last century, including the papers of Warren, the printer, and some letters of Dr. Johnson, and others relating the story of the invention of spinning by rollers, the work of John Wyatt and Louis Paul Long before Arkwright's time. Among the immense collection of Birmingham books and papers were hundreds of Acts of Parliament, Birmingham almanacs, directories, from 1770, most curious, valuable, and rare. A heap of pamphlets on the grammar school, Birmingham history, topography, and guides, the political pamphlets of Job Knott and John Knott, some of which were the only copies known, the more ancient pamphlets describing Prince Rupert's burning love, date 1613, and others of that time. Reports from the year 1726 of the several local learned institutions, an invaluable collection of maps, programs of the festivals, and copies of all the known Birmingham newspapers and periodicals, some being perfect sets, etc., of all the host, not more than 1,000 volumes were saved. The fame of the Shakespeare Memorial Library at Birmingham was worldwide, and to us it had extra value as emanating from the love which George Dawson bore for the memory of Shakespeare. It was his wish that the library should be possessed of every known edition of the bard's works in every language, and that it should contain every book ever printed about him or his writings. In the words of Mr. Timmins, the devotion of George Dawson to Shakespeare was not based upon literary reasons alone, nor did it only rest upon his admiration and his marvel at the wondrous gifts bestowed upon this greatest of men, but it was founded upon his love for one who loved so much. His heart, which knew no inhumanity, rejoiced in one who was so greatly human, and the basis of his reverence for Shakespeare was his own reverence for man. It was thus, to him, a constant pleasure to mark the increasing number of the students of Shakespeare, and to see how, first in one language and then in another, attempts were made to bring some knowledge of his work to other nations than the English-speaking ones. And the acquisition of some of these books by the library was received by him with delight, not merely or not much for acquisition's sake, but as another evidence of the ever-widening influence of Shakespeare's work. The contents of this library were to Mr. Dawson a great and convincing proof that the greatest of all English authors had not lived fruitlessly, and that the widest human heart the world has known had not poured out its treasure in vain. So successful had the attempts of the collectors been that nearly 7,000 volumes had been brought together, many of them coming from the most distant parts of the globe. The collection included 336 editions of Shakespeare's complete works in English, 17 in French, 58 in German, 3 in Danish, 1 in Dutch, 1 in Bohemian, 3 in Italian, 4 in Polish, 2 in Russian, 1 in Spanish, 1 in Swedish. While in Frisian, Icelandic, Hebrew, Greek, Servian, Wallachian, Welsh, and Tamil there were copies of many separate plays. The English volumes numbered 4,500, the German 1,500, the French 400. The great and costly editions of Boydell and Halliwell, the original folios of 1632, 1664, and 1685, the very rare quarto contemporary issues of various plays, the valuable German editions, the matchless collection of Anna, in contemporary criticism, reviews, and see, and the interesting garnering of all the details of the tercentenary celebration wall posters, tickets, pamphlets, caricatures, and see, were all to be found here. Forming the largest and most varied collection of Shakespeare's works, and the English and foreign literature illustrating them, which has ever been made, and the greatest literary memorial which any author has ever yet received. So highly was the library valued that its contents were consulted from Berlin and Paris, and even from the United States, and similar libraries have been founded in other places. Only 500 of the books were preserved, and many of them were much damaged. The loss of the famed Stanton or Warwickshire collection was even worse than that of the Shakespearean, rich and rare as that was, for it included the results of more than 2 centuries' patient work, from the days of Sir William Dugdale down to the beginning of the present century. The manuscript collections of Sir Simon Archer, fellow laborer of Dugdale, the records of the Berkeley, Digby, and Furrers families, the valued and patient gatherings of Thomas Sharp, the Coventry antiquarian, of William Hamper, the Birmingham collector, and of William Staunton himself, were all here, forming the most wonderful county collection ever yet formed, and which 100 years' work will never replace. The books, many rare or unique, and of extraordinary value, comprised over 2,000 volumes. There were hundreds of sketches and watercolor drawings of buildings long since destroyed, and more than 500 engravings of various places in the county, among them being some 300 relating to Birmingham, 200 to Coventry, 200 to Warwick Castle, 200 to Kenilworth Castle, and more than 100 to Stratford-on-Avon. The 1,000 portraits of Warwickshire worthies, more rare and valuable still, included no less than 267 distinct portraits of Shakespeare, every one from a different block or plate. There was, in fact, everything about Warwickshire which successive generations of learned and generous collectors could secure. Among other treasures were hundreds of Acts of Parliament, all pedigrees, pamphlets, and about the Earls of Warwick and the town of Warwick, the original vellum volume with the installation of Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, to the Order of St. Michael with his own autograph, volumes of rare, curious autographs of county interest, county poll books, newspapers, and magazines, all the rare Civil War pamphlets relating to the Warwickshire incidents. Ancient deeds, indulgences, charters, seals, rubbings of brasses long lost or worn away, medals, coins, hundreds in number, and rare and invaluable volumes like the Duc de Nortumbria's Arcano de Mer, and 2 fine copies of Dugdale's Warwickshire, besides hundreds of books, engravings, caricatures, pamphlets, and tracts. The catalogue of this precious collection had only recently been completed, but even that was burnt, so that there is nothing left to show the full extent of the loss sustained. The only salvage consisted of 3 books, though most providentially one of the 3 was the splendid cartulary of the Priory of St. Anne. At Knowle, a noble vellum folio, richly illuminated by some patient scribe 4 centuries ago, and preserving not only the names of the benefactors of the priory and details of its possessions, but also the service books of the church, with the ancient music and illuminated initials, as fresh and perfect as when first written. Of almost inestimable value, it has now an acquired interest in the fact of its being, so to speak, all that remains of all the great Staunton collection. The Cervantes Library, which had taken him a quarter of a century to gather together, was presented by Mr. William Bragg. For many years, even in a busy life, Mr. Bragg, in his visits to Spain and his travels all over Europe, had been able to collect nearly all the known editions, not only of Don Quixote, but of all the other works of Cervantes. Not only editions, but translations into any and every language were eagerly sought. And, after cherishing his treasures for many years, Mr. Bragg was so impressed with the Shakespeare Library that he generously offered his unrivaled collection of the great contemporary author to the town of which he is a native, and in which he afterwards came to live. The collection extended from editions published in 1605 down to our own days, and included many very rare and very costly illustrated volumes, which can never be replaced. All the known translations were among the 1,000 volumes, and all the works were in the choicest condition, but only 10 survived the fire. From the lending library, about 10,000 volumes were rescued, and as there were nearly 4,000 in the hands of readers, the loss here was comparatively small. The present number of books in the reference library bids fair to surpass the collection lost, except, of course, as regards the Shakespeare, Cervantes, and Stanton gatherings, the latter of which it is simply impossible to replace, while it will take many years to make up the other 2. There are now, March 1884, over 54,000 volumes on the shelves, including 4,300 saved from the fire, about 33,000 purchased, and nearly 17,000 presented. Among the latter are many rare and costly works given to Birmingham soon after the catastrophe by a number of societies and gentlemen connected with the town, as well as others at home and abroad. To catalogue the names of all donors is impossible, but a few of those who first contributed may be given. Foremost, many of the books being of local character, was the gift of Mr. David Malins, which included Skettle's Nuremberg Chronicle, 1492, 1 volume, Camden's Britannia, ed. Gibson, 1695, 1 volume, Ackerman's London, Westminster Abbey, Universities of Oxford and Cambridge, and c. 10 vols. Works of Samuel Parr, 1828, 8 vols. Illustrated Record of European Events, 1812-1815, 1 volume, Thompson's Seasons, illustrated by Bartolozzi and other works, 70 vols. Notes and Queries, complete set of 5 series, 1850-78, 57 vols. Dugdale's Warwickshire, 1656, and other books relating to Birmingham, Warwickshire, and neighbourhood, 74 vols. Books printed by Baskerville, 10 vols. Birmingham printed books, 203 vols. Books on or by Birmingham authors, 56 vols. Total, 491 vols. In addition to a collection of about 600 portraits, maps and views relating to Birmingham, Warwickshire, and the neighbourhood, including 60 portraits of Shakespeare. The Manchester Town Council sent us from their public library about 300 volumes, among which may be named the edition of Barclay's Apology printed by Baskerville, 1765. A fine copy of the folio edition of Ben Jonson, 1640. The Duke of Newcastle's New Method to Dress Horses, 1667. Several volumes of the Maitland Club books, the Catalogue of the Harleian MSS, 1759. 2 tracts of Saucinus, 1618. The Foundations of Manchester, 4 vols. Dalby's Rembrandt Catalogue, Weaver's Funeral Monuments, 1631. Visconti's Egyptian Antiquities, 1837. Heylyn's History of St. George, 1633, and Nishall's History of English Poor Law. There are also a considerable number of works of science and general literature of a more modern date. The trustees of the British Museum gave about 150 works, relating to Greek, Egyptian, Syrian, Phoenician, and other antiquities, to various departments of natural science and other interesting matters, the whole constituting a valuable contribution towards the restored library. The Science and Art Department of South Kensington sent a selection of catalogues, chromolithographs, books of etchings, photographs, and Dr. F.A. Leo of Berlin sent a splendid copy of his valuable facsimile of 4 chapters of North's Plutarch, illustrating Shakespeare's Roman plays, to replace his former gift volume lost in the calamitous fire. The volume is one of 24 copies, and the learned professor added a printed dedication as a record of the fire and the loss. Dr. Delius, of Bonn, Herr Wilhelm Ochelhauser, of Dessau, and other German Shakespeare authors sent copies of their works. Mr. J. Payne Collier offered copies of his rare quarto reprints of Elizabethan books, to replace those which had been lost. Mr. Gerald Massey offered a copy of his rare volume on Shakespeare's sonnets, because it is a free library. Mr. H. Reader Lack offered a set of the Patent Office volumes from the limited number at his disposal as chief of the Patent Office. Dr. Kynes of Trinder Road, London, selected 100 volumes from his library for acceptance. Mrs. and Miss L. Talman Smith sent all they could make up of the works of Mr. J. Talman Smith, and of his father, Mr. W. Hawks Smith, both natives of our town. Messrs. Lowe, Son & Co. gave 120 excellent volumes. Messrs. W. and R. Chambers, Messrs. Crosby, Lockwood & Co., and other publishers, valuable books. Mr. James Coleman his Index to Pedigrees, Somerset House Registers, and William Penn Pedigrees. Miss N. Bradley, Bath, the new reissue of Professor Ruskin's works. Mr. H. W. Adnit Shrewsbury his reprint of Goe's Curious History of Midi, and of Churchyard's Misery of Flanders, and The Four Ministers of Salop. Mr. H. F. Ossel presented a fine collection of art books, including Gruner's great work, and Mr. J. H. Stone made a valuable donation of the same kind. The above are mere items in the list of generous donors, and gives but small idea of the many thousands of volumes which have streamed in from all parts. Many indeed have been the valuable gifts and additions by purchase since the fire, one of the latest being nearly the whole of the almost priceless collection of Birmingham books, papers, and belonging to Mr. Sam Timmins, The sum of £1,100 was paid him for a certain portion of backs, but the number he has given at various times is almost past count. Immediate steps were taken after the fire to get the lending department of the library into work again, and on the 9th of June, 1879, a commodious, though rather dark, reading room was opened in Eden Place, the town council allowing a number of rooms in the municipal buildings to be used by the library's committee. In a little time, the nucleus of the new reference gathering was also in hand, and for 3 years the institution sojourned with the council. The new buildings were opened June 1st, 1882, and the date should be recorded as a day of rejoicing and thanksgiving. The reference department was opened to readers on the 26th of the same month. In place of the hired rooms so long used as a library in Constitution Hill, there has been erected in the near neighborhood a neat 2-story building which will accommodate some 2,000 readers per day, and the shelves are supplied with about 7,000 volumes. This new library was opened July 18, 1883. To summarize this brief history of the Birmingham Free Libraries, it is well to state that £78,000 has been spent on them, of which £36,392 has been for buildings. The cost of the Central Library so far has been £55,000, the remaining £23,000 being the expenditure on the branch libraries. The present annual cost is £9,372, of which £372 goes for interest and sinking fund, so that an addition must soon be made to the 1D rate, which produces £6,454. The power to increase the rate is given in the last Act of Parliament obtained by the corporation. At the end of 1882, the reference library contained 50,000 volumes. The number of books in the Central Lending Library was 21,394, while the branch lending libraries contained Constitution Hill, 7,815, Durighton 8, 295, Gosta Green, 8,274, and Adderley Park, 3,122. The aggregate of all the libraries was 98,900 volumes. The issues of books during 1882 were as follows: Reference Library, 202,179. Central Lending Library, 186,988. Constitution Hill, 73,705. Durighton, 70,218. Gosta Green, 56,160. Adderley Park, 8,497. Total, 597,747, giving a daily average of 127 issues. These figures are exclusive of the Sunday issues at the reference library, which numbered 25,095. The average number of readers in the reference library on Sundays has been 545, and the average attendance at all the libraries shows something like 55,000 readers per week, 133 different weekly and monthly periodicals being put on the tables for their use, besides the books. At a meeting of the school board, June 4, 1875, permission was given to use the several infant schoolrooms connected with the board schools as evening reading rooms in connection with the libraries. The Shakespeare Memorial Library, though to all intents and purposes part and parcel of the reference library, has a separate and distinct history. Mr. Sam Timmins, who is generally credited with having, in 1858, first suggested the formation of a library, which should consist solely of Shakespeare's works, and Shakespearina of all possible kinds, said, at the tercentenary meeting, that the idea originated with George Dawson. But perhaps the honor should be divided, as their mutual appreciation of the greatest poet whose genius has found utterance in our language is well known. The first practical step taken was the meeting, held July 10, 1863, of gentlemen interested in the tercentenary, for the purpose of considering a proposal to celebrate that event by the formation of a Shakespearean library. The Reverend Charles Evans, headmaster of King Edward's School, presided. The following resolution, moved by Mr. G. Dawson and seconded by the Reverend S. Bach, was adopted: that it is desirable to celebrate the tercentenary of the birth of Shakespeare by the formation of a Shakespearean library, comprising the various editions of the poet's works and the literature and works of art connected therewith, and to associate such library with the Borough Central Reference Library, in order that it may be permanently preserved. £100 were subscribed at this meeting, and a committee formed to proceed with the project. In a very few months, funds rolled in, and Shakespeareans from all parts of the world sent willing contributions to this, the first Shakespearean library ever thought of. It was determined to call it a memorial library, in honor of the tercentenary of 1864, and on the Poets' Day of that year, the library was formally presented to the town at a breakfast given at Knox Hotel by the mayor, Mr. W. Holliday. Dr. Miller, George Dawson, M.D. Hill, recorder, T.C.S. Kinnersley, R.W. Dale, Sam Timmins, and others took part in the proceedings, and the mayor, on behalf of the Free Libraries Committee, accepted the gift on the terms agreed to by the town council, viz. That the library should be called the Shakespearean Memorial Library, that a room should be specially and exclusively appropriated for the purposes thereof, that the library should be under the same regulations as the reference library, and that the Free Libraries Committee should maintain and augment it, and accept all works appertaining to Shakespeare that might be presented, and see, as George Dawson prophesied on that occasion, the library in a few years become the finest collection of Shakespearean literature in Europe, therein being gathered from every land which the poet's fame had reached, not only the multitudinous editions of his works, but also every available scrap of literature bearing thereon. From the massive folios and quaint quartos of the old times to the various trifle of current gossip culled from the columns of the newspapers. Nothing was considered too rare or too unimportant, so long as it had connection even remote to Shakespeare. And the very room opened April 23, 1888, in which the books were stored itself acquired a Shakespearean value in its carved and elaborately appropriate fittings. When started, it was hoped that at least 5,000 volumes would be got together, but that number was passed in 1874, and at the end of 1878 there were more than 8,700, in addition to the books, pictures, documents, and relics connected with Stratford-on-Avon and her gifted son contained in the Staunton collection. How all the treasures vanished has already been told. Much has been done to replace the library, and many valuable works have been secured, but, as the figures last published show, the new library is a long way behind as yet. It now contains 4,558 volumes, valued at 1,352 nines. 3D classified as follows: English 2,205 volumes, French 322, German 1,639, Bohemian 14, Danish 25, Dutch 68, Finnish 4, Frisian 2, Greek 9, Hebrew 2, Hungarian 44, Icelandic 3, Italian 94, Polish 15, Portuguese 3, Romanian 1, Romelian 1, Russian 56, Spanish 18, Swedish 30, Ukraine 1, Wallachian 1, and Welsh 1. Libraries suburban the ratepayers of the Manor of Aston adopted the Free Libraries Act, May 15, 1877, and their library forms part of the local board buildings in Witten Road. At the end of March, 1883, the number of volumes in the reference library was 3,216, and the issues during the year numbered 8,096. In the lending department, the library consists of 5,582 volumes, and the total issues during the year were 74,483, giving a daily average of 245. The number of borrowers was 3,669. Aston and Handsworth being almost part of Birmingham, it would be an act of kindness if local gentlemen having duplicates on their library shelves would share them between the two. Handsworth Free Library was opened at the local board offices, of which building it forms a part, on May 1, 1880, with a collection of about 5,000 volumes, which has since been increased to nearly 7,500. That the library is appreciated is shown by the fact that during last year the issues numbered 42,234 volumes, the borrowers being 514 males and 561 females. Smethwick Free Library and Reading Room was opened Aug. 14, 1880. Kings Norton, in or about 1680, the Reverend Thomas Hall, B.D., founded a curious old library for the use of the parishioners, and the books are preserved in the grammar school near the church. This is the earliest free library known in the Midlands. Licensed Victuallers Society.C, Trade Protection Societies. Licensed Victuallers Asylum C, Philanthropical Institutions. Licensed victuallers. The following table shows the number of licensed victuallers, dealers in wine, beer, and sea, in the borough, as well as the holders of what are known as outdoor licenses. Year, licensed beer and total. Population, beer and sea grocers, victuallers, wine on. Off, 1,870, 982, 1,871, 690, 1,872, 398. 1,873, 106, 1,874, 814, 1,875, 522, 1,876, 230, 1,877, 938, 1,878, 646, 1,879, 354, 1,880, 0, 63, 1,800. Lifeboats in 1864-65. A small committee composed of Messrs. H. Fulford, G. Groves, J. Pierce, D. Morin, G. Williams, R. Forshaw, and G. Lempiere, aided by the mayor and Dr. Miller, raised about £500 as a contribution from Birmingham to the Royal National Lifeboat Institution. 2 boats were credited to us in the Society's books, one called Birmingham, launched at Soho Pool, November 26, 1864, and the other the James Pierce. These boats, placed on the Lincolnshire and Norfolk coasts, were instrumental in the saving of some hundreds of lives, but both have long since been worn out, and it is about time that Birmingham replaced them. Messrs. C. and W. Barwell, Pickford Street, act as local Hun. Sex. The Charles Ingleby lifeboat at Hartlepool was paid for, and the establishment for its maintenance endowed, out of the sum of £1,700, contributed by C. P. Ragg, Esquire, in memory of the late Reverend Charles Ingleby. Lifford, in the parish of King's Norton, once boasted of a monastic establishment, which was squelched by bluff King Harry, the only remains now to be found consisting of a few more than half-buried foundations and watercourses. Lighting oil lamps for giving light in the streets were in limited use here in 1733, even before an act was obtained to enforce payment of a rate therefor. De Ryton and Bordesley obtained light by the act passed in 1791. The Street Commissioners, Nov. 8, 1816, advertised for tenders for lighting the streets with gas, but it was nearly 10 years, April 29, 1826, before the lamps were thus supplied. The Lighting Act was adopted at Saltley April 1, 1875. Lighting the streets by electricity may come some day, though, as the gas works belong to the town, it will, doubtless, be in the days of our grandchildren. Lighting by electricity. After the very successful application of the electric light in the town hall on the occasion of the festival in 1882, it is not surprising that an attempt should be made to give it a more extended trial. A scheme has been drawn out by the Crompton-Winfield Company for this purpose, and it has received the sanction of the Town Council and been confirmed by the Board of Trade. Shopkeepers in the center of the town may soon have a choice of lights for the display of their wares. The area fixed by the scheme is described by the following boundaries: Great Charles Street to Congreve Street, Congreve Street to Edmund Street, Edmund Street to Newhall Street, Newhall Street to Colmore Row, Colmore Row to Bull Street, Bull Street, High Street, New Street, Stephenson Place, Paradise Street, and Easy Row. The streets to be supplied with electric mains within 2 years are as follows: Great Charles Street to Congreve Street, New Street, Stephenson Place, Easy Row, and Paradise Street. The corporation are to have powers of purchasing the undertaking at the end of 16 years, that is, 14 years after the expiration of the 2 years' term allowed for the experimental lighting of the limited area. The order, while fully protecting the rights of the public and of the corporation, justly recognizes the experimental character of the project of electric lighting from a common center, and is much more favorable, in many ways, to the promoters than the legislation under which gas undertakings are conducted. Whether this will tend towards reducing the price of gas remains to be seen. Lightning conductors were introduced here in 1765. Linden, the Minerva in Peck Lane, was, circa 1835, kept by Joe Linden, a host as popular then as our modern Joe Hillman, up at the stores in Paradise Street. Literary associations. The Central Literary Association first met Nov. 28, 1856. The Moseley and Balsall Heath, Oct. 11, 1877. Livery Street, so called from the livery stables once there, opposite Brittle Street, which is now covered by the Great Western Railway Station. Livingstone, Dr. Livingstone, the African traveler, delivered an address in the town hall, October 23, 1857. Loans. According to the Registrar General's late report, there were 380 loan societies in the kingdom, who had among them a capital of £122,160, the members of the said societies numbering 33,520, giving an average lending capital of £312, £10 1/2d each. That is certainly not a very large sum to invest in the money market, and it is to be hoped that the score or two of local societies can show better funds. What the profits of this business are frequently appear in the reports taken at police courts and county courts, where Mr. Cent now and then bashfully acknowledges that he is sometimes satisfied with a profit of 200%. There are respectable offices in Birmingham where loans can be obtained at a fair and reasonable rate, but Punch's advice to those about to marry may well be given in the generality of cases to anyone thinking of visiting a loan office. Young men starting in business may, under certain conditions, obtain help for that purpose from the Dudley Trust. C. Philanthropical trusts. Loans. Public England, with its national debt of £776 million, is about the richest country in the world, and if the amount of indebtedness is the sign of prosperity, Birmingham must be tolerably well off. Up to the end of 1882, our little loan account stood thus. Borrowed, repaid, owing, Baths, £62,425, £27,743, 34, 682 Cemetery, 519, 316, 184 Closed Burial Giarns, 000, 959 Council House, 762 10 208, 554 Fire Brigade Station, 000, 947 Free Libraries, 050, 534, 516 Jail, 350 79, 425, 925 Industrial School, 710, 310, 400 Asylum, Winson GN, 097, 020, 980 Rubery Hill, 012, 887, 125 Marked Hall and Marks, 940, 273, 463, 479 Mortuaries, Parks, 210 12, 347 863 Paving Roads, 130 088 012 Paving Footways, 950, 113 837 Police Stations, 231 839 392 Public Office, 414 285 115 Sewers and Sewerage, 235 81 338 897 Tramways, 450 17 125 325 Town Hall, 521 37 885 636 Town Improvements, 680 134 156 524 010 227 668 278 1 341 949 Improvement Scheme, 1 534 731 31 987 1 502 744 Gasworks, 2 184 186 142 359 2 041 827 Waterworks, 1 814 792 086 1 809 706 Totals, 7 543 936 847 710 6 696 226. The above large total, however, does not show all that was owing. The United Drainage Board have borrowed £386,806, and as Birmingham pays £24,722 out of the year's expenditure of £33,277 of that board, rather more than 7/10 of that debt must be added to the borough account, say £270,000. The Board of Guardians have, between June 1869 and January 1883, borrowed on loan £130,093, and during same period have repaid £14,808, leaving £115,285 due by them, which must also be added to the list of the town's debts. Local acts there have been a sufficient number of specially local acts of Parliament passed in connection with this town to fill a law library of considerable size. Statutes, clauses, sections, and orders have followed in rapid succession for the last generation or two. Our forefathers were satisfied and gratified if they got a regal of parliamentary notice of this kind once in a century, but no sooner did the inhabitants find themselves under a properly constituted body of headmen than the lawyer's game began. First, a law must be got to make a street, another to light it, a third to pave it, and then one to keep it clean. It is a narrow street, and an act must be obtained to widen it. When widened, some wiseacre thinks a market should be held in it, and a law is got for that, and for gathering tolls. After a bit, another is required to remove the market, and then the street must be improved. And somebody receives more pounds per yard than he gave pence for the bit of ground wanted to round off the corners. And so the Birmingham world wagged on until the town became a big town, and could afford to have a big town hall when other big towns couldn't, and a covered market hall, and a Smithfield of good size, while other places dwelt under bare skies. The act by which the authority of the street commissioners and highway surveyors was transferred to the corporation was passed in 1851, the expenses of obtaining it reaching nearly £9,000. It took effect on New Year's Day following, and the commissioners were no longer one of the powers that be. But some of the commissioners' bonds are effective still. Since that date, there have been 20 local statutes and orders relating to the borough of Birmingham, from the Birmingham Improvement Act, 1851, to the Provisional Order Confirmation Act, passed in 1882, the 20 containing 1,000 or more sections. All this, however, has recently been altered. The powers that are now having, through the town clerk, Mr. Orford Smith, rolled all the old acts into one, eliminating useless and obsolete clauses and inserting others necessitated by our high state of advanced civilization. The new act, which is known as the Birmingham Corporation Consolidation Act, came into force January 1, 1884, and all who desire to master our local governing laws easily and completely had better procure a copy of the book containing it, with notes of all the included statutes, compiled by the town clerk and published by Messrs. Cornish, New Street. Local epitaphs. Baskerville, when young, was a stone cutter, and it was known that there was a gravestone in Handsworth churchyard and another in Edgbaston churchyard which were cut by him. The latter was accidentally broken many years back, but was moved and kept as a curiosity until it mysteriously vanished while some repairs were being done at the church. It is believed that Baskerville wrote as well as carved the inscription which commemorated the death of Edward Richards, who was an idiot, and died Sept. 21st, 1728, and that it ran thus: If innocents are the favorites of heaven, and God but little asks where little's given, my great Creator has for me in store eternal joys what wise man can ask more. The gravestone at Handsworth was under the chancel window, 60 years ago, overgrown with moss and weeds, but inscription and stone have long since gone. Baskerville's own epitaph, on the mausoleum in his grounds at Easy Hill, has often been quoted. Stranger, beneath this cone, in unconsecrated ground, a friend to the liberties of mankind, directed his body to be inurned. May the example contribute to emancipate thy mind from the idle fears of superstition and the wicked act of priesthood. Almost as historical as the above is the inscription on the tombstone erected over Mary Ashford, at Sutton Coldfield. As a warning to female virtue and a humble monument of female chastity, this stone marks the grave of Mary Ashford, who, in the 20th year of her age, having incautiously repaired to a scene of amusement without proper protection, was brutally violated and murdered on the 27th May, 1817. Lovely and chaste as is the primrose pale, rifled of virgin sweetness by the gale Mary, the wretch who the remorseless slew will surely God's avenging wrath pursue. For though the deed of blood be veiled a night, will not the judge of all the earth do right? Fair, blighted flower, the muse that weeps thy doom rears o'er thy sleeping dust this warning tomb. The following quaint inscription appears on the tombstone erected in memory of John Dowler, the blacksmith, in Aston churchyard. Sacred to the memory of John Dowler, late of Castle Bromwich, who departed this life December 6, 1787, aged 42, also two of his sons, James and Charles, who died infants. My sledge and hammer lie reclined. My bellows, too, have lost their wind, my fire's extinct, my forge decayed, and in the dust my vice is laid. My coal is spent, my iron gone, my nails are drove, my work is done. The latter part of the above, like the next four, has appeared in many parts of the country, as well as in the local burial grounds, from which they have been copied. From St. Bartholomew's. The bitter cup that death gave me is passing round to come to thee. From General Cemetery. Life is a city full of crooked streets, death is the marketplace where all men meets. If life were merchandise which men could buy, the rich would only live, the poor would die. From Witton Cemetery. O earth, observe this well, that earth to earth shall come to dwell, then earth in earth shall close remain, till earth from earth shall rise again. From St. Philip's. O cruel death, how could you be so unkind to take him before, and leave me behind? You should have taken both of us, if either. Which would have been more pleasing to the survivor? The next, upon an infant, is superior to the general run of this class of inscription. It was copied from a slab intended to be placed in old Edgbaston churchyard. Beneath this stone, in sweet repose, is laid a mother's dearest pride, a flower that scarce had waked to life, and light and beauty ere it died. God and his wisdom has recalled the precious boon his love has given, and though the casket moulders here, the gem is sparkling now in heaven. Ramblers may find many quaint epitaphs in neighboring village churchyards. In Shustoke churchyard, or rather on a tablet placed against the wall of the church over the tomb of a person named Hotbach, the date on which is 1712, there is an inscription remarkable not only for lines almost identical with those over Shakespeare's grave, but for combining several other favorite specimens of graveological literature, as here bracketed. When death shall cut the thread of life, both of me and my living wife, when please God our change shall be, there is a tomb for me and she, we freely shall resign up all to him who gave, and us doth call. Sleep here we must, both in the dust, till the resurrection of the just. Good friend, within these rails forbear, to dig the dust enclosed here. Blessed be the man who spares these stones, and cursed be he that moves our bones. Whilst living here, learn how to die. This benefit thou'lt reap thereby. Neither the life or death will be grievous or sad, but joy to thee. Watch thou and pray, thy time well spend. Unknown is the hour of thy end. As thou art, so once were we. As we are, so must thou be, dum speramus speramus. It is a collection of epitaphs in itself, even to the last line, which is to be found in Durham Cathedral on a brass before the altar. Local landowners, it is somewhat a difficult matter to tell how much of the ground on which the town is built belongs to any one particular person, even with the assistance of the returns obtained by John Bright of the owner of land, so called, possessing estimated yearly rentals of £1,000 and upwards. That these returns may be useful to biased politicians is likely enough, as Lord Calthorpe is put down as owner of 2,073 acres at an estimated rental of £113,707, while Mr. Muntz appears as owning 2,486 acres at an estimated rental of £3,948. His lordship's £113,707, estimated rental, must be considerably reduced when the leaseholders have taken their share and left him only the ground rents. The other large ground landlords are the trustees of the Grammar School, the trustees of the Colmore, Gooch, Vyse, Inge, Digby, Gillott, Robbins, and Mason estates, and C. Earl Howe, Lench's Trust, the Blue Coat School, and C. the Corporation of Birmingham is returned as owning 257 acres, in addition to 134 had from the Waterworks Co., but that does not include the additions made under the improvement scheme. And see the manner in which the estates of the old lords of the manor, of the Guild of Holy Cross, and the possessions of the ancient priory have been divided and portioned out by descent, marriage, forfeiture, plunder, and purchase is interesting matter of history, but rather of a private than public nature. Local notes and queries the gathering of odd scraps of past local history, notes of men and manners of a bygone time, and the stray, and sometimes strange, bits of folklore garnered alone in the recollections of graybeards, has been an interesting occupation for more than one during the past score or two of years. The first series of local notes and queries in our newspapers appeared in the Gazette, commencing in Feb. 1856, and was continued till Sept. 1860. There was a somewhat similar but short series running in the columns of the journal from August 1861 to May 1862. The Daily Post took it up in Jan. 1863 and devoted a column per week to notes up to March 1865, resuming at intervals from 1867 to 1872. The series, now 1884, appearing in the Weekly Post, was commenced on the first Saturday, Jan. 6, in 1877. Local taxation, c. municipal expenditure. Locks. The making of locks must have been one of the earliest of our local trades, as we read of one at Throckmorton of very quaint design, but rare workmanship, with the name thereon of Johannes Wilkes, Birmingham, towards the end of the 17th century. In 1824, there were 186 locksmiths named in the directory. Lodger franchise. Considering the vast amount of interest taken in all matters connected with local parliamentary representation, and the periodical battles of bile and banter earned on in the revision courts over the lists of voters, it is somewhat curious to note how little advantage has been taken of the clause in the last Reform Bill which gives the right of voting to lodgers. The qualification required is simply the exclusive occupation of lodgings which, if let unfurnished, are of the clear yearly value of £10, and there must be many hundreds of gentlemen in the borough residing in apartments who would come under this head. Out of a total of 63,221 electors in 1883, there were only 72 who had claimed their right to vote. In many other boroughs, the same discrepancy exists, though here and there the political wire-pullers have evidently seen how to use the lodger franchise to much better effect. As in the case of Worcester, for instance, where there are 59 lodger voters out of a total of 6,362 parliamentary elections. London Prentice Street was called Western Street or Wesley's Row on the old maps, its continuation, the Coach Yard, being then Pemberton's Yard. How the name of London Prentice Street came to be given to the delectable thoroughfare is one of those things no fellow can understand. At one time there was a schoolroom there, the boys being taught good manners upstairs, while they could learn lessons of depravity below. With the anxious desire of putting the best face on everything that characterizes the present local fathers of the people, the London Prentice has been sent to the right about, and the nasty, dirty, stinking thoroughfare is now called Dalton Street. Loveday Street, from Loveday Croft, a field given in Good Queen Bess's reign by John Cooper, as a trysting place for the Brummagem lads and lasses when on wooing bent. Low rentse return of unassessed houses in the parish of Birmingham, taken October 19, 1790, showed 2,000 at a rental under £5, £2,000 others under £6, £3,000 under £7, £2,000 under £8, £500 under £9, and £500 under £10. Losels, in the lease of a farm of 138 acres, sold by auction June 24, 1793, it was written Losels. Possibly the name is derived from the Saxon low, hill, and seal, cold or chill, making it the cold hill. Lunacy weather, it arises from political heat, religious ecstasies, intemperance, or the cares and worry of the universal hunt for wealth. It is certainly a painful fact to chronicle that in proportion to population insanity is far more prevalent now than it was 50 years ago, and Birmingham has no more share in such excess than other parts of the kingdom. Possibly, the figures show more prominently from the action of the wise rules that enforce the gathering of the insane into public institutions, instead of leaving the unfortunates to the care, or carelessness, of their relatives as in past days, when the wards of the poorhouses were the only receptacles for those who had no relatives to shelter them. The erection of the Borough Asylum, at Winson Green, was commenced in 1846, and it was finished in 1851. The house and grounds covered an area of about 20 acres, the building being arranged to accommodate 330 patients. Great as this number appeared to be, not many years passed before the necessity of enlargement was perceived, and ultimately, it became evident the Winson Green establishment must either be doubled in size or that a second asylum must be erected on another site. an estate of 150 acres on the southeastern slopes of Rubery Hill, on the right-hand side of the Turnpike Road from here to Bromsgrove, was purchased by the corporation, and a new asylum, which will accommodate 616 patients, has there been erected. For the house and its immediate grounds, 70 acres have been apportioned, the remainder being kept for the purposes of a farm, where those of the inmates fit for work can be employed, and where the sewage from the asylum will be utilized. The cost of the land was £6,576, 5d, and that of the buildings, the furnishing, and the laying out of the grounds, £133,495 £5, 8d. The report of the Lunatic Asylums Committee for 1882 stated that the number of patients, including those boarded under contract at other asylums, on the 1st of Jan. 1882 was 839. There were admitted to Winson Green and Rubery Hill during the year 349. There were discharged during the year 94, and there died 124, leaving, on the 31st deck, 970. The whole of the 970 were then at the borough asylums, and were chargeable as follows: to Birmingham Parish, 644, to Birmingham Borough, 8, to Aston Union in the Borough, 168, to Kings Norton, 16, to other unions under contract, 98, the remaining 36 patients not being paupers. The income of the asylums for the year was from Birmingham patients £20,748 ones. 9 from pauper patients under contract, and from patients not paupers, £2,989 £9. 5d, from goods sold, £680 ones. 5d, total, £24,417 £12. 7d, the expenditure on maintenance account was £21,964 £4, and on building capital account £2,966 £7. 7d total pounds, £24,915 11s. 7d, showing a balance against the asylums of £497 £19. The net average weekly cost for the year was 9s. 612d per head. Mr. E.B. Whitcomb, medical superintendent at Winson Green, says that among the causes of insanity in those admitted it is satisfactory to note a large decrease in the number from intemperance, the percentage for the year being 7.7, as compared with 18 and 21% in 1881 and 1880 respectively. The proportion of recoveries to admissions was in the males 27.7, in the females 36, and in the total 32.3%. This is below the average, and is due to a large number of chronic and unfavorable cases admitted. At Rubery Hill Asylum, Dr. Lyle reports that out of the first 450 admissions, there were 6 patients discharged as recovered the Midland County's Idiot Asylum. At Knoll, opened in 1867, also finds shelter for some of Birmingham's unfortunate children. The asylum provides a home for about 50, but it is in contemplation to considerably enlarge it. At the end of 1882, there were 28 males and 21 females, 47 being the average number of inmates during the year, the cost per head being 41/13. 6d. Of the limited number of inmates in the institution, no fewer than 13 came from Birmingham, and altogether, as many as 35 candidates had been elected from Birmingham. The income from all sources, exclusive of contributions to the building fund, amounted to £2,033 £3, 8d, and the total expenditure, including £193 £3, 4d, written off for depreciation of buildings, to £1,763 15, 7d, leaving a balance in hand of £269 8s, 1d. The fund which is being raised for the enlargement of the institution then amounted to £605 15, the sum required being £5,000. The Society's capital was then £10,850 £12, 8d pounds, of which £7,358 £12, 5d, had been laid out in lands and buildings. Mr. Tate, the medical officer, was of opinion that 1/4 of the children were capable of becoming productive workers under kindly direction and supervision, the progress made by some of the boys in basket-making being very marked. Lunar Society so called from the meetings being held at the full of the moon that the members might have light nights to drive home, but from which they were nicknamed the Lunatics. Originally commenced about 1765, it included among its members Baskerville, Bolton, Watt, Priestley, Thomas Day, Samuel Galton, R.L. Edgeworth, Dr. Withering, Dr. Small, Dr. Darwin, Wedgwood, Kerr, and indeed almost every man of intellectual note of the time. It died down as death took the leaders, but it may be said to have left traces in many learned societies of later date. Luncheon Bar's the honor of introducing the modern style of luncheon bar must be awarded to the landlord of the Acorn, in Temple Street, who, having seen something of the kind in one of the Channel Islands, imported the notion to Birmingham. The lumber rooms and stables at back of his house were cleared and fitted up as smoke rooms, and bread and cheese and beer and dealt out over the counter. Here it was that Mr. Hillman took his degree as popular waiter, and from the Acorn also he took a wife to help him start the stores in Paradise Street. Mr. Thomas Hanson was not long behind Hillman before he opened up the corner stores in Union Passage, following that with the St. James in New Street and several others in various parts of the town. The bars are now an institution that has become absolutely indispensable, even for the class who prefer the semi-privacy of the restaurants, as the proprietors of the more select bars like to call their establishments. Magistrates by direction of the Queen's Council, in 1569, all magistrates had to send up bonds that they would subscribe to the then recently passed Act for the uniformity of common prayers and services in the church, and the administration of the sacraments. The local name of Middlemore appears among the few in this county who objected to do so, and most likely his descendants would do the same. The first 25 of our borough magistrates were appointed about 9 weeks after the date of the Charter of Incorporation, 1839. In 1841, 1849, 1856, and 1859, other gentlemen were placed on the roll. And in April 1880, 10 more names were added to the list, having been sent up to the Lord Chancellor a few days before he vacated office, by some knowing gentlemen who had conceived a notion that the conservative element was hardly strong enough among the occupants of the bench. There are now 52, in addition to the stipendiary magistrate and the recorder, and as politics must enter into every matter connected with public life in Birmingham, we record the interesting fact that 31 of these gentlemen are Liberals and 21 Conservatives. Mr. T.C.S. Kinnersley first acted as stipendiary, April 19, 1856. Magazine C, newspapers and periodicals. Manor House. How few of the thousands who pass Smithfield every day know that they are treading upon ground where once the barons of Birmingham kept house in feudal grandeur. Whether the ancient castle, destroyed in the time of Stephen, preoccupied the site of the manor house, or, as it was of late years called the moat house, is more than antiquarians have yet found out, any more than they can tell us when the latter building was erected, or when it was demolished. Hutton says, the first certain account we meet of the moat, which surrounded the island on which the erections were built, is in the reign of Henry II, 1154, when Peter de Birmingham, then Lord of the Fee, had a castle here, and lived in splendor. All the succeeding lords resided upon the same island till their cruel expulsion by John, Duke of Northumberland, in 1537. The old castle followed its lords, and is buried in the ruins of time. Upon the spot, about 50 years ago, rose a house in the modern style, occupied by a manufacturer, Thomas Francis. In one of the outbuildings is shown the apartment where the ancient lords kept their court leet. The trench being filled with water has nearly the same appearance now as perhaps 1,000 years ago, but not altogether the same use. It then served to protect its master, but now to turn a thread mill. Moat Lane and Mill Lane are the only names by which the memory of the old house is now retained. The thread mill spoken of by Hutton gave place to a brass or iron foundry, and the property being purchased by the commissioners, the whole was cleared off the ground in 1815 or 1816, the sale of the building materials, and C. taking place July 5, 1815. Among the lots sold, the moat house and offices adjoining realized £290, the large gates at the entrance with the brick pillars, £16, the bridge, £11, the timber trees, £25, a fire engine with carriage, and C. 6 £15. Possibly some sort of steam engine, then called fire engines. The total produce, including counting house, warehouse, casting, tinning, burnishing, blacking, and blacksmith shops, a horse mill, scouring mill, and a quantity of wood sheds and palisading, amounted to nearly 1,150 pounds. The prosaic minds of the commissioners evidently did not lead them to value the apartments where the ancient lords kept their court. Or it had been turned into a scouring or tinning shop, for no mention was made of it in the catalogue of sale, and as the old castle disappeared, so did the manor house, leaving not a stone behind. Mr. William Hamper took a sketch of the old house in May 1814, and he then wrote of the oldest part of the building, that it was half-timbered, and seemingly of about Henry Roman VIII's time, or perhaps a little later, but some of the timbers had evidently been used in a former building, probably the old manorial residence, as the old mortises were to be seen in several of the beams and uprights. The house itself was cleared away in May 1816, and the last of the outbuildings in the following month. So perfect was the clearance that not even any of the foundations have been turned up during the alterations lately effected in Smithfield Market. In 1746, the manorial rights were purchased by Thomas Archer, of Umberslade, from whose descendants they were acquired by the commissioners in 1812, under an Act of Parliament obtained for the purpose, the price given for the manor house, meat, and ground being £5,672, in addition to £12,500 for market tolls and c. Manufactures. For a few notes respecting the manufactures carried on in Birmingham, see trades. Maps of Birmingham. Wesley's Plan of Birmingham, surveyed in the year 1731, is the earliest published map yet met with. Bradford's in 1750 is the next. Hanson's of 1778 was reduced for Hutton's work in 1781. For the third edition, 1792, Pye's map was used, and it was added to in 1795. 1800 saw Bissett's magnificent directory published with a map, and in 1815 Kempson's survey was taken, and, as well as Pye's, was several times issued with slight alterations, as required. In 1825, Pigott Smith's valuable map, with names of landowners, and a miniature copy of Wesley's in upper left-hand corner, was issued, and for many years it was the most reliable authority that could be referred to. 1834 was prolific in maps, Arrowsmith's, Wrightson and Webb's, Guest's, and Hunt's appearing, the best of them being the first named. The Useful Knowledge Society's map, with views of public buildings, was issued in 1844, and again in 1849. In 1848, Fowler and Son published a finely engraved map, 6814 in, by 51.2 in, of the parish of Aston, with the Dudeston cum Netchells, De Rytland and Bordesley wards, and the hamlets of Erdington, Castle Bromwich, Little Bromwich, Saltley and Washwood Heath, Water Orton and Whit. The Board of Health map was issued in 1849, Guest's reissued in 1850, Blood's 10-mile map in 1853, and the Post Office Directory map in 1854. In the next year, the Town Council Street map, by Pigott Smith, was published, followed by Moody's in 1858, Cornish's and Granger's in 1860, and also a corrected and enlarged edition of the Post Office Directory map. A variety, though mostly of the nature of street maps, have appeared since then, the latest, most useful, and correct being brought down to the latest date, being that issued to their friends, mounted for use by Messrs. Walter Showell and Sons, at whose head offices in Great Charles Street copies can be obtained in 1882, the corporation reproduced and issued a series of ancient and hitherto private maps of the town and neighborhood, which are of great value to the historian and everyone interested in the land, on which Birmingham and its suburbs are built. The first of these maps in point of date is that of the manor of Edgbaston 1718, followed by that of the manor of Aston 1758, Little Bromwich Manor 1759, Bordesley Manor 1760, Saltley Manor 1760, Dudeston and Netchells Manors 1778, and of Birmingham Parish 1779. The last named was the work of a local surveyor, John Snape, and it is said that he used a camera obscura of his own construction to enable him to make his work so perfect that it served as correct guide to the map makers for 50 years after. Some writers have dated the existence of Birmingham as a market town as being prior to the Norman Conquest. Charters, they say, for the holding of markets having been granted by both Saxon and Danish kings. That market was held here at an early period is evident from the fact of the charter therefore being renewed by Richard I, who visited the de Birminghams in 1189. The market day has never been changed from Thursday, though Tuesday and Saturday besides are now not enough. In fact, every day may be called market day, though Thursday attracts more of our friends from the country. The opening of Smithfield, May 29, 1817, was the means of concentrating the markets for horses, pigs, cattle, sheep, and farm produce, which for years previously had been offered for sale in New Street, Ann Street, High Street, and Dale End. The market tolls, for which £12,500 was paid in 1812, produced 5,706 5d, in the year 1840. Cattle market prior to 1769, cattle were sold in High Street. In that year their standings were removed to Dale End, and in 1776, Oct. 28 to De End. Pigs and sheep were sold in New Street up to the opening of Smithfield. Some 25 years back, a movement was set on foot for the removal of the cattle market to the old Vauxhall neighborhood, but the cost frightened the people, and the project was shelved. The town improvers of today, who play with thousands of pounds as children used to do at Chuck Farthing, are not so easily balked, and the taxpayers will doubtless soon have to find the cash for a very much larger cattle market in some other part of the borough. A site has been fixed upon in Rupert Street by the Lords in Convention, but up to now, March 1885, the question is not quite settled. Corn Market, the ancient market for corn, or corn cheaping, formed part of Le Bull Ring, which at one time was almost the sole place of traffic of our forefathers. At first an open space, as the market granted by the early Norman kings grew in extent, the custom arose of setting up stalls, the right to do which was doubtless bought of the lords of the manor. These grew into permanent tenements, and stallages, freeboards, shambles, and even houses, some with small gardens abutting on the unfenced churchyard, gradually covered the whole ground, and it ultimately cost the town a large sum to clear it, the commissioners in 1806-7 paying nearly £25,000 for the purpose. The farmers of 100 years ago used to assemble with their samples of grain round the Old Cross, or High Cross, standing nearly opposite the present market hall steps, and in times of scarcity, when bread was dear, they needed the protection of special constables. Fish Market in April 1851, the fishmongers' stalls were removed from Dale End, and the sale was confined to the market hall, but consequent on the increase of population, and therefore of consumption a separate market, at corner of Bell Street, was opened in 1870, and that is now being enlarged. Hide and skin market, the sale of these not particularly sweet-smelling animal products was formerly carried on in the open at Smithfield, but a special market for them, and for tallow, was opened May 25, 1850. The same building being utilized as a wool market, July 29, 1851. Vegetable market, so long held in the Bull Ring, is now principally held in the covered portion of Smithfield, which promises to be soon a huge wholesale market. Marriages, this is the style in which these interesting events used to chronicled. Sept 30, 1751. On Monday last, the Reverend Mr. Wills, a relation of the Lord Chief Justice Wills, was married to Miss Wilkins, daughter of an eminent grocer of this town, a young lady of great merit and handsome fortune. Nov. 23, 1751. On Tuesday last was married at St. Marylebone in Cheapside, Mr. W. Welch, an eminent hardware man of Birmingham, to Miss Nancy Morton, of Sheffield, an agreeable young lady with a handsome fortune. June 4, 1772, and not before as mentioned by mistake, at St. Philip's Church in this town, Mr. Thomas Smallwood, an eminent wine merchant, to Miss Harris, a young lady of distinguished accomplishments, with a fortune of £1,500. Mass House Lane takes its name from the Roman Catholic Church, or Mass House, as such edifices were then called, erected in 1687, and dedicated to St. Mary Magdalene and St. Francis. The foundation stone was laid March 23 in the above year, and on 16th August, 1688, the first stone of a Franciscan convent was laid adjoining to the church, which latter was consecrated Sept 4. The church was 95 ft long by 33 ft, wide, and towards the building of it and the convent, James Roman II gave 125 tons of timber, which were sold for £180. Sir John Gage gave timber valued at £140. The Dowager Queen Catherine gave £10–15, and a Mrs. Anne Gregg £250. This would appear to have been the first place of worship put up here by the Romish Church since the time of Henry Roman VIII. And it was not allowed to stand long, for the church and what part of the convent was built, in the words of the Franciscan priest who laid the first stone, was first defaced, and most of it burnt within to near ye value of 400 lb. By ye Lord Delamer's order upon ye 26 of November, 1688, and ye day sevennight following ye rabble of Birmingham began to pull ye church and convent down, and ceased not until they had pulled up ye foundations. They sold ye materials, of which many houses and parts of houses are built in ye town of Birmingham, ye townsmen of ye better sort not resisting ye rabble, but quietly permitting, if not prompting them to do it. The poor priests found shelter at Harborne, where there is another Mass-house lane, their Mass-house being a little further on in Pritchett's Lane, where for nearly a century the double work of conducting a school and ministering to their scattered Catholic flock was carried on, the next local place of worship built here being St. Peter's Chapel, off Broad Street, erected about 1786. It is believed that St. Bartholomew's Church covers the site of the short-lived Mass House. Masonic that the Freemasons are many among us is proved by the number of their lodges, but the writer has no record throwing light on their past local history, though mention is found now and then in old newspapers of their taking part in the ceremonies attending the erection of more than one of our public buildings. Of their local acts of benevolence they saith not, though, as is well known, their charity is never found wanting. The three Masonic charitable institutions, which are supported by the voluntary contributions of the craft, during 1883 realized a total income of £55,994.14. 3d. Of this sum, the boys' school received £24,895.7. 1d pounds. The benevolent institution, £18,449.6. And the girls' school, £12,650 ones. 2d. The largest total attained previous to 1883 was in 1880, when the sum amounted to £49,763. The boys' school, which is now at the head of the list, is boarding, housing, clothing, and educating 221 boys. The benevolent institution, the second on the list, is granting annuities of £40 each to 172 men and £32 each to 167 widows. And the girls' school houses, boards, clothes, and educates 239 girls between the ages of 7 and 16. The boys leave school at 15. During the year, £8,675 has been granted to 334 cases of distress from the Fund of Benevolence, which is composed of fours. A year taken from every London Mason's subscription to his lodge and twos. A year from every country Mason's subscription. The local lodges meet as follows at the Masonic Hall, New Street. St. Paul's Lodge, No. 43, the Faithful Lodge No. 473, the Howe Lodge, No. 587, the Howe R.A. Chapter, the Howe Mark Masters Lodge, the Howe Preceptory of Knight Templars, the Temperance Lodge, No. 739, the Lee Lodge, No. 887, the Bedford Lodge, No. 925, the Bedford R.A. Chapter. The Grosvenor Lodge, No. 938, the Grosvenor R.A. Chapter, the Elkington Lodge, No. 1016, the Elkington R.A. Chapter, the Fletcher Lodge, No. 1031, the Fletcher R.A. Chapter, the Lodge of Emulation, No. 1163, the Forward Lodge, No. 1180, the Lodge of Charity, No. 1551, and the Alma Mater Lodge, No. 1644. At the Masonic Hall, Severn Street, the Athol Lodge, No. 74, the Athol R.A. Chapter, the Athol Mark Masters Lodge, and the Lodge of Israel, No. 1474. At the Great Western Hotel, the Lodge of Light, No. 468, the R.A. Chapter of Fortitude, and the Vernon Chapter of SBRC of HRDM, No. 5 at the Holt Hotel, Aston, the Holt Lodge, No. 1246. Matches bakers are best, the maker says. Lucifer matches were the invention of a young German patriot, named Kammerer, who beguiled his time in prison, in 1832 with chemical experiments, though a north of England apothecary, Walker, lays claim to the invention. They were first made in Birmingham in 1852, but they have not, as yet, completely driven the old-fashioned and now despised tinderbox out of the world, as many of the latter are still manufactured in this town for sundry foreign parts. Mecca. The late Mr. J.H. Chamberlain, shortly before his death, said that he looked upon Birmingham, perhaps with a foolish pride, as the holy city, the Mecca of England, where life was fuller of possibilities of utility, happier, broader, wiser, and 1,000 times better than it was in any other town in the United Kingdom. Mechanical engineers. The institution of mechanical engineers was organized in this town in October 1847, but its headquarters were removed to London in 1877. Mechanics institute the proposal to form a local institution of a popular nature, for the encouragement of learning among our workers, like unto others which had been established in several large places elsewhere, was published in June 1825, and several meetings were held before December 27, when officers were chosen, and entry made of nearly 200 members, to start with, the subscription being 5 per quarter. The formal opening took place March 21, 1826, the members assembling in Mount Zion Chapel to hear an address from Mr. B. Cook, the vice president. The classrooms, library, and reading rooms were at the school attached to the old meeting house, and here the institution, so far as the conduct of classes and the imparting of knowledge went, thrived, and prospered. Financially, however, though at one time there were nearly 500 members, it was never successful, possibly through lack of assistance that might have been expected from the manufacturers and large employers. For, hide it as we may, with a few honorable exceptions, that class, 50 years ago, preferred strong men to wise ones, and rather set their banks against opening the doors of knowledge to their workpeople or their children. It was a dozen years before the institution was able to remove to a home of its own in Newhall Street, but it rapidly got into a hopeless state of debt. To lessen this incubus and provide funds for some needed alterations, the committee decided to hold an exhibition of manufactures, the fine arts, and objects illustrative of experimental philosophy, and the exhibition was open deck. 1839, and in all ways was a splendid success, a fairly large sum of money being realized. Unfortunately, a second exhibition was held in the following years, when all the profits of the former were not only lost, but so heavy an addition made to the debt that it may be said to have ruined the institution completely. Creditors took possession of the premises in January 1842, and in June operations were suspended, and notwithstanding several attempts to revive the institution, it died out altogether. As the only popular educational establishment open to the young men of the time, it did good work, many of its pupils having made their mark in the paths of literature, art, and science. Medical associations. According to the Medical Register, there are 35 physicians and 210 surgeons resident in the borough, and there are rather more than 300 chemists and druggists. According to a summary of the census tables, the medical profession and their subordinates number in Birmingham and Aston 940, of whom 376 are males and 564 females. In 1834, at Worcester, under the presidency of Dr. Johnson, of this town, the Provincial Medical and Surgical Association was formed for encouraging scientific research, improving the practice of medicine, and generally looking after the interests of the profession. In 1856, the name was changed to the British Medical Association, with head offices in London. But prior to that, branches had been established in various large towns, the Birmingham and Midland counties branch being foremost, holding its first meeting at Dee's Hotel in December 1854. The society has now about 9,000 members, with a reserve fund of £10,000. In the local branch, there are 359 members, who subscribe about £150 per annum. The Birmingham Medical Institute was launched Feb. 5, 1876, but the question of admitting homeopathists as members was nearly the upsetting of the craft at the first meeting. Thanks to the sales being trimmed with a little common sense, however, the difficulty was tided over. The opening of the institute in Edmund Street took place December 17, 1880. The cost of the building was about £6,000, and the purposes to which it is applied are the providing accommodation for meetings of the profession and the housing of the valuable medical library of over 6,000 books. As something worthy of note, it may be mentioned that the institute was opened free from debt, the whole cost being previously subscribed. Memorials and monuments, see statues and see. Men of worth, the toy shop of the world, the home of workers, free from the blue blood of titled families, and having but few reapers of unearned increment, is hardly the place to look for men of worth or value in a monetary point of view, but we have not been without them. A writer in Gazette, September 1, 1828, reckon up 120 inhabitants who were each worth over £10,000 each, 50 worth over £20,000, 16 pounds worth over £50,000, 9 pounds worth over £100,000, 3 pounds worth over £200,000, 2 pounds worth over £300,000 each, and 1 worth over £400,000. Taking certain income tax returns and other information for his basis, another man of figures in 1878 made calculations showing that there were then among us some 800 persons worth more than £5,000 each, 200 worth over £10,000, 50 pounds worth over £20,000, 35 pounds worth over £50,000, 26 pounds worth over £100,000, 12 pounds worth over £250,000, 5 pounds worth over £500,000, and 2 worth over or near £1,000,000 each. Mercia in 585, this neighborhood formed part of the Heptarchic Kingdom of Mercia, under Crita. In 697, Mercia was divided into 4 dioceses, this district being included in that of Lichfield. In 878, Mercia was merged in the Kingdom of England. According to Bede and the Saxon Chronicles, Beorn was in 757 king of Mercia, of which Birmingham formed part, and in Canute's reign there was an Earl Beorn, the king's nephew, and it has been fancifully suggested that in this name Beorn may lie the much-sought root for the etymology of the town's name. Beorn, or Burn, being derived from bur, a bear or boar, it might be arranged thusly. Bur, bear or boar, mong, many, ham, dwelling the whole making Birmingham, the dwelling of many bears or the home of many pigs. Metchley Camp at Metchley Park, about 3 miles from town, near to Harborne, there are the remains of an old camp or station which Hutton attributes to those pilfering vermin, the Danes. Other writers thinking it was constructed by the Romans, but it is hardly possible that an undertaking requiring such immense labor as this must have done could have been overlooked in any history of the Roman occupation. More likely, it was a stronghold of the native Britons who opposed their advance, a superstition borne out by its being adjacent to their line of Eichnild Street and near the heart of England. From a measurement made in 1822, the camp appears to have covered an area of about 15.12 acres. Hutton gives it as 30 acres and describes a third embankment. The present outer vallum was 330 yards long by 228 wide, and the interior camp 187 yards long by 165 wide. The ancient vallum and fosse have suffered much by the lapse of time, by the occupiers partially leveling the ground, and by the passing through it of the Worcester and Birmingham Canal, to make the banks of which the southern extremity of the camp was completely destroyed. Some few pieces of ancient weapons, swords and battle-axes, and portions of bucklers have been found here, but nothing of a distinctively Roman or Danish character. As the fortification was of such great size and strength, and evidently formed for no mere temporary occupation, had either of those passers-by been the constructors, we should naturally have expected that more positive traces of their nationality would have been found. Methodism. The introduction here must date from Wesley's first visit in March 1738. In 1764, Moore Street Theatre was taken as a meeting place, and John Wesley opened it March 21. The new sect afterwards occupied the King Street Theatre. Hutton says, the Methodists occupied for many years a place in Steelhouse Lane, where the wags of the age observed. They were eaten out by the bugs. They therefore procured the cast-off theatre in Moore Street, where they continued to exhibit till 1782, when, quitting the stage, they erected a superb meeting-house in Cherry Street, at the expense of £1,200. This was opened July 7 by John Wesley, the chief priest, whose extensive knowledge and unblemished manners give us a tolerable picture of apostolic purity, who believed as if he were to be saved by faith, and who labored as if he were to be saved by works. The note made by Wesley, who was in his 80th year respecting the opening of Cherry Street Chapel, has been preserved. He says, July 6, 1782, I came to Birmingham and preached once more in the old dreary preaching house. The next day I opened the new house at 8, and it contained the people well, but not in the evening, many more then constrained to go away. In the middle of the sermon a huge noise was heard, caused by the breaking of a bench on which some people stood. None of them were hurt, yet it occasioned a general panic at first, but in a few minutes all was quiet. 4 years after the opening, Wesley preached in the chapel again and found great prosperity. At first, he wrote, the preaching house would not near contain the congregation. Afterwards I administered the Lord's Supper to about 500 communicants. Old as he then was, the apostle of Methodism came here a time or two after that, his last visit being in 1790. Many talented men have since served the Wesleyan body in this town, and the society holds a strong position among our dissenting brethren. The minutes of the Wesleyan Conference last issued give the following statistics of the Birmingham and Shrewsbury district. Church members, 18,875. On trial for membership L, 537. Members of junior classes, 2,143. Number of ministerial class leaders, 72. Lay class leaders, 1,269. Local or lay preachers, 769, the largest number in any district except Nottingham and Derby, which has 798. There are 40 circuits in the district, of which 27 report an increase of membership and 13 a decrease places of worship. Methodism, primitive. The origin of the primitive Methodist connection dates from 1808, and it sprung solely from the custom, introduced by Lorenzo Dow from America in the previous year, of holding camp meetings, which the Wesleyan Conference decided to be highly improper in England, even if allowable in America, and likely to be productive of considerable mischief, expelling the preachers who conducted them. New society was the result, and the first service in this town was held in Moor Esreet, in the open air, near to the public office, in the summer of 1824. The first love feast took place March 6, 1825, and the first camp meeting a few months later. A circuit was formed, the first minister being the Reverend T. Nelson, and in 1826 a chapel was opened in Bordesley Street, others following in due course of time, as the primitives increased in number. The Birmingham circuit contains about 800 members, with over 2,000 Sunday school scholars and 250 teachers. See places of worship. Metric system. This, the simplest decimal system of computation yet legalized, is in use in France, Belgium, Holland, Italy, Spain, and other parts of Europe, as well as in Chile, Peru, Mexico, and C, and by 27 and 28 Vic. Cap. 117, its use has been rendered legal in this country. As our local trade with the above and other countries is increasing, unfortunately in some respects, rules for working out the metric measures into English and vice versa may be useful. The unit of length is the meter, equal to 39.37 inches. It is divided into tenths, decimeters, hundredths, centimeters, and thousandths, millimeters, and it is multiplied by decimals in like way into hectometers, kilometers, and myriameters. The unit of weight is the gram, divided as the meter into decigrams, centigrams, and milligrams, multiplied into decagrams, hectograms, and kilograms. The unit of capacity is the liter, divided and multiplied like the others. 1 inch equals 212 centimeters. 1 foot equals 3 decimeters. 1 mile equals 135 kilometers. 1 cwt equals 50.8 kilograms. 1 ounce troy equals 31 grams. 1 pound troy equals 3.72 decagrams. 1 gallon equals 412 liters. 1 quart equals 1116 liters. 1 meter equals 39.37 inches. 1 hectometer equals 109.13 yards. 1 cubic meter equals 61,027 cubic inches. 1 kilometer equals 1,093 yards. 1 decigram equals 112 grains. 1 gram equals 15 grains. 1 kilogram equals 215 pounds, avoirdupois. 1 liter equals 134 pints. To turn inches into millimeters, add the figures to the number of inches, divide by 4, and add the result 2/5 of the original number of inches. To turn millimeters to inches, add the figure, and divide by 254. To make cubic inches into cubic centimeters, multiply by 721 and divide by 44. Cubic centimeters into cubic inches, multiply by 44 and divide by 721. To turn grains into grams, multiply the number by 648 and divide the product by 10,000. To turn grams into grains, multiply by 10,000, dividing the result by 648. The metric system is especially useful in our local jewelry and other trades, but it is very slowly making its way against the Old English foot and yade. Even such a learned man as Professor Rankine poking fun at the foreign measures in a comic song of which 2 verses run. Some talk of millimeters, and some of kilograms, and some of deciliters to measure beer and drams. But I'm an English workman, too old to go to school, so by pounds I'll eat, by quarts I'll drink, and work by my 2-foot rule. A party of astronomers went measuring of the Earth, and 40 million meters they took to be its girth. 500 million inches now go through from pole to pole. So we'll stick to inches, feet, and yards, and our own old 2-foot rule. Mid-England Meriden, near Coventry, is believed to be about the center spot of England. Midland Institute suggestions of some such an institution, to take the place of the defunct mechanics, had several times appeared in print, but nothing definite was done in the matter until the subject was discussed, June 4, 1852, over the dinner table of Mr. Arthur Ryland. Practical shape being given to the ideas then advanced, a town's meeting on deck. 3, 1853, sanctioned the grant by the Council of the land necessary for the erection of a proper building, and an act of incorporation was obtained in the following parliamentary session. In December 1854, Charles Dickens gave 3 readings in the town hall in behalf of the building fund, whereby £227 13s. 9d. was realized, the donations then amounting to £8,467. The foundation stone was laid by Prince Albert, on Nov. 22, 1855, and the contract for the first part of the building given to Messrs. Branston and Gwither for £12,000. The lecture theatre was opened Oct. 13, 1857, when addresses were delivered by Lord Brougham, Lord Russell, and Lord Stanley, the latter delivering the prizes to the students who had attended the classes, which were first started in October 1854 at the Philosophical Institute. In 1859, the portrait of David Cox was presented to the Institute, forming the first contribution to the Fine Art Gallery, which was built on portion of the land originally given to the Institute, the whole of the buildings being designed by Mr. E.M. Barry. The amount subscribed to the building fund was about £18,000, and the coat, including furniture and apparatus, more than £16,000. Great extension has been made since then on the Paradise Street side, and many thousands spent on the enlargement. Branch classes being also held at several of the board schools to relieve the pressure on the Institute. In 1864, the members of the Institute numbered 660, and the students 880, with an income of £998. In January 1874, there were 1,591 members, 733 family ticket holders, 2,172 students, and an income of £2,580. At the end of 1833, the number of annual subscribers was 1,900, and lecture ticket holders 838. In the industrial department, there were 4,334 students. The archaeological section numbered 226 members, and the musical section 183. 108 students attended the laws of health classes, 220 the ladies' classes, and 36 the classes for preparation for matriculation. The benefits derived from the establishment of the Midland Institute, and the amount of useful, practical, and scientific knowledge disseminated by means of its classes among the intelligent working men of the town and the rising generation, is incalculable. These classes, many of which are open at the low fee of 1d, and some others specially for females, now include the whole of the following subjects: English language and literature, English history, French, German, Latin, Greek, and Spanish, algebra, geometry, mensuration, trigonometry, and arithmetic, music, drawing, writing, English grammar and composition, botany, chemistry, experimental physics, practical mechanics and metallurgy, elementary singing, physical geography, animal physiology, geology, practical plane and solid geometry. And C. The general position of the institute with regard to finance was as follows: gross receipts in general department, £3,281.5. 6D. Expenditure in this department, including £998 ones. 6D. Deficiency at the close of the year 1882, £3,088.17. 2D. Balance in favor of the general department, £192.8. 4D. Gross receipts in industrial department, £1,747.13. Expenditure in this department, £3,173.7. 10D. Deficiency, L4 2514s. 10D. Met by a transfer from the funds of the general department. The total result of the year's operations in both departments left a deficiency of £1,233.6. 6D. The amount due to bankers on the general fund was £863.13. 6D. And the amount standing to the credit of the institute on the repairs account is £440.12. 2D. It is much to be regretted that there is a total debt on the institute, amounting to £19,000, the paying of interest on which sadly retards its usefulness. Many munificent donations have been made to the funds of the institute from time to time, one being the sum of £3,000, given by an anonymous donor in 186, in memory of Arthur Ryland. In August, same year, it was announced that the late Mr. Alfred Wilkes had bequeathed the bulk of his estate, estimated at about £100,000, in trust for his two sisters during their lives, with reversion in equal shares to the General Hospital and the Midland Institute, being a deferred benefaction of £50,000 to each. Midland Metropolis. Birmingham was so entitled because it was the largest town and has more inhabitants than any town in the center of England. To use a Yankeeism, it is the hub of the kingdom. Here is the throbbing heart of all that is liberal in the political life of Europe. This is the workshop of the world, the birth spot of the steam engine, and the home of mock jewelry. In all matters political, social, and national, it takes the lead. And if London is the metropolis of all that is effete and aristocratic, Birmingham has the moving power of all that is progressive, recuperative, and advancing. When Macaulay's New Zealander sits sadly viewing the silent ruins of the once gigantic city on the Thames, he will have the consolation of knowing that the pulse beats of his progenitors will still be found in the Mid-England metropolis, once known as the town of Birmingham or Birmingham. Mild winters. The winter of 1658-9 was very mild, there being neither snow or frost. In 1748, honeysuckles, in full bloom, were gathered near Worcester in February. In the first 4 months of 1779, there was not a day's rain or snow, and on the 25th of March, the cherry, plum, and pear trees were in full bloom. An extraordinary mild winter was that of 1782-3. A rose was plucked in an open garden in New Street on 30th December, 1820. In December, 1857, a wren's nest, with 2 eggs in it, was found near Selly Oak, and ripe raspberries were gathered in the Christmas week at Estwood Bank. The winter of 1883-4 is worthy of note, for rose trees were budding in December, lambs frisking about in January, and blackbirds sitting in February. Milk. The reports of the Borough Analyst for several successive years, 1879 to 1882, showed that nearly 1/2 the samples of milk examined were adulterated, the average adulteration of each being as much as 20%. And a calculation has been made that the Brums pay £20,000 a year for the water added to their milk. Next to the bread we eat, there is no article that should be kept freer from adulteration than milk, and the formation of a dairy company, in April 1882, was hailed as a boon by many. The company started with a nominal capital of £50,000 in £5 shares, and it rigidly prosecutes any farmer who puts the milk of the wooden cow into their cans. Minories, once known as Upper and Lower Minories, the latter name being given to what at other times has been called Pemberton's Yard or the Coach Yard. The names give their own meaning, the roads leading to the priory. Mincy trades. Missionary work about £1.25 million is yearly contributed in England to foreign, colonial, and home missionary societies, and Birmingham sends its share very fairly. The local auxiliary to the Church Missionary Society in 1882 gathered 133/8, 6d. In 1883 to June both years, it reached £2,774.17, 8d, of which £2,336 11d was from collections in the local churches. The auxiliary to the London Missionary Society gathered £1,050, of which £991 was collected in churches and chapels. The Baptist Missionary Society was founded in October 1792, and branch was started here a few months afterwards, the first fruits totting up to the very respectable amount of £70. A branch of the Wesleyan Missionary Society was formed here in 1814 for the Birmingham and Shrewsbury district, and the amounts gathered in 1882 totaled £4,829 tens. 3d. To the Society for Promoting Christianity Among the Jews, the Birmingham Auxiliaries in 1883 sent £323. There are also auxiliaries of the Church of England Zenana, of the South American, and of one or two other missionary societies. The Reverend J.B. Barradale, who died in China early in 1879 while relieving sufferers from famine, was educated at Spring Hill College. He was sent out by the London Missionary Society, and his death was preceded by that of his wife and only child, who died a few weeks before him, all from fever caught while helping poor Chinamen. Moated houses, the parsonage, as well as the manor house, as noted elsewhere, were each surrounded by its moat, and possibly no portion of the United Kingdom could show more family mansions and country residences protected in this manner than the immediate district surrounding Birmingham. Many more or less preserved specimens of these old-fashioned houses, with their water guards round them, are to be met with by the Rambler, as at a Stwood bank. Erdington, Inkbarrow, Yardley, Wheely, and C. Perhaps the two best are Maxstoke Castle near Coleshill, and the New Hall, Sutton Coldfield. Modern monasteries, the foundation stone of St. Thomas's Priory, at Erdington, for the accommodation of the monks of the Order of St. Benedict, was laid on Aug. 5, 1879, by the prior, the Reverend Hildebrand de Hempton. Alter the date, and the reader might fancy himself living in medieval times. Monument, the high tower erected near the reservoir, has long borne the name of the monument, though it has been said it was built more as a strange kind of pleasure house, where the owner, a Mr. Parrott, could pass his leisure hours witnessing coursing in the daytime or making astronomical observations at night. Hence, it was often called Parrot's Folly. It dates from 1758. See also statues, and c. Moody and Sankey, these American evangelists or revivalists, visited here in Jan. 1875, their first meeting being held in the town hall on the 17th, the remainder of their services to February 7 being given in Bingley Hall. They came also in February 1883, when the last-named place again accommodated them. More street rivaling Edgbaston Street in its antiquity, its name has long given rise to debate as to origin, but the most likely solution of the puzzle is this. On the sloping land near here in the 14th century, and perhaps earlier, there was a mill, probably the town mill. And by the contraction of the Latin Molendinaria, the miller would be called John le Molendin or John le Mowell. The phonetic style of writing by sound was in great measure practiced by the scriveners, and thus we find, as time went on, the street of the mill became Mowell, Mool, Mowell, Mall, Mall, Moore, and Moore Street. A stream crossed the street near the Woolpack, over which was a wooden bridge, and farther on was another bridge of more substantial character, called Carter's Bridge. In flood times, Carr's Lane also brought from the higher lands copious streams of water, and the keeping of Moore Street tidy often gave cause to mention these spots in old records, thus. Pound S. D. 1,637 paid Walter Taylor for ridding the gutters in Moore Street 0, 11 1,665, Zachary Gisborne 42 loads of mud out of Moore Street, 00 1676 J. Bridgen's keepinge open passage and torning water from Carr's Lane that it did not run into Moore Street for a year. 04 1688 paid, mending Carter's bridge timber and work, 051,690 John for mending Moore Street Bridge. 0010. Moore Street from the earliest date was the chosen place of residence for many of the old families. The Carless, Smalbroke, Ward, Sheldon, Flavel, Stidman, and other names, continually cropping up in deeds, some of the rents paid to the lord of the manor, contrasting curiously with the rentals of today. For 3 properties adjoining in Moore Street, and which were so paid until a comparatively modern date, the rents were 1 pound of pepper by Goldsmith and Lynch, 2 pounds of pepper by the master of the guild, 1 pound of cummin seed, 1 bow, and 6 barbed bolts, or arrowheads by John Sheldon. Mostly, one of the popular, and soon will be populous suburbs, connected as it is so closely to us by Balsall Heath. It is one of the old doomsday-mentioned spots, but has little history other than connected with the 1 or 2 families who chose it for their residence ages ago. It is supposed the old church was erected prior to the year 1500, a tower being added to it in Henry Roman VIII's reign, but the parish register dates only from the middle of last century, possibly older entries being made at King's Norton, from which Moseley was ecclesiastically divided in 1852. Moseley does not appear to have been named from, or to have given name to, any particular family. The earliest we have any note about being Greaves or Grevis, whose tombs are in King's Norton Church, one of the epitaphs being this: Ascension Day on 9th of May, 3rd year of King James Reigny, to end my time and steal my coin I William Greaves was slain. 1605. Hutton says that the old custom of Harriet was practiced here, which is not improbable, as instances have occurred in neighborhood of Bromsgrove and other parts of the county within the past few years. This relic of feudalism, or barbarism, consists of the demanding for the lord of the manor the best movable article, live or dead, that any tenant happens to be possessed of at the time of his death. Moseley Hall, Hutton relates that on July 21, 1786, one Henshaw Grevis came before him in the Court of Requests, as a poor debtor, who 30 years before he had seen completely mounted and dressed in green velvet, with a hunter's cap and girdle, at the head of the pack. This poor fellow was the last member of a family who had held the Moseley Hall estate from the time of the Conquest. In the riots of 1791, the hall was burnt down, being rebuilt 10 years after. Mothering Sunday, or Mid-Lent Sunday, has its peculiarities according to districts. In Birmingham, the good people who like to keep up old customs sit down to veal and custard. At Draycott-Lamour's, they eat pies made of figs. The practice of visiting the parents' home on this day was one of those old-time customs so popular in the days of our grandfathers and great-grandfathers, but which, with many others, have fallen into disuse, and this is supposed to have given rise to the Mothering Sunday name. Prior to the Reformation, the Catholics kept the day as a holy day, in honor of the Mother of Jesus, it being a Protestant invention to turn the fast day into one of feasting. Mount Misery at the close of the Great War, which culminated at Waterloo, it was long before the blessings of peace brought comfort to the homes of the poor. The first effects of the sheathing of the sword was a collapse in prices of all kinds, and a general stagnation of trade, of which Birmingham, made prosperous through the demand for its guns, and felt the full force. Bad trade was followed by bad harvests, and the commercial history of the next dozen years is but one huge chronicle of disaster, shops and mills closing fast, and poverty following faster. How to employ the hundreds of able-bodied men dependent on the rates was a continual puzzle to the overseers, until someone, wise in his generation, hit upon the plan of paying the unfortunates to wheel sand from the bank, then in front of Key Hill House up to the canal side, a distance of 112 miles, the payment being at the rate of 1 penny per barrow load. This fearful labor test was continued for a long time, and when we reckon that each man would have to wheel his barrow backwards and forwards for nearly 20 miles to earn a shilling, moving more than a ton of sand in the process, we cannot wonder at the place receiving such a woeful name as Mount Misery. MPs for Boroughsea, parliamentary. Mules. These animals are not often seen about town now, but in the politically exciting days of 1815 they apparently were not strangers in our streets. As Mr. Richard Spooner, who, like our genial Alderman Avery, was fond of tooling his own cattle, was in the habit of driving his own mail drag into town, to which 4 mules were harnessed. With Mr. Thomas Potts, a well-to-do merchant, a bigoted Baptist, and ultra-radical, Mr. Spooner and Mr. T. Atwood took part in a deputation to London, giving occasion to one of the street songs of the day. Tommy Potts has gone to town to join the deputation. He is a man of great renown and fit to save the nation. Yankee Doodle Doo, Yankee Doodle Dandy. Dickie Spooner's also there, and Tom the banker, too, if in glory they should share, will sing them cock-a-doodle-doo. Yankee Doodle Doo, Yankee Doodle Dandy. Dickie Spooner is Dickie Mule, Tom Atwood is Tom Fool, and Potts an empty kettle, with lots of bosh and rattle. Yankee Doodle Doo, Yankee Doodle Dandy. Another of the doggerel verses, alluding to Mr. Spooner's mules, ran. Tommy Potts went up to town, bright Tom, who all surpasses, was drawn by horses out of town, and in again by asses, with their Yankee Doodle Doo, Yankee Doodle Dandy. Municipal expenditure. Fortunately, the population of Birmingham is going ahead rapidly, and the more the children multiply, the more heads of families, we may naturally hope there will be noted down as ratepayers by the heads of the Gather the Tin office. The cost of governing our little town is not at all heavy, and when divided out at per head of the inhabitants, it seems but a mere bagatelle. Mr. J. Powell Williams, who takes credit for being a financier and man of figures, said in 1884 that the totals of our municipal expenditure for the past few years were as follows. In 1879, it was £354,000 or 18.3 per head, 1880, 900, 17/5, 1881, 500, 18/0, 1882, 0, 18/4, 1883, 0, 18/7, 1884, 0, 18/3. The bachelors who live in apartments will surely be tempted to begin housekeeping when they see how low a sum it takes to pay for all the blessings conferred upon us by a liberal corporation. But what the pater of half a dozen olive branches may think about the matter is altogether a different thing, especially when he finds that to the above 18.2 per head must be added 2,712 per head for the school board, and 2d per head for the drainage board, besides poor rates, government taxes, gas, water, and all these other little nothings that empty the purse. Murder and manslaughter it would be too black a catalogue to give all the horrible cases of this nature which the local journals have chronicled in past years, those here noted being only such as have a certain historical interest. Tom and Jack, see executions. Sergeant William Cartwright of the Coldstream Guards was killed in Townsend's Yard by a deserter, September 13, 1796. A desperate attempt was made to murder a young woman in Bull Street in the evening of a fair day, June 9, 1797. Philip Matsell was hanged August 22, 1806, at the bottom of Snow Hill for attempting to murder a watchmancy executions. A Mr. Pennington of London was murdered at Vauxhall, Feb. 6, 1817. Ashford Mary, May 27, 1817, murdered at Sutton Coldfield. F. Adams was murdered by T. Johnson in London Prentice Street, Aug. 5, 1821. Mr. R. Perry was killed in Mary Ann Street by Michael Ford, December 6, 1825. Execution, March 7, 1826. J. Fitter was tried and acquitted August 11, 1834, on a charge of having murdered Margaret Webb in Lawley Street on 7th April preceding. Mr. W. Painter, a tax collector, was robbed and murdered in the old parsonage grounds near what is now the bottom of Worcester Street, February 17, 1835. William Devine murdered Mr. Davenport in a shop in Snow Hill, April 5, 1838. Mrs. Steepenhill shot by her husband in Heneage Street, January 7, 1842. Mrs. Davis killed by her husband in Moore Street, March 1848. Mrs. Wilkes murdered her 4 children in Cheapside, October 23, 1847, also committing suicide. Francis Price was executed at Warwick, August 20, 1860, for murdering Sarah Pratt, April 18. Elizabeth Brooks was shot by Farquhar at Small Heath, August 29, 1861. He was sentenced to imprisonment for a long term, but was liberated in April 1866. Thompson, Tantor Street, killed his wife September 23, 1861, hung December 30. Henry Carter, aged 17, who had killed his sweetheart, was hung April 11, 1863. George Hall shot his unfaithful wife on Dartmouth Street Bridge, February 16, 1864, and was sentenced to death but reprieved. He was released March 5, 1884. Murder and suicide in Nursery Terrace, November 28, 1866. Mr. Prize was murdered by James Scott in Aston Street, April 6, 1867. Mary Milbourne was murdered in Heneage Street, January 21, 1868. Murder and suicide in Garrison Street, November 25, 1871. Richard Smith was killed by his fellow lodger in Adam Street, January 7, 1872. Thomas Picken of St. Luke Street killed his wife January 22, 1872. He was found next morning hanging to a lamppost at Camp Hill Station. Jeremiah Corkery stabbed policeman Lines March 7, was condemned to death July 9, and hung July 27, 1875. Patrick O'Donoghue was kicked and killed at the Flying Horse, Little Hampton Street, August 7, 1875. Morin and Caulfield, the kickers, were sent to penal servitude for 10 years. A woman resisting indecent assault was thrown into the canal, October 8, 1875, and died from effects. Emma Luke, Hope Street, killed her infant and herself, October 23, 1875. Samuel Todd, a deaf-mute, killed William Brislin in a fit of passion, December 31, 1875, 15 years penal servitude. George Underhill shot Alfred Price in Stephenson Place, January 12, 1876, being in drink at the time and thinking he was going to be robbed. Price died, and Underhill was imprisoned for 12 months. Frederick Lipscomb killed his wife because she did not get his meals ready to the time he wished, July 18, 1876. Mary Saunders Aston had her throat cut by F.E. Baker, her lodger, January 16, 1877. He was hung April 17. John Nicholson killed Mary, or Minnie, Fantham in Navigation Street, February 23, 1877, committing suicide himself. He was buried as a felo de se. Francis Mason, Litimer Street, stabbed his wife June 25, 1867, but the jury called it manslaughter, and he was allowed to retire for 5 years. William Toy, a glasscutter, was killed in the Plasterers' Arms, Lupin Street, July 20, 1878, in a drunken row. Edward Johnson, a retired butcher of this town, killed his wife and drowned himself at Erdington, July 27, 1878. Sarah Alice Vernon, married woman, aged 26, was first stabbed and then flung into the canal at Spring Hill by her paramour, John Ralph, a hawker of fancy baskets, early in the morning of May 31, 1879. He was hung August 26. Caroline Brooks, a young woman of 20, was fatally stabbed on the night of June 28, 1879, while walking with her sweetheart, but the man who killed her escaped. Alfred Wagstaff of Netchells Green kicked his while for pawning his shirt on October 25, 1879. She died a week after, and he was sent to penal servitude for 10 years. An Irishman named John Gately was shot on Saturday, December 5, 1880, in a beerhouse at Solihull by a country man who got away. The murdered man had been connected with the Irish Land League. Mrs. Ellen Jackson, a widow, 34 years of age, through poverty and despondency, poisoned herself and 2 children, aged 7 and 9, on Sunday, November 27, 1881. 1 child recovered. Frederick Sermon at the 4 dwellings near Saltley, Nov. 22, 1883, shot Angelina Yanwood and poisoned himself because the woman would not live longer with him to be clemmed. James Lloyd Jan, 6, 1884, stabbed his wife Martha because she had not met him the previous afternoon. She died 4 days after, and he was sentenced to death but reprieved. Mrs. Palmer and Mrs. Stewart were shot by Henry Kimberley at the White Hart, Paradise Street, Deck. 28, 1884. Mrs. Palmer died, and Kimberley was hung at Winson Green, March 17, 1885. James Davis, policeman, while on his beat at Alvechurch, was murdered Feb. 28, 1885, by Moses Shrimpton, a Birmingham poacher and thief. Elizabeth Bunting, a girl of 16, was murdered at Handsworth, April 20, 1885, by her uncle, Thomas Bolton. Museums no place in England ought to have a better collection of coins and medals, but there is no numismatic museum in Birmingham. Few towns can show such a list of patentees and inventors, but we have no patent museum wherein to preserve the outcome of their ideas. Though the town's very name cannot be traced through the mists of dim antiquity, the most ancient thing we can show is the Old Crown public house. Romans and Normans, Britons and Saxons have all trod the same ground as ourselves, but we preserve no relics of them. Though we have supplied the whole earth with firearms, it was left to Mr. Marshall, of Leeds, to gather together a gun museum. Fortunately, the guardians of the proof house were liberal, and buying the collection for £1,550, made many valuable additions to it, and after exhibiting it for a time at 5, Newhall Street, presented it to the town in August 1876. There is a curious miscellany of articles on exhibition at Aston Hall, which some may call a museum, and a few cases of birds, sundry stuffed animals, and sea. But we must wait until the art gallery, now in course of erection, is finished before the Midland metropolis can boast of owning a real museum. At various times, some rich examples of industrial art have been exhibited in the temporary art gallery adjoining the Midland Institute, and now, in one of the rooms of the Free Library, there are sufficient to form the nucleus of a good museum. We may, therefore, hope that, in time, we shall have a collection that we may be proud of. Mr. Joseph Chamberlain, April 26, 1875, gave £1,000 to purchase objects of industrial art, and it has been expended in the purchase of a collection of gems and precious stones, than which nothing could be more suitable in this center of the jewelry trade. Possibly, on the opening of the new art gallery, we shall hear of other thousands as forthcoming. Musical associations there were, of course, the choirs attached to the churches previous, but the earliest musical society is believed to be that established by James Kempson in 1762 at Cook's in the cherry orchard, and the founding of which led to the musical festivals. The members met for practice, and evidently enjoyed their pipes and glasses, their nightly song being, "To our musical club here's long life and prosperity, may it flourish with us, and so on to posterity, may concord and harmony always abound, and division here only in music be found. May the catch and the glass go about, and another succeed to the bottle that's out." This society was appropriately known as the Musical and Amicable Society, from which sprung the Choral Society in 1776, though the present Festival Choral Society only claims to be in its 38th year. The Birmingham Musical Society dates from 1840, the Amateur Harmonic Association from January 1856, the Edgbaston Musical Union from 1874, and the Philharmonic Union from 1870. The Church Schools Choral Union, the Sunday Schools Union Festival Choir, and the Birmingham Musical Association, with one or two others, are the progeny of later years. The last on the list of musical institutions being the Clef Club in Exchange Buildings, established March 21, 1832, for the promotion of musical culture by providing a central resort for the study and practice of vocal and instrumental music, with the social advantages of a club. Musical festivals. The credit of suggesting the first musical festival in aid of the funds of the General Hospital has been assigned to Mr. Kempson, a local musician, who, with his friends, formed a glee and catch club at Cook's, in the cherry orchard. The minutes book of the hospital under date of May 3, 1768, records that a resolution was passed that a musical entertainment should be arranged, and it was held accordingly on the 7th, 8th, and 9th of September in that year, part of the performances taking place at St. Philip's Church, and part at the theatre, then in King Street, the festival being wound up with a ball at Mrs. Sawyer's in the square. Church, theatre, and ball was the order of the day for many succeeding festivals. The town hall, which may be said to have been built almost purposely for these performances, not being ready until 1834. The theatre was only utilized for one evening each festival after until 1843, when 3 concerts were held therein, but since that date, the town hall has been found sufficient. The festival balls were long a great attraction, no less than 700 attending in 1834. But, possibly from a too free admixture of the general public, the aristocratic patronage thereof gradually declined until 1858, when only 300 tickets having been taken, the ball night was struck out of the future programs. The first festival performances were by purely local artistes, and on several occasions afterwards they formed the bulk of the performers. But as the fame of our festivals increased, so did the inflow of the foreign element, until at one period not more than half a dozen local names could be found in any program. This has been altered to a considerable extent of late years, so much so that at the last festival, nearly the whole of the chorus of voices was composed of members of our local musical societies, and a fair sprinkling of the instrumentalists also. A big book would be required for a full history of the Birmingham triennial festivals, descriptive of their rise and progress, the hundreds of musical novelties introduced, the many scores of talented artistes who have taken parts, the lords and ladies who have attended, and the 1,000 odd notes appertaining to them all. In the following notes are briefly chronicled the first appearances, and see, with the results and other items for reference. 1768, Sept. 7–9. The oratorios of Il Penseroso and Alexander's Feast were performed at the theatre in King Street, Handel's Te Deum and Jubilate with the Messiah at St. Philip's Church. The principal singers were Mrs. Pinto, first soprano, and Mr. Charles Norris, tenor. The orchestra numbered about 70, the conductor being Mr. Capel Bond of Coventry, with Mr. Pinto as leader of the band. The tickets of admission were fives. Each the receipts with donations, amounting to about £800, and the profits to £299. 1778, Sept. 2–4. The performances this time and for 15 festivals after were at St. Philip's Church, and at the newly built theatre in New Street the oratorios and see including Judas Maccabeus, the Messiah, Handel's Te Deum, Jubilate, Assis and Galatea and see principal performers. Miss Mann, Miss Salmon, Mr. C. Norris and Servetto, a celebrated violoncellist, the leader of the band being Mr. William Kramer, a popular violinist. The choir had the assistance of the celebrated women chorus singers from Lancashire. The receipts were again about £800, and the profits £340, which sum was divided between the hospital and the building fund for St. Paul's. 1784, Sept. 22–24. President, Lord Dudley and Ward. Following after the celebrated Handel commemoration, the program was filled almost solely with selections from Handel's works, the only novelty being the oratorio of Goliath, composed by Mr. Atterbury, which according to one modern musical critic has never been heard of since. Master Bartleman, who afterwards became the leading bass singer of the day, was the novelty among the performers. Receipts £1,325, profits £703. 1787, Aug. 22–24. President, the Earl of Aylesford. In addition to the miscellaneous, mostly Handelian pieces, the oratories performed were Israel in Egypt and the Messiah, the latter being so remarkably successful that an extra performance of it was given on the Saturday following. Among the perfumers were Mrs. Billington, first soprano, Mr. Samuel Harrison, one of the finest tenor singers ever heard in England, and Mr. John Sale, a rich-toned bass, and the women chorus. Receipts about £2,000, profits £964. 1790, Aug. 25–27. President, Lord Dudley and Ward. The Messiah, with miscellaneous selections, the principal performers being Madame Mara, Mr. Reinhold, and Mr. Charles Knivet, with Jean Mara, violoncellist, and John Christian Fisher, oboist. The prices of admission were raised at this festival to 10s. 6d and 7s, theatre boxes 7s. 6d, pit 5s, gallery 3s. 6d. Receipts £1,965 £15. Profits £958 14s. 1796, Aug. 31 to Sept. 2, President, the Earl of Aylesford. The performances were like those of 1790, of a general character, besides the Messiah, while the two principal sopranos were the Misses Fletcher, daughters of a local musician. The trombone was introduced at this festival for the first time. Receipts £2,043 18s. Profits £897. 1792, September 18 to 20. President, the Earl of Warwick. The Messiah, with vocal and instrumental selections of the usual character. Miss Poole and Master Elliot among the vocalists, with Mr. Holmes, bassoonist, and Signor Mariotti, trombone player, were chief of the newly introduced performers. Receipts, £2,550. Profits, £1,470. 1802, September 22 to 24. President, the Earl of Dartmouth. For the first time in this town, Haydn's Creation was performed in addition to the Messiah. And see among the vocalists were Madame Dussac, Mrs. Mountain, John Braham, the Braham of undying fame, and Mr. William Knivet. Mr. Francois Kramer, leader of the band, and at every festival until 1843, had with him Andrew Ashe, flautist, Offasi double bass, and C, with over 100 in the orchestra. Receipts, £3,820 17. 014D. Profits, £2,380. 1805, Oct. 2 to 4. President, the Earl of Aylesford. The Messiah was given for the first time here with Mozart's accompaniments. Part of the creation, and C. Mr. Thomas Vaughan was among the singers, and he took part in every festival until 1840, and Signor Domenico Dragonetti, double bass, and the brothers Petrol's, horn players with the instruments. Receipts, £4,222. Profits, £2,202. 1808, Oct. 5 to 7. President, the Right Hun, Lord Guernsey. Nearly 200 performers, including Master Buggins, a Birmingham boy alto, Mr. J. Goss countertenor, Signor Joseph Naldi Buffo, and Dr. Crotch, the conductor, organist, and pianist. The last named was a good player when only 312 years old. Receipts, £5,511 £12. Profits, £3,257. 1811, Oct. 2 to 4. President, Lord Bradford. Madame Catilney, Mrs. Bianchi, and Mr. T.L. Bellamy first appeared here, as well as Mr. Samuel Wesley, John Wesley's nephew, as conductor and organist. Prices again raised, morning tickets being 20s, and 10s, with 10s. 6D. Pit and 6s, gallery at theatre. Receipts, £6,680. Profits, £3,629. 1814, Oct. 5 to 7. President, the Earl of Plymouth. Miss Stevens, afterwards Countess of Essex, Miss Travis, Vincent Novello, the publisher of After Years, and Griesbach oboist were among the first appearances. Receipts, £7,171 £12. Profits, £3,629. 1817, Oct. 1 to 3. President, the Hun. Sir Charles Greville, KCB Mrs. Salmon, Madame Camporse, Mr. Hobbs tenor, Monsieur Drowett flautist, Mr. T. Harper trumpet, and Mr. Probin horn took part in the performances. Receipts, £8,476. Profits, £4,296 10s. 1820, Oct. 3 to 6. President, the Hun, Hennigeleg. The principal performers included Madame Vestris, Signora Corn, Miss Simons, a native of this town and who continued to sing here occasionally for 20 years, Signor Begrez tenor, Signor Ambrogdi Buffo bass, Mr. R.N.C. Bacusa harpist, Mr. Shahgul violinist, Mr. Stanier flautist, and Mr. Mund viola player. The last two gentlemen were connected with this town until very late years. The chief novelty was the English version of Haydn's Seasons, written by the Reverend John Webb, a local clergyman. Receipts, £9,483. Profits, £5,001 11s. 1823, Oct. 7 to 10. President, Sir Francis Lawley Bart. Among the fresh faces were those of Miss Heaton, afterwards Mrs. T.C. Salt, Signor Placci baritone, Mr. Tome bass, Mr. Nicholson flute, and Signor Pusey horn. The Reverend John Webb wrote for this occasion The Triumph of Gideon, an English adaptation of Winter's to Modos. Receipts, £11,115 10s. Profits, £5,806 £12. 1826, Oct. 4 to 7. President, Earl Howe. The programs this year were more varied than at any previous festival. The performances, in addition to the Messiah, including the oratorio Joseph by Mehel, selections from Grands der Tod Jesu, Handel's Judas Maccabeus, Haydn's Seasons, and see a number of the performers appeared here for their first time, including Madame Caradori, Miss Patton, Miss Bacon, Henry Phillips, the veteran and popular singer of later days, but who was then only in his 25th year. Signor Curioni, said to have borne a wonderful resemblance to Shakespeare in his figurehead and features, Signor de Bigius, Mr. John Baptiste Kramer, C.G. Kieswetter, who died the following year, Charles Augustus de Beriot, who married Madame Malibran Garcia, and quite a host of local instrumentalists who were long chief among our Birmingham musicians. Receipts £10,104, profits £4,592. 1829, Oct. 6 to 9. President, the Earl of Bradford. This was the Jubilee year of the General Hospital, and conspicuous in the program was the Jubilee Anthem in commemoration of the 50th year of its establishment, the words being adapted to the music composed by Cherubini for Charles XS coronation. This was also the last year in which the festival performances took place in St. Philip's Church, or except several single nights of operatic selections, at the theatre. Besides the Jubilee Anthem, there were novelties in the shape of Zingarelli's Cantata Sacra, described in a musical publication as a tame, insipid heap of commonplace trash, and the introduction of operatic selections at the evening concerts. Amongst the performers who made their debut in Birmingham were Madame Malibran Garcia, M. Deal. Blassie's Miss Fanny Eighton, Signor Costa, Signor Gaible, Mrs. Anderson, who gave pianoforte lessons to Princess Victoria, and Mr. Charles Lucas, violoncello. Receipts, £9,771, profits, £3,806 17. 1834, Oct. 7 to 10. President, the Earl of Aylesford. This being the first festival held in the town hall, it may be noted that the prices of admission were for the morning performances, 21 for reserved and 10/6 unreserved seats. In the evening, 15 and 8. At the theater, boxes and pit, 15, gallery, 7, ball on Friday, 10/6. There were 14 principal vocalists, 33 in the semi-chorus, 187 in the full chorus, 147 instrumental performers, 2 conductors, 2 organists, and 1 pianist. Besides the Messiah, there was the new oratorio, David, by Nurcombe, the first that was originally composed for our festivals, selections from the same author's Mount Sinai, from Spohr's Last Judgment, from Handel's Israel in Egypt, and an arrangement of Hummel's Motet and C. This was the first introduction to the festivals of Miss Clara Novello, afterwards Countess Gigliucci, Madame Stockhausen and her husband, harpist, Ignaz Moschels, Mr. William Machen, a townsman. Mrs. Ston and Miss Bate, both Birmingham ladies, Mr. George Hollins, the first appointed town hall organist, and others. Receipts, £13,527, profits, £4,035. 1837, Sept 19 to 22. President, Lord Willoughby de Broke. Mendelssohn's new oratorio, St. Paul, oft mistakenly supposed to have been specially written for the occasion, was the most important production, but Newcomb's Ascension, Hieser's Triumph of Faith, and several other new compositions were performed on this occasion. In addition to Mendelssohn's first appearance here as conductor, there were other new faces, among them being Madame Giola Grissi, Madame Emma Albertazzi, Mrs. Albert Shaw, Signor Antonio Tamburini, Mr. Alfred Mellon in his 17th year, but even then leader of the band at the theater, Signor Rigondi, concertina player, and C. Receipts, £11,900, but as besides more than usually heavy expenses. £1,200 was paid for building the recess in which the organ was placed. The profits were only £2,776. 1840, Sept 22 to 25. President Lord Lee. The oratorio, Israel in Egypt, by Handel, selections from his Jephthah, and Joshua and Mendelssohn's Hymn of Praise, were the great features of this festival, at which appeared for the first time Madame Doris Gras, Miss M.B. Hawes, Signor Louis Lablache with Mr. T. Cook and Mr. H. G. Blagrove, 2 clever violinists. Receipts, £11,613. Profits, £4,503. 1843, Sept 19 to 22. President, Earl Craven. The performances at the town hall included Handel's oratorio, Deborah, Dr. Crotch's Palestine, and Rossini's Stabat Mater. The introduction of the latter causing a considerable flutter among some of the local clergy, one of whom described it as the most idolatrous and anti-Christian composition that could be met with. The theater this year was used for 3 evening concerts, and see among the new vocalists were Miss Rainforth, Signor Mario, Signer Fornassari, and Mr. Manvers. The organists were Dr. Samuel Sebastian Wesley and our Mr. James Stimpson, who had succeeded Mr. George Hollins as town hall organist in the previous year. Receipts, £8,822. Profits, £2,916. 1846 Aug. 25 to 28. President Lord Wriothesley. This is known as the Elijah Festival, from the production of Mendelssohn's Chef d'oeuvre the Elijah Oratorio. The performers were mostly those who had been here before, save Miss Bassano, the Mrs. Williams, Mr. Lockie, and Herr Joseph Stodigal. Receipts, £11,638. Profits, £5,508. 1849, Sept 4 to 7. President Lord Guernsey. This festival is especially noteworthy as being the first conducted by Sir Michael Costa, also for the number of principals, who had not previously taken part in the festivals, for the extreme length of the evening programs, each lasting till after midnight. And lastly, from the fact that out of a body of 130 instrumentalists, only 8 or 9 Birmingham musicians could be found to please the maestro's taste. The oratorios of the Messiah, Elijah, and Israel in Egypt were the principal pieces, with Mendelssohn's First Walpurgis Night and Prince Albert's L'invocazione dell'Armonia, the remainder being of the most varied character. The first appearances included Madame Sontag, Madame Castellan, Miss Catherine Hayes, M. Deal, Alboni, Miss Stevens, afterwards Mrs. Hale, M. Deal, Jetty de Treffes, Sims Reeves, Herr Pischek baritone basso, Signor Bottesini double bass, M. Sigismund Thalberg pianist, M. Prosper Sainton violinist, and C. Receipts £10,334. Profits £2,448. 1852, Sept 7 to 10. President Lord Lee. Handel's Oratorio, Samson, and Mendelssohn's unfinished Christus were the chief new works, and the principal stangers were Madame Viardot Garda, Miss Dolby, Signor Tamberlik, Herr Forms, Signor Belletti, Mr. Weiss, Signor Piety, violoncello, Signer Bottesini double bass, and Herr Q pianoforte. Receipts £11,925. Profits £4,704. 1855 Aug. 28 to 31. President Lord Willoughby de Broke. The program included Costa's Eli, composed for the occasion, Beethoven's Mount of Olives, Glover's Tam O'Shanter, Macfarren's Cantata Lenora, and Mozart's Requiem. The fresh artistes being Madame Ruderstorff, Signor Gardoni, and Herr Reichert. Receipts £12,745. Profits £3,108, in addition to £1,000 spent on decorating, and C. the hall and organ. 1858 Aug. 31 to Sept 3. President, the Earl of Dartmouth. The novelties included Mendelssohn's Hymn Praise Jehovah, Beethoven's Mass in C, Leslie's Cantata Judith, Mendelssohn's Cantata to the Sons of Art, Costa's Serenata, The Dream, and C. First appearances were made by M. Deal, Victory Balfe, Signor Rinconi, Mr. Montam Smith, about a dozen instrumentalists belonging to the Festival Choral Society, and nearly 70 members of the Amateur Harmonic Association, Mr. W. C. Stockley filling the post of General Chorus Master. This was the last year of the festival balls. Receipts, £11,141. Profits, £2,731. 1861 Aug. 27 to 30. President, the Earl of Shrewsbury and Talbot. The new introductions comprised M. Deal, Titian's M. Deal, Adelina Patti, M. Deal, Lemons Sherrington, Miss Palmer, Signor Giaglini, Mr. Santley, and Miss Arabella Goddard. Beethoven's Mass in D and Hummel's Motet Alma Virgo were part of the program, which included not only the Messiah and Elijah, but also Samson and the Creation, and C. Receipts, £11,453. Profits, £3,043. 1864, Sept 6 to 9. President, the Earl of Lichfield. Costa's Namen, Sullivan's Kenilworth, Guglielmo's Offertorium, and Mozart's 12th Mass were produced. Mr. W. H. Cummings made his first appearance. Receipts, £13,777. Profits, £5,256. 1867 Aug. 27 to 29. President, Earl Beauchamp. The novelties were Bennett's Woman of Samaria, Gounod's Messe Solennelle, Benedict's Legend of St. Cecilia, and Barnett's Ancient Mariner. The new singers were M. Deal, Christine Nilsson, and Majum Patey Wylock. Receipts, £14,397. Profits, £5,541. 1870 Aug. 30 to Sept 2. President, the Earl of Bradford. The new works were Barnett's Paradise and the Peri, Benedict's St. Peter, and Hiller's Nala and Damianti, M. Ilma de Murska, M. Drastil, Miss Edith Wynne Eas Cymru, Signor Foley, and Mr. Vernon Rigby making their debut as festival singers. Receipts, £14,635. Profits, £6,195. 1873, Aug. 25 to 28. President, the Earl of Shrewsbury and Talbot. The most important of the novelties were Sullivan's Light of the World and Sciarra's Lord of Burleigh. But the greatest attraction of all was the patronizing presence of royalty in the person of the Duke of Edinburgh. Receipts, £16,097. Profits, £6,391. 1876, Aug. 29 to Sept. 1 President, the Marquis of Hertford. Herr Wagner's Holy Supper, Mr. Macfarren's Resurrection, Mr. F. H. Cohen's Corsair, and Herr Gade's Zion and Crusaders were the pieces now first introduced, the artistes being all old friends, with the exception of Mr. E. Lloyd. Receipts, £15,160. Profits, £5,823. 1879, Aug. 26 to 20. President Lord Norton. The fresh compositions consisted of Herr Max Bruch's Lay of the Bell, Rossini's Moses in Egypt, Saint-Saëns, The Lyre and Harp, and Dr. C.S. Heap's Overture in F. First appearances included Madame Gerster, Miss Anna Williams, Mr. Joseph Moss, and Herr Henschel. Receipts, £11,729. Profits, £4,500. 1882, Aug. 29 to Sep. 1 President Lord Windsor. On this occasion, Madame Rose Mapleson, Miss Eleanor Farnell, Mr. Horrocks, Mr. Campion, and Mr. Woodhall first came before a festival audience. The list of new works comprised Gounod's Redemption, Gall's Holy City, Gade's Psyche, Benedict's Graziella, Mr. C. H. Perry's Symphony in G major. Brahms triumphed, with a new song and a new march by Gounod. Receipts, £15,011. Profits, £4,704. 1885. Aug. 25 to 28 President, Lord Brooke. The principal performers were Madame Albani, Mrs. Hutchinson, Miss Anna Williams, Madame Patey, Madame Trebelli, Messrs. Edward Lloyd, Joseph Moss, Santley, Signor Foley. Herr Richter was the conductor. Works performed were Oratorio, Elijah, new cantata, Sleeping Beauty, new oratorio, Mors et Vita, new cantata, Yuletide, Oratorio, Messiah, new cantata, The Spectre's Bride, new oratorio, The Three Holy Children. Music Hall's Mr. Henry Holder is often said to have been the first who opened a public room of this kind, but there had been one some years before at the George and Dragon, corner of Weeman Street, Steelhouse Lane, which was both popular and respectably conducted concert halls. Musical instruments. Our grandfathers and grandmothers were content with their harps and harpsichords, their big and little fiddles, with trumpets and drums, horns, oboes, bassoons, and pipes. Clarinets were not introduced into the festival bands until 1778. The double bass kettle drums came in 1784. Trombones in 1790. Flutes with 6 or more keys were not known until 1802. Serpents appeared in 1820. Flageolets in 1823. The ophicleide was brought in 1829, and the monster specimens in 1834, which year also saw the introduction of the piccolo. The bombardon not coming until 1843. Pianofortes were first known in England in 1767, but when first played in Birmingham is uncertain. The first time the instrument is named in a festival program was 1808, but the loan of a grand by Mr. Tompkinson, a London maker, in 1817, was an event thought deserving of a special vote of thanks. Musical notabilities of the highest caliber have been frequent visitors here, at the festivals and at the theaters, though the native-born sons of song who have attained high rank in the profession number but few. Under musical festivals appear the names of all the leading artistes who have taken part in those world-known performances, the dates of their first appearances being only given, and in like manner in the notice of our theaters and theatrical celebrities, will be chronicled the advents of many celebrated stars who have trod our local boards. Considering the position he long held in the musical world, the introduction of Sir Michael Costa to Birmingham has sufficient interest to be here noted. Signor Costa had been sent by his friend Zingarelli to conduct his Cantata Sacra at the festival of 1829. The managers, however, thought so very little of the young gentleman's appearance, he was but 19, that they absolutely refused him permission to do so, only allowing his expenses on condition that he went among the singers. It was of no use his telling them that he was a conductor and not a singer, and he had nervously to take the part assigned him. On returning to London, he quickly made his mark and fell into his right place of honor and credit. Musical services, the first of a series of weeknight musical services for the people, took place at St. Luke's Church, September 10, 1877, the instruments used being the organ, 2 kettle drums, 2 trumpets, and 2 trombones. This was by no means an original idea, for the followers of Swedenborg had similar services as well in their chapel in Paradise Street, on site of Queen's College, as in Newhall Street and Summer Lane. Mysteries of past history. It was believed that a quantity of arms were provided here by certain gentlemen favorable to the Pretender's cause in 1745, and that on the rebels failing to reach Birmingham, the said arms were buried on the premises of a certain manufacturer, who for the good of his health fled to Portugal. The fact of the weapons being hidden came to the knowledge of the government some 60 years after, and a search for them was intended, but though the name of the manufacturer was found in the rare books of the period, and down to 1750, the site of his premises could not be ascertained, the street addresses not being inserted, only the quarter of the town, thus, T.S. Digbath Quarter. The swords, &c., have remained undiscovered to the present day. M10, 1864, while excavations were being made in the old castle yard. In High Street, the skeletons of 3 human beings were found in a huddled position about 212 ft. From the surface, the old enclaves were noted for the peculiar character, or want thereof, of its inhabitants, though why they buried their dead beneath their cellar floors must remain a mystery. On October 29, 1879, the skeleton of a full-grown man was found underneath what had once been the site of a house in Court No. 25 of the old enclaves, where it must have lain at least 20 years. Nail-making. See trades. Natural History and Microscopical Society was formed in January 1858. The first meeting of the Midland Union of Natural History, Philosophical, and Archaeological Societies and Field Clubs was held at the Midland Institute, May 27, 1878. Nechells. There is, or was, a year or two back, a very old house, Nechells Hall, still in existence, where at one period of their history some of the Holt family resided. Needless Alley is said to have been originally called Needles Alley from a pin and needle maker's shop there. Nelson, Bolton struck a line medal in commemoration of the Battle of Trafalgar, and by permission of the government gave one to every person who took part in the action. Flag officers and commanders receiving copies in gold, lieutenants and C in silver, and the men bronze. Being struck for this purpose only, and not for sale, the medal is very scarce. See statues. New Hall. One of the residences of the Colmore family, demolished in 1787, the advertisement announcing the sale of its materials appearing July 2 that year. It is generally believed that the house stood in exact line with Newhall Street, and at its juncture with Great Charles Street, the houses with the steps to them showing that the site between, whereon the hall stood, was lowered after its clearance. Newhall Hill, famous forever in our history for the gatherings which have at times taken place thereon, the most important of which are those of 1819, July 12, to elect a representative, who should demand admittance to, and a seat in, the House of Commons. Whether the Commons would let him or number for taking part in this meeting, George Edmunds, Major Cartwright, and some others, were put on their trial. A true bill was found on August 9th, but the indictment being removed to King's Bench, the trial did not take place till August 7, 1820, the sentence of 12 months' imprisonment being passed May 28, 1821 in 1832, May 14, nearly 200,000 persons present, Mr. Thomas Atwood presiding. This is the meeting described as one of the most solemn spectacles ever seen in the world. When the whole mighty assemblage took the vow of the political union, to devote themselves and their children to their country's cause. In 1833, May 20, at which the government was censured for passing a coercion bill for Ireland, for keeping on the window and house taxes, for not abolishing the coin laws, and for not allowing vote by ballot. Newhall Lane was the original name for that part of Colmore Row situate between Newhall Street and Livery Street. New John Street, for a long time, was considered the longest street in the borough, being 1 mile and 200 yards long. New Market Street. Some ground was set out here years ago for a market, hence the name. Newspapers and magazines. In 1719, there were many small sheets of news published in London, but the imposition of a halfpenny stamp finished the career of the majority. In 1797, a 312D stamp, and in 1815 a 4D stamp was required. In 1836, it was reduced to 1D, and in 1855, after a long agitation, the newspaper duty was abolished altogether. About 1830, the trick of printing a calico sheet of news was tried, the letter of the law being that duty must be paid on newspapers, but the Somerset House people soon stopped it. In Oct. 1834, among many others, James Guest, Thomas Watts, and William Plastons, news vendors of this town, were committed to Warwick Jail for the offense of selling unstamped papers. In 1840, the total circulation of all the local papers did not reach 14,000 copies per week, a great contrast to the present day, when one office alone sends out more than 150,000 in the like time. During the Chartist agitation, there were frequently as many as 5,000 to 6,000 copies of Fergus O'Connor's Northern Star sold here, and many hundreds a week of the Weekly Dispatch, a great favorite with the people then. Cacoth's scribendi, or the scribbling itch, is a complaint many local people have suffered from. But to give a list of all the magazines, newspapers, journals, and periodicals that have been published here is impossible. Many, like garden flowers, have bloomed, fruited, and lived their little day. Others have proved sturdy plants and stood their ground for years, but the majority only just budded into life before the cold frosts of public neglect struck at their roots and withered them up, not a leaf being left to tell even the date of their death. Notes of a few are here given. Advertiser first number appeared Oct. 10, 1833. Argus started as a monthly Aug. 1828c, all day, under noteworthy men. Eris's Gazette, the oldest of our present local papers, was first published Nov. 10, 1741. Like all other papers of that period, it was but a dwarf in comparison with the present broadsheet, and the whole of the local news given in its first number was comprised in 5 lines announcing the celebration of Admiral Vernon's birthday. Its founder, Thos. Eris, died July 4, 1761. Since that date, it had seen but few changes in its proprietorship until 1872, when it was taken by a limited liability company, its politics remaining staunchly conservative. On May 12, 1862, it was issued as a daily, the Saturday's publication still bearing the old familiar name. Athlete first issued as the Midland Athlete, January 1879. Bizarre Quarto serial of 1823-25. Birmingham Magazine, a literary and scientific publication edited by Reverend Hugh Hutton. First appeared in Nov. 1827, running only 9 numbers. Brumme, so-called satirical, but slightly scurrilous, sheet issued in 1869 for a brief period. Central Literary Magazine first number in Jan. 1873. Chronicle first published in 1765 by Miles Swinney, who continued to edit the paper until his death in 1812. It was sold March 15, 1819, as well as the type foundry which had been carried on by Mr. Swinney, a business then noteworthy, as there was but one other of the kind in England out of London. Daily Globe Conservative 12D. Evening paper, commencing Nov. 17, 1879 and dying Oct. 30, 1880. Daily Mail Evening 12D. Paper, an offshoot from the Daily Post and now printed on adjoining premises. First published Sept. 7, 1870. Daily Post first published Dec. 4, 1857 by the proprietors of the journal. From the first it took, well, and it is the leading daily paper of the Midland counties. Daily Press, the first daily paper issued in Birmingham, appeared on May 7, 1855. Like many other new inventions, however, it did not succeed in making a firm footing and succumbed in November 1858. D'Arte well-conducted comic weekly paper, commenced Oct. 28, 1876. Edgbaston Advertiser published monthly by Mr. Thos. Britain, Ladywood. As its name implies, this publication is more of the character of an advertising sheet than a newspaper, but it often contains choice literary pieces which make it a favorite. Edgebastonia, a monthly, full of quaint and curious notes, local biographies, and issued by Mr. Eliezer Edwards, the well-known SDR. First sent out May, 1881. Edmonds Weekly Recorder, first published by George Edmonds, June 18, 1819. It was alive in 1823, but date of last issue is uncertain. Germany newspaper printed in the German language made its appearance here Aug. 7, 1866, but did not live long. Graphique Penny Illustrated commenced Feb. 21, 1883, but its growth was not sufficiently hardy to keep it alive more than 2 summers. Gridiron, a grill for saints and sinners, according to number 1, June 14, 1879, and if bitter biting personalities can be called fun, the publication was certainly an amusing one, so long as it lasted. Hardware Lion, rather a curious name for the monthly advertising sheet first published Dec. 1880, but it did not long survive. Illustrated Midland News, the publication of this paper, Sept. 4, 1869, was a spirited attempt by Mr. Joseph Hatt to rival the Illustrated London News. But the fates were against him, and the last number was that of March 11, 1871. Inspectorate Political Sheet, which only appeared a few times in 1815. Irisay few numbers of a literary magazine thus named were issued in 1830. Jabot's Herald-Day weekly paper, published 1808, but not of long existence. Journal-A paper with this name was published in 1733, but there are no files extant to show how long it catered for the public. A copy of its 18th number, Monday, May 21, 1733, a small 4-2 of 4 pages, with the 1/2D. Red stamp is in the possession of the proprietors of the Daily Post. The Journal of Later Days first appeared June 4, 1825, and continued to be published as a Saturday weekly until 1873, when it was incorporated with the Daily Post. Liberal Review first number March 20, 1880, and a few numbers ended it. Looker-on a quizzical critical sheet of theatrical items of the year 1823. Literary Phoenix, a miscellany of literary litter swept together by Mr. Henry Hawks in 1820, but soon dropped. Lion, another of the modern satirical short-lived sheets, started Jan. 4, 1877. Mercury, the Birmingham Mercury and Warwickshire and Staffordshire Advertiser, was the title of newspaper of which the first copy was dated November 24, 1820. The title of Mercury was revived in 1848, on the 10th December of which year Mr. W.M. B. Smith brought out his paper of that name. It commenced with éclat, but soon lost its good name, and ultimately, after a lingering existence as a daily at last, it died out August 24, 1857. Middle School Mirror, a monthly, edited, written, and published by the boys of the Middle School of King Edward VI, shone forth in December, 1880. Midland Antiquary, first number for Oct. 1882, a well-edited chronicle of matters interesting to our old mortality boys. Midland County's Herald, first published July 26, 1836, by Messrs. Wright and Dane. Its circulation, though almost gratuitous, is extensive, and from its high character as a medium for certain classes of advertisements, it occasionally has appeared in the novel shape of a newspaper without any news, the advertisers taking up all the space. Midland Echo Halfpenny evening paper commenced Feb. 26, 1883, as an extra superfine liberal organ, ceased to appear as a local paper early in 1885. Midland Metropolitan Magazine. This heavily named monthly lasted just 1 year, from Dec. 1852. Midland Naturalist commenced Jan. 1, 1878. Morning News Daily paper, in politics a nonconformist liberal, first published Jan. 2, 1871, under the editorship of George Dawson until the expiration of 1873. On Aug. 16, 1875, it was issued as a morning and evening paper at 1/2d. but the copy for May 27, 1876, contained its own death notice. Mousetrap, the title of a little paper of playful badinage, issued for a month or two in the autumn of 1824. Naturalists' Gazette in Sept. 1882, the Birmingham Naturalists began a gazette of their own. Old and New Birmingham was published in monthly parts, the first being issued June 1, 1878. Owley Weekly Pennyworth of Self-Announced Wit and Wisdom, first issued Jan. 30, 1879. Penny Magazine. This popular periodical, the forerunner of all the cheap literature of the day, may be said to have had a Birmingham origin, as it was first suggested to Charles Knight by Mr. M. D. Hill in 1832. Philanthropist first published as The Reformer, April 16, 1835, by Benjamin Hudson, 18 Bull Street. Weekly, 4 pages, price 7d, but in the following September lowered to 412d, the stamp duty of 4d, being at that time reduced to 1d. In politics it was liberal and a staunch supporter of the dissenters, who only supported it for about 2 years. Radical Times came into existence Sept. 30, 1876, but being too rabidly radical, even for the 600, whose leading strings it shirked, it did not thrive for long. Register, or entertaining museum with the prefix of the town's name, this monthly periodical lived 1 year from May 10, 1764. This was one of the earliest London-printed country papers, the only local portion being the outside pages, so that it suited for a number of places. Reporter and review principally devoted to the doings on the local stage, and published for a brief period during June and c. 1823. Saturday Evening Post, a weekly make-up from the Daily Post, with a few distinctive features, and came into being with that paper. Price 1-1/2d. Originally issued at noon on Saturday, but latterly it has appeared simultaneous with the Daily, and is known as the Weekly Post, its price lately having been reduced to 1d. Saturday Night first published, Sept. 30, 1882. Saturday's Register, another, of George Edmund's political papers, which appeared for a few months in 1820. Spectator, a literary and dramatic monthly, of which 7 parts were published in 1824. Sunday Echo first number came out May 21, 1882. Sunday Express started August, 1884, and died August, 1885. Sunday Telegram started May, 1883. Sunrise Rose Nov. 1882 at the price of 1 halfpenny and lasted a few weeks only. Tatler April 1817 saw the first appearance of this tittle-tattle tale-telling monthly tease to all lovers of theatrical order, and August saw the last. Theatrical Argus of May and following months of 1830, a 2-penny worth of hodgepodge, principally scandal. Theatrical John Bull published in May, 1824, lasting for the season only. Theatrical Notebook rival to Above in June, 1824, and going off the stage same time. Town Crier, this respectable specimen of a local comic, appeared first in September, 1861, and it deserves a long life, if only for keeping clear of scandal and scurrility. Warwick and Staffordshire Journal. Though printed here, the town was not thought capable of filling its columns. A little experience showed the 2 counties to be as bad, and subscribers were tempted to buy by the issue of an illustrated Bible and prayer book sent out in parts with the paper. The first number was that of Aug. 20, 1737, and it continued till the end of Revelations, a large number of copperplate engravings being given with the Bible, though the price of the paper was but 2d. Weekly Mercury commenced November, 1884. Weekly News, a week attempt at a weekly paper, lasted from May to September, 1882. Newsrooms. The first to open a newsroom were Messrs. Thomson and Wrightson, booksellers, who on Aug. 22, 1807, admitted the public to its tables. In 1825, a handsome newsroom was erected in Bennett's Hill, the site of which was sold in 1858 for the county court, previous to its removal to Waterloo Street. New Street, once called Beast Market, was in Hutton's time approached from High Street through an archway, the rooms over being in his occupation. In 1817 there were several Walden Gardens on the Bennett's Hill side of the street, and it is on record that one house at least was let at the low rent of 5.6d per week. The Old Grapes public house was pulled down just after the Queen's visit, being the last of the houses removed on account of the railway station. Though it has long been the principal business street of the town, New Street was at one time devoted to the ignoble purposes of a beast market, and where the fair ladies of today lightly tread the flags when on shopping bent, the swine did wait the butcher's knife. New Street is 561 yards in length. Between Temple Street and Bennett's Hill it is 46.12 feet wide, and near Worcester Street 65 ft. 4 in. wide. Nonconformists, the so-called Act of Uniformity of 1602, deprived nearly 2,000 of the clergy of their livings, and a few of them came to Birmingham as a place of refuge, ministering among the dissenters, who then had no buildings for regular worship. There were many documents in the Lost Stanton collection relating to some of these clergymen, who, however, did not find altogether comfortable quarters even here. One George Long, M.D., who had fled from his persecutors in Staffordshire, finding no peace in Birmingham, removed to Ireland. Others, though they came here by stealth to minister, had to reside in country parts. A central nonconformist committee was formed here March 3, 1870. Nonjurors among the name of the Roman Catholics, or nonjurors, who refused to take the oath of allegiance to George I, appeared that of John Styche, of Birmingham, whose forfeited estate was, in 1715, valued at £12. Northfield, 4.5 miles from Birmingham. There was a church here at the time of the Norman survey, and some traces of its Saxon origin, students of architecture said, could once be found in the ancient doorway on the north side of the building. Some 40 years ago, the psalmody of the congregation and choir received assistance from the mellifluous strains ground out of a barrel organ, which instrument is still preserved as a curiosity by a gentleman of the neighborhood. They had an indelible way at one time of recording local proceedings in matters connected with the church here. The inscriptions on the 6 bells cast in 1730 being, "Treble we are now 6, though once but 5, second, though against our casting some did strive, third, but when a day for meeting they did fix, fourth, there appeared but 9 against 26, fifth, Samuel Palmer and Thomas Silk churchwardens, tenor, Thomas Kettle and William Jervois did contrive to make us 6 that were but 5. Notable offenses in olden days, very heavy punishments were dealt out for what we now think but secondary offenses, 3 men being sentenced to death at the assizes, held March 31, 1742, 1 Anstey for burglary, Townsend for sheep stealing, and Wilmot for highway robbery. The laws also took cognizance of what to us are strange crimes, a woman in 1790 being imprisoned here for selling almanacs without the government stamp on them, sundry tradesmen also being heavily fined for dealing in covered buttons. The following are a few other notable offenses that have been chronicled for reference. Bigamy. The Reverend Thomas Morris Hughes was, Nov. 15, 1883, sentenced to 7 years penal servitude for this offense. He had been previously punished for making a false registration of the birth of a child, the mother of which was his own stepdaughter. Burglary on Christmas Eve, 1800, 5 men broke into the counting house at Soho, stealing therefrom 150 guineas and a lot of silver, but Matthew Bolton captured 4 of them who were transported. The National School at Handsworth was broken into and robbed for the 5th time sept. 5, 1827, a warehouse in Bradford Street was robbed Jan. 9, 1856 of an iron safe weighing nearly 4 cwt. And containing £140 in cachet burglary was committed in the Ball Ring, July 5, 1862, for which 7 persons were convicted. Coining Booth, the noted coiner and forger, was captured at Perry Bar, March 28, 1812, his house being surrounded by constables and soldiers. In addition to a number of forged notes and £600 in counterfeit silver, the captors found 200 guineas in gold and nearly £3,000 in good notes, but they did not save Booth Eram being hanged. Booth had many hiding places for his peculiar productions, parcels of spurious coins having several times been found in hedgerow banks and elsewhere. The latest find, in April 1884, consisted of engraved copperplates for Bank of England. £1 and £2 notes there have been hundreds of coiners punished since his day. the latest trick is getting really good dies for sovereigns, for which Ingram Belborough, an old man of 66, got 7 years penal servitude, Nov. 15/1883. Deserters on 24 July, 1742, a soldier deserted from his regiment in this town. Followed and resisting, he was shot at Tettenhall Wood. A sergeant of the Coldstream Guards was shot here while trying to capture a deserter, September 13, 1796. Dynamite making one of the most serious offenses committed in Birmingham was discovered when Alfred Whitehead was arrested April 5, 1883, on the charge of manufacturing nitroglycerine, or dynamite, at 128 Leadsom Street. Whitehead was one of the Irish-American or American-Irish party of the Landleaguers, or Home Rulers, who entertained the idea that by committing horrible outrages in England, they will succeed in making Ireland free from the galling yoke of Saxon tyranny, and every Irishman independent of everybody and everything everywhere. Well supplied with funds from New York, Whitehead quietly arranged his little manufactory, buying glycerine from one firm and nitric and sulfuric acids from others, certain members of the conspiracy coming from London to take away the stuff when it was completely mixed. The deliveries of the peculiar ingredients attracted the attention of Mr. Gilbert Pritchard, whose chemical knowledge led him to guess what they were required for. He informed his friend, Sergeant Price, of his suspicions. Price and his superior officers made nightly visits to Leadsom Street, getting into the premises and taking samples for examination. And on the morning named, Whitehead's game was over, though not before he had been watched in sending off 2 lots of the dangerously explosive stuff to London. There was, however, no less than 200 pounds weight found still on the premises. The men who carried it to London were quickly caught with the dynamite in their possession, and with Whitehead were brought to trial, and each of them sentenced to penal servitude for life. The distribution of rewards in connection with the dynamite outrages, so far as Birmingham people were concerned, was somewhat on a similar scale to that described by the old sailor, when he said prize money was distributed through a ladder, all passing through going to the officers, while any sticking to the wood was divided among the men. Mr. Farndale, the chief of police, was granted an addition to his salary of £100 per year. Inspector Black was promoted to the rank of superintendent, adding £50 a year to his salary, and was presented with £100 from government. Sergeant Price became inspector, with a rise of £41.12 a year and received a bonus of £200. Inspector Rees' salary was raised to 2 guineas a week, with a gift of £50. While Mr. Pritchard, to whom belonged the conspicuous service of having given the information which led the police to act, was rewarded with £50, having lost his situation through his services to the public. Embezzlements in 1871, W. Harrison, the secretary of the Birmingham Gas Company, skedaddled, his books showing defalcations to the amount of £18,000. When the company was dissolved, £100 was left in a bank for Mr. Secretary's prosecution, should he return to this country July 12, 1877, the secretary of the Moseley Skating Rink Company was awarded 12 months, and the secretary of the Butcher's Hide and Skin Company 6 months, for similar offenses, but for small amounts. Forgeries in the year 1800, 7 men were hung at Warwick for forgery, and with them 1 for sheep stealing. The manufacture of forged banknotes was formerly quite a business here, and many cases are on record of the detection and punishment of the offenders June 28, 1879. The Joint Stock Bank were losers of £2,130 through cashing 3 forged checks bearing the signature of WCB. Cave, the clever artist, getting 10 years Nov. 15, 1883. John Alfred Bergen, manager of the Union Bank, for forging and uttering a certain order and falsifying his books, the amounts embezzled reaching £9,000, was sentenced to 15 years penal servitude. On the previous day, Benjamin Robert Danks was similarly punished for forgeries on his employer, Mr. Jesse Herbert, barrister, who had been exceedingly kind to him. Zwingley Sargent, solicitor, was sentenced to 5 years penal servitude, April 28, 1885. For forgery and misappropriating money belonging to clients. Fortune-telling is still far from being an uncommon offense, but Mithriton, the great seer of England, alias John Harwell, who on March 28, 1883, was sentenced to 9 months hard labor, must rank as being at the top of the peculiar profession. Though a great seer, he could not foresee his own fate. Highwaymen, the gentlemen of the road, took their tolls in a very free manner in the earlier coaching days, notwithstanding that the punishment dealt out was frequently that of death, or, in mild cases, transportation for life. The Birmingham stagecoach was stopped and robbed near Banbury, May 18, 1743, by 2 highwaymen who, however, were captured same day, and were afterwards hung. Mr. Wheely of Edgbaston was stopped in a lane near his own house, and robbed of 20 guineas by a footpad, May 30, 1785. An attempt to rob and murder Mr. Evans was made near Aston Park, July 25, 1789. Henry Walseley, Esquire, third son of Sir W. Walseley Bart, was robbed by highwaymen near Erdington, Nov. 5, 1793. Some highwaymen robbed a Mr. Benton of £90 near Aston Brook, April 6, 1797. The coach from Sheffield was stopped by footpads near Aston Park, March 1, 1798, and the passengers robbed. The balloon coach was robbed of £8,000, deck 11, 1822. And the Warwick mail was robbed of no less than £20,000 in banknotes, Nov. 28, 1827. Horrible, the bodies of 11 children were found buried at back of 68, Long Acre, Nechells, where lived Anne Pinson, a midwife, who said they were all stillborn. July, 1878. Long firm's a term applied to rogues, who, by pretending to be in business, procure goods by wholesale, and dispose of them fraudulently. W.H. Stephenson, of this town, a great patron of these gentry, was sentenced to 7 years' penal servitude, Nov. 22, 1877, for the part he had taken in one of these swindling transactions, according to account by far from being the first of the kind he had had a hand in. Next of kin, frauds. Many good people imagine they are entitled to property now in other hands, or laid up in chancery, and to accommodate their very natural desire to obtain information that would lead to their getting possession of same. A next of kin agency was opened in Burlington Passage at the beginning of 1882. The modus operandi was of the simplest. The firm advertised that Brown, Jones, and Robinson were wanted. Brown, Jones, and Robinson turned up, and a good many of them. They paid the inquiry fees and called again. They were assured, every man jack of them, they were right owners, and all they had to do was to instruct the firm to recover more fees, and heavy ones. The court must be petitioned more fees, counsel engaged more fees, case entered for hearing more fees, and so on, as long as the poor patients would stand bleeding. Several instances were known of people selling their goods to meet the harpies' demands. Clergymen and widows, colliers and washerwomen, all alike were in the net. It became too hot at last, and Rogers, Beaton, and Co. were provided with berths in the jail. At Manchester Assizes, July 18, 1882, J.S. Rogers got 2 years' hard labor, A. Mackenzie and J.H. Shakespeare, a solicitor, each 21 months, and E.A. Beaton, after being in jail 6 months, was ordered to stop a further 12, the latter's conviction being from this town. Novel thefts. A youth of 19 helped himself to £128 from a safe at General Hospital, and spent £13 of it before the magistrates, Jan. 15, 1875, could give him 6 months' lodgings at the jail. 3 policemen were sent to penal servitude for 5 years for thieving. July 8, 1876, Sept. 19, 1882. Some laborers engaged in laying sewage pipes near Newton Street, Corporation Street, came across some telegraph cables, and under the impression that they were dead wires, hitched a horse thereto and succeeded in dragging out about a dozen yards of no less than 33 different cables connecting this town with Ireland, the continent, and America. Their prize was sold for 4s. But the inconvenience caused was very serious. Henry Jones, who was tried for the trick, pleaded ignorance and was let off at quarter sessions. Ernest Lotsey got 6 months for stealing Dec. 12, 1892, from his employer. 87 lb. Weight of human hair valued at £300. Personal outrages. Maria Ward was sentenced to penal servitude December 18, 1873, for mutilating her husband in a shocking manner. At Warwick Assizes, December 19, 1874, One man was sentenced to 15 years, and 4 others to 7 years penal servitude for outraging a woman in Shadwell Street. George Moriarty, plasterer, pushed his wife through the chamber window, and on her clinging to the ledge beat her hands with a hammer till she fell and broke her leg. May 31, 1875. It was 3 months before she could appear against him, and he had then to wait 3 months for his trial, which resulted in a 20-year sentence. Sacrilege. In 1583, St. Martin's Church was robbed of velvet pall clothes, and also some money belonging to the grammar school. Handsworth Church was robbed of its sacramental plate, February 10, 1784. And Aston Church was similarly despoiled, April 21, 1788. A gross sacrilege was commuted in Edgbaston Church, December 15, 1816. 4 churches were broken into on the night of January 3, 1873. Sedition and treason. George Ragg, printer, was imprisoned for sedition, February 12, 1821. George Thompson, gunmaker, 31 Whitall Street, was imprisoned August 7, 1839, for selling guns to the Chartists. Shop robberies. Diamonds worth £400 were stolen from Mr. Ray's shop, November 27, 1872. A jeweler's window in New Street was smashed January 23, 1875. The damage and loss amounting to £300. Bowl containing 400 lion sixpences was stolen from Mr. Thomas's window in New Street, April 5, 1878. Mr. Mole's jeweler's shop, High Street, was plundered of £500 worth, April 13, 1881. Some of the works of the watches taken were afterwards fished up from the bottom of the Mersey at Liverpool. Short wait, Jan. 2, 1792, there was a general raid made on the dealers in the market, when many short-weight people came to grief. Street shouting. The Watch Committee passed a bylaw, May 14, 1878, to stop the lads shouting "mail, mail." But they go on doing it. Swindles. Maitland Boone Hamilton, a gentleman with a cork leg, was given 6 months on July 25, 1877, for fleecing Mr. Marsh, the jeweler, out of some diamonds. James Bentley, for the Christmas hamper swindle, was sentenced to 7 years at the Quarter Sessions, May 1, 1878. The following tables show the number of offenses dealt with by the authorities during the 5 years ending with 1882, the charges, of which only a small number have been reported, being omitted. The total number of crimes reported under the head of indictable offenses, namely, sessions and assizes cases. The number apprehended, and how dealt with, will be gathered from the following summary. Year, crimes, apprehended. Com, for trial, 1,878, 1,746, 495, 349, 1,879, 1,358, 474, 399, 1,880, 1,187, 451. 340, 1,881, 1,343, 435, 351, 1,882, 1,467, 515, 401. Nature of crime, number of offenses reported. Murder, 11, shooting, wounding, stabbing, and c. 30, 23, 21, 28. Manslaughter, 13. Rape, assaults with intent, and c. Bigamy, assaults on peace officers. Burglary, housebreaking, and c. 112, 80, 83. 131. Breaking into shops, and c. 94, 56, 109, 120. Robbery. 10. Larcenies various, 1146, 959, 845, 935, 931. Receiving stolen goods. 22, 16. Frauds and obtaining by false pretenses. 63, 45, 53. 37, 69. Forgery and uttering forged instruments. Uttering and c. Counterfeit coin. 48, 32, 43, 37, 63. Suicide, attempting. 20, 17, 19, 16, 23. The following are the details of the more important offenses dealt with summarily by the magistrates during the last 5 years. Offenses punishable number of persons proceeded against by justices. Assaults aggravated on women and children, 57, 68, 37, 67 assaults on peace officers resisting and c. 390, 340, 340, 385 assaults common, 1242, 1293, 1207. 1,269 breaches of peace, want of sureties and c. 381, 287, 219, 244 cruelty to animals, 77, 129, 128, 94 Elementary Education Act offenses against, 1928, 2114, 1589, 1501. 1,755 Employers and Workshops Act 1,875, 198, 185, 155, 154 Factory Acts, 17, 11, 62 Licensing Acts offenses, 263, 132, 254, 297 Drunkenness, drunk and disorderly, 2,851, 2428, 2218, 2345, 2,443 Lord's Day offenses, Local Acts and Bylaws offenses against, 4,327, 4327, 4127, 3702, 3,603 Malicious and willful damage, 163, 163. 214, 225 Public Health Act Smoke, etc., 172, 104, 104, 161 Poor Law Acts offenses against, 220, 251, 243, 325 Stealing or attempts, larcenies, 1,094, 1222, 1434, 1253. 1,235 Vagrant Act, offenses under 622, 624, 611, 783 other offenses, 174, 172, 211, 386. The following are the totals of the summary offenses for the same period, and the manner in which they were disposed of. Year cases, convicted, fined. 1,878. 610, 767, 940, 1,879. 475, 904, 473, 1,880, 589, 917, 730, 1,881, 007, 468, 412, 1,882, 788, 171, 3. Similar statistics for 1883 have not yet been made up, but a return up to December 31 of that year shows that the number of persons committed during the year to the borough jail, or as it is now termed, Her Majesty's Prison at Winson Green, were 3,044 males and 1,045 females from the borough, and 1,772 males and 521 females from districts, making a total of 6,382 as against 6,565 in 1882. In the borough, 734 males and 198 females had been committed for felony, 1,040 males and 290 females for misdemeanor, 707 males and 329 females for drunkenness, and 243 males and 121 females for vagrancy. Of prisoners 16 years old and under there were 193 males and 21 females. Noteworthy men of the past, though, in the annals of Birmingham history, the names of very many men of note in art, science and literature, commerce and politics, are to be found. Comparatively speaking, there are few of real native origin. Most of our best men have come from other parts, as will be seen on looking over the notices which follow this. Under the heading of parsons, preachers, and priests will be found others of different caliber. Alday, the stormy petrel of modern Birmingham, was Joseph, or, as he was better known, Joey Alday, whose hand at one time was against every man, and every man's hand against Joe. Born in 1798, Mr. Alday, on arriving at years of maturity, joined his brothers in the wire drawing business. But though it is a painful sight to see, as Dr. Watts says, children of one family do very often disagree, even if they do not fall out and chide and fight. But Joseph was fond of fighting, though not with his fists. And after quarreling and dissolving partnership, as one of his brothers published a little paper, so must he. This was in 1824, and Joey styled his periodical The Mousetrap, footing his own articles with the name of Argus. How many mousetraps Allday sent to market is uncertain, as but 1 or 2 copies only are known to be in existence, and equally uncertain is it whether the speculation was a paying one. His next literary notion, however, if not pecuniarily successful, was most assuredly popular, as well as notorious, it being the much-talked-of Argus. The dozen or 15 years following 1820 were rather prolific in embryo publications and periodicals of one kind and another, and it is a matter of difficulty to ascertain now the exact particulars respecting many of them. Allday's venture, which was originally called the Monthly Argus, first saw the light in August 1828. And considering the times, it was a tolerably well-conducted sheet of literary miscellany, prominence being given to local theatrical matters and similar subjects, which were fairly criticized. 10 numbers followed, in due monthly order, but the volume for the year was not completed, as in July 1830, a new series of the Argus was commenced in magazine shape and published at $1. The editor of this new series had evidently turned over a new leaf, but he must have done so with a dung fork, for the publication became nothing better than the receptacle of rancor, spite, and calumny, public men and private individuals alike being attacked, and often in the most scurrilous manner. The printer, who was still alive a few years back, was William Chidlow, and on his head, of course, fell all the wrath of the people libeled and defamed. George Frederick Mant's horse whipped him, others sued him for damages, and even George Edmonds, none too tender-tongued himself, could not stand the jibes and jeers of the Argus. The poor printer was arrested on a warrant for libel. His types and presses were confiscated under a particular section of the Act for Regulating Newspapers, and Allday himself at the March Assizes in 1830 was found guilty on several indictments for libel, and sentenced to 10 months' imprisonment. A third series of the Argus was started June 1, 1832, soon after Allday's release from Warwick, and as the vile scurrility of the earlier paper was abandoned to a great extent, it was permitted to appear as long as customers could be found to support it, ultimately dying out with the last month of 1834. To Mr. Joseph Allday must credit be given for the exposure of numerous abuses existing in his day. He had but to get proper insight into anything going on wrong than he at once attacked it, tooth and nail, no matter who stood in the road or who suffered from his blows. His efforts to put a stop to the cruelties connected with the old system of imprisonment and distraint for debt led to the abolition of the local courts of requests, and his wrathful indignation on learning the shocking manner in which prisoners at the gaol were treated by the governor, Lieutenant Austin, in 1852-53, led to the well-remembered jail atrocity inquiry, and earned for him the thanks of the commissioners appointed by government to make the inquiry. As a town councillor and alderman, as a poor law guardian and chairman of the board, as parish warden for St. Martin's and an opponent of church rates, while being a good son of Mother Church, as founder of the Ratepayers Protection Society and a popular leader of the Conservative Party, it needs not saying that Mr. Allday had many enemies at all periods of his life, but there were very few to speak ill of him at the time of his death, which resulted from injuries received in a fall on Oct. 2nd, 1861. Allen, J. Local portrait painter of some repute, from 1802 to 1820. Aston John, who died Sept. 12, 1882, in his 82nd year, at one time took a leading share in local affairs. He was high bailiff in 1841, a J.P. for the county, for 40 years a governor of the grammar school, and on the boards of management of a number of religious and charitable institutions. A consistent churchman, he was one of the original trustees of the 10 Churches Fund, one of the earliest works of church extension in Birmingham. He was also the chief promoter of the Church of England Cemetery, and the handsome Church of St. Michael, which stands in the cemetery grounds, was largely due to his efforts. In polities, Mr. Aston was a staunch conservative and was one of the trustees of the once notable Constitutional Association. Atwood, the foremost name of the days of reform, when the voice of liberal Birmingham made itself heard through its leaders, was that of Thomas Atwood. A native of Salop, born Oct. 6, 1783, he became a resident here soon after coming of age, having joined Messrs. Spooner's Bank, thence and afterwards known as Spooner and Atwoods. At the early age of 28, he was chosen High Bailiff, and soon made his mark by opposing the renewal of the East India Coast Charter, and by his exertions to obtain the withdrawal of the Orders in Council, which in 1812 had paralyzed the trade of the country with America. The part he took in the great reform meetings, his triumphant reception after the passing of the bill, and his being sent to Parliament as one of the first representatives for the borough, are matters which have been too many times dilated upon to need recapitulation. Mr. Atwood had peculiar views on the currency question, and pertinaciously pressing them on his fellow members in the House of Commons he was not liked, and only held his seat until the end of Dec. 1839, the last prominent act of his political life being the presentation of a monster Chartist petition in the previous June. He afterwards retired into private life, ultimately dying at Malvern, March 6, 1856, being then 73 years of age. Charles Atwood, a brother but who took less part in politics, retiring from the political union when he thought Thomas and his friends were verging on the precipice of revolution, was well known in the north of England iron and steel trade. He died Feb. 24, 1875, in his 84th year. Another brother Benjamin, who left politics alone, died Nov. 22, 1874, aged 80. No greater contrast could possibly be drawn than that shown in the career of these three gentlemen. The youngest brother, who industriously attended to his business till he had acquired a competent fortune, also inherited enormous wealth from a nephew, and after his death, he was proved to have been the long unknown but much sought after anonymous donor of the £1,000 notes, so continuously acknowledged in the Times as having been sent to London hospitals and charities. It was said that Benjamin Atwood distributed nearly £350,000 in this unostentatious manner, and his name will be ever blessed. Charles Atwood was described as a great and good man and a benefactor to his race. His discoveries in the manufacture of glass and steel and his opening up of the Cleveland iron district has given employment to thousands, and as one who knew him well said, if he had cared more about money and less about science, he could have been one of the richest commoners in England. But he was unselfish and let others reap the benefit of his best patents. What the elder brother was, most Brums know. He worked hard in the cause of liberalism, he was almost idolized here, and his statue stands not far from the site of the bank with which his name was unfortunately connected, and the failure of which is still a stain on local commercial history. Baldwin, James, born in the first month of the present century, came here early in his teens, worked at a printer's, saved his money, an employer at 25 made a speciality of grocer's printing, fought hard in the battle against the taxes on knowledge, became alderman and mayor, and ultimately settled down on a farm near his own paper mills at Kings Norton, where Dec. 10, 1871, he finished a practically useful life, regretted by many. Bailey, CHA, Worcestershire man and a Staffordshire resident, a persevering collector of past local and county records, and an active member of the archaeological section of the Midland Institute. Mr. Bailey was also a member of the Staffordshire Archaeological Society, and took special interest in the William Salt Library at Stafford, whose treasures were familiar to him, and whose contents he was ever ready to search and report on for any of his friends. In 1869, he issued the first of some proposed reprints of some of his own rarities, in a true relation of the terrible earthquake at West Bromwich, in Staffordshire, and c. printed in 1676. And early in 1882, the year of his death, the rent rolls of Lord Dudley and Ward in 1701, a very curious contribution to local history, and full of general interest also. Beale, Samuel, at one period a most prominent man among our local worthies, one of the first town councillors, and mayor in 1841. He was chairman of the Midland Railway, a director of the Birmingham and Midland Bank, and sat as MP for Derby from 1857 to 1865. He died Sept. 11, 1876, aged 71. Beale, WJA, member of the legal firm of Beale, Marigold and Beale. Mr. Beale's chief public service was rendered in connection with the General Hospital and the musical festivals. He was for many years a member of the orchestral committee of the festivals, and in 1870 he succeeded Mr. J. Zero Mason as chairman, retaining this position until after the festival of 1876. His death took place in July, 1880, he then being in his 76th year. Billing, Martin, founder of the firm of Martin Billing, Sons and Co., Livery Street, died July 17, 1883, at the age of 71. He commenced life under his uncle, Alderman Baldwin, and was the first to introduce steam printing machines into Birmingham. The colossal structure which faces the Great Western Railway Station was erected about 29 years ago. Bissett James was the publisher of the magnificent directory and poetic survey of Birmingham, presented to the public January 1, 1800. Bowley E0, a native, self-taught artist, whose pictures now fetch rapidly increasing sums, though for the best part of his long life dealers and the general run of art patrons, while acknowledging the excellence of the works, would not buy them. Mr. Bowley, however, lived sufficiently long to know that the few gentlemen who honored him in his younger years were well recompensed for their kind recognition of his talent, though it came too late to be of service to himself. His death occurred Feb. 1, 1876, in his 70th year. Briggs Major W. B. Briggs, who was struck off the world's roster Jan. 25, 1877, was one of the earliest and most ardent supporters of the volunteer movement in Birmingham, being gazetted ensign of the Second Company in November, 1859. He was a hearty, kindly man, and much esteemed in and out of the ranks. Burritt Elihu, the American learned blacksmith, having made himself proficient in 15 different languages. He first addressed the Friends of Peace in this town, Dec. 15, 1846, when on a tour through the country. He afterwards returned and resided in England for nearly 25 years, being for a considerable time United States Consul at Birmingham, which he left in 1868. During his residence here, he took an active share in the work of diffusing the principles of temperance and peace, both by lecturing and by his writings. Byner, Henry Date, native of the town, 45 years British consul at Trieste, returned here in 1842 and died in 1867. He learned shorthand writing of Dr. Priestley and was the first to use it in a law court in this county. Cadbury, Richard Tapparay Draper and Haberdasher, who started business here in 1794. One of the Board of Guardians, and afterwards chairman, for 15 years of the Commissioners of the Streets, until that body was done away with. Mr. Cadbury was one of the most respected and best-known men of the town. He died March 13, 1860, in his 92nd year, being buried in Bull Street among his departed friends. Capers, Edward, sometimes called the Poet Postman, is a Devonshire man, but resided for a considerable time at Harborne. He deserves a place among our noteworthy men, if only for his sweet lines on the old Love Lane at Edgbaston, now known as Richmond Hill. But no vestige of the Bankside lingers now, or gate to show the track of the old vanished lane of loves, sweet long ago. Carey, Reverend Henry Francis, a native of this town, born in 1772, vicar of Bromley Abbots, Staffordshire, himself a poet of no mean order, translated in blank verse Dante's Inferno, the Divina Commedia, and c. his works running rapidly through several editions. For some time he was assistant librarian at the British Museum, and afterwards received a pension of £200 a year. Died in 1844 and lies in Poets' Corner, Westminster Abbey. Chamberlain, John Henry, came to Birmingham in 1856 and died suddenly on the evening of Oct. 22, 1883, after delivering a lecture in the Midland Institutes on exotic art. An architect of most brilliant talent, it is almost impossible to record the buildings with which, in conjunction with his partner, Mr. W.M. Martin, he has adorned our town. Among them are the new free libraries, the extension of the Midland Institute, the hospitals for women and children, the many board schools, the Church of St. David, and that at Selly Hill the Rubery Asylum, the Fire Brigade Station, the Constitution Hill Library, Monument Lane Baths, the Chamberlain Memorial, the canopy over Dawson's statue, several police stations, with shops and private houses innumerable. He was a true artist in every sense of the word, an eloquent speaker, and one of the most sincere, thoughtful, and lovingly earnest men that Birmingham has ever been blessed with. Clegg, Samuel Clegg, was born at Manchester, March 2, 1781, but his early years were passed at the Soho Works, where he was assistant to Mr. Murdoch in the gradual introduction of lighting with gas. In 1807, Mr. Clegg first used lime as a purifier, and in 1815 he patented the water meter. In addition to his many inventions connected with the manufacture and supply of gas, Mr. Clegg must be credited with the introduction of the atmospheric railways, which attracted so much attention some 45 years ago, and also with many improvements in steam engines. Collins, Mr. John Collins, an exceedingly popular man in his day and quite a local author, made his first appearance here Jan. 16, 1793, at the Gentleman's Private Theatre in Livery Street, with an entertainment called Collins' New Embellished Evening Brush for rubbing off the rust of care. This became a great favorite, and we find Collins for years after, giving similar performances, many of them being for the purpose of paying for soup for the poor in the distressful winters of 1799, 1800, and 1801. Not so much, however, on account of his charity or his unique entertainment, must Mr. Collins be ranked among local worthies, as for a poetical history of Birmingham, written, or rather partly written by him, which was published in Swinney's Chronicle. 6 chapters in verse appeared Feb. 25 to April 7, 176, when unfortunately the poet's muse seems to have failed him. As a sample of the fun contained in the 7 or 8 dozen verses, we quote the first. Of Birmingham's name, though a deal has been said, yet a little we doubt to the purpose, as when hocus pocus was jargoned instead of the Catholic text, hoc est corpus. For it doubtless for ages was Bromwicham called, but historians, their readers to Bam, have Brom, Witch, and Ham so corrupted and mauled that their strictures have all proved a sham. That Brom implies broom none will dare to deny, and that Witch means a village or farm, or a slope, or a saltwork, the last may imply, and to read Ham for town is no harm. But when jumbled together, like stones in a bag, to make it a broom-sloping town, credulity's pace at such juggling must flag, and the critic indignant will frown. 'Tis so much like the gazetteer's Riddle Mary, who, untwisting antiquity's cable, makes Barnstaple's town with its name to agree take its rise from a barn and a stable. Collins' own comical notion gives the name as Birmingham, from the brimming goblets so freely quaffed by our local sons of Vulcan. Digbeth he makes out to be a dug-bath, or horsepond for the farriers derightened from Dare water. Took its name from the swamp where the hamlet was seated, and implied 'twas the water-wet end of the town. Cox, David on the 29th of April, 1783, this great painter the man whose works have made Birmingham famous in art was born in a humble dwelling in Heath Mill Lane, derightened, where his father carried on the trade of a smith. Some memorials of him we have in the noble gift of a number of his pictures in oil, presented to the town by the late Mr. Joseph Nettlefold, in the portrait by Mr. J. Watson Gordon, and the bust by Mr. Peter Hollins. In the 2 biographies of him, both of them Birmingham works, the earlier by Mr. Neil Solly, and the more recent one by the late Mr. William Hall. Besides the memorial window put up by loving friends in the parish church of Harborne, where the latter part of the artist's life was passed, and in the churchyard of which his remains were laid. He bade his pictures and the world goodbye on the 9th of June, 1859. A sale of some of dear old David's works in London, May, 1873, realized for the owners over £25,000, but what the artist himself originally had for them may be gathered from the instance of his Lancaster Castle, otherwise known as Peace and War, a harvest field scene with troops marching by, only 24 by 18 in size. This picture he gave to a friend at first, but bought it back for £20 at a time when his friend wanted cash. He sold it for the same amount, and it afterwards got into the possession of Joseph Gillott, the pen maker, at the sale of whose collection, Lancaster Castle, was knocked down for £3,601.10. The highest price Cox ever received for a picture, and that on one single occasion only, was £100. In another case he had £95. His average prices for large pictures were rather under than over £50 a piece in his best days. The Seashore at Rill, for which he received £100, has been since sold for £2,300. The Vale of Clwyd, for which he accepted £95, brought £2,500. £2 pictures, for which he received £40 each in 1847, were sold in 1872 for £1,575 and £1,550 respectively. Two others at £40 each have sold since for £2,300 and £2,315, respectively. His church at Betws y Coed, one of the finest of his paintings, fetched £2,500 at a sale in London, in March 1884. In the hall of the Royal Oak Inn, Betws y Coed, David's favorite place, there is fixed a famous signboard which Cox painted for the house in 1847, and which gave rise to considerable litigation as to its ownership being vested in the tenant or the owner, the decision being in the latter's favor. Cox William Sands, FRS and FRCS, the son of a local surgeon, was born in 1801. After walking the hospitals in London and Paris, he settled here in 1825, being appointed surgeon to the dispensary, and in 1828, with the cooperation of the late Doctors Johnstone and Booth, and other influential friends, succeeded in organizing the Birmingham Royal School of Medicine and Surgery, which proved eminently successful until, by the munificent aid of the Reverend Dr. Warnford, it was converted into Queen's College by a charter of incorporation, which was granted in 1843. The Queen's Hospital was also founded mainly through the exertions of Mr. Sands Cox for the education of the medical students of the college. In 1863, Mr. Cox retired from practice and went to reside near Tamworth, afterwards removing to Leamington and Kenilworth, at which latter place he died, December 23, 1875. He was buried in the family vault at Aston, the coffin being carried to the grave by 6 old students at the college, funeral scarfs, hatbands, and other such pieces of mummery being dispensed with, according to the deceased's wish. He left many charitable legacies, among them being £15,000 to be dealt with in the following manner: £3,000 to be applied in building and endowing a church, then in course of erection at Balsall Heath, and to be known as St. Thomasin the Moors, and the remaining £12,000 to be devoted to the erection and endowment of 3 dispensaries, one at Balsall Heath, one at Aston, and the other at Hockley. 2 sums of £3,000 were left to found dispensaries at Tamworth and Kenilworth, and a cottage hospital at Morton-in-the-Marsh, his medical library, and a number of other articles being also left for the last-named institution. Davies, Dr. Burt, by birth a Hampshire man, by descent a Welshman, coming to Birmingham in 1823, Dr. Davies soon became a man of local note. As a politician in the pre-reform days, as a physician of eminence, and as borough coroner for 36 years, he occupied a prominent position, well justified by his capacity and force of character. He took an active part in the founding of the Birmingham School of Medicine, the forerunner of the Queen's College, and was elected one of the 3 first physicians to the Queen's Hospital, being its senior physician for 16 years. When the charter of incorporation was granted, Dr. Davies was chosen by the town council as the first coroner, which office he held until June 8, 1875, when he resigned, having, as he wrote to the council, on the 29th of May terminated his 36th year of office and 76th year of his age. Though an ardent politician, it is from his coronership that he will be remembered most, having held about 30,000 inquests in his long term of office, during the whole of which time, it has been said, he never took a holiday, appointed a deputy, or slept out of the borough. His official dignity sat heavily upon him. His temper of late years often led him into conflict with jurors and medical witnesses, but he was well respected by all who knew the quiet, unpretending benevolence of his character, never better exhibited than at the time of the cholera panic in 1832. The doctor had established a fever hospital in Bath Row, and here he received and treated, by himself, the only cases of Asiatic cholera imported into the town. He died December 11, 1878. Delise, Doctor one of the physicians to the General Hospital, and the proposer of the Deaf and Dumb Institution. A native of Brittany, and one of several French refugees who settled here when driven from their own country at the time of the Revolution, Dr. Delise remained with us till his death, August 24, 1831, being then in his 48th year. Digby, John, made Lord Digby in 1618 and Earl of Bristol in 1622, was born at Coleshill in 1580. He was sent ambassador to Spain by James I to negotiate a marriage between Prince Charles and the Infanta. He went abroad when the Civil War broke out and died at Paris in 1653. Edmonds George Edmonds was a son of the Baptist minister of Bond Street Chapel and was born in 1788. For many years after he grew up, George kept a school, but afterwards devoted himself to the law and was appointed clerk of the peace on the incorporation of the borough. For taking part in what government chose to consider an illegal meeting, Mr. Edmonds had to suffer 12 months' imprisonment. But it only increased his popularity and made him recognized as leader of the Radical Party. During the great reform movements, he was always to the fore, and there can be little doubt that it was to his untiring energy that the political union owed much of its success. In his later years, he printed, partly with his own hands, one of the strangest works ever issued from the press, being nothing less than an alphabet, grammar, and dictionary of a new and universal language. On this, he must have spent an immense amount of philosophical and philological research during the busiest years of his active life. But like other schemes of a similar character, it came into the world some scores of generations too soon. His death took place, hastened by his own hand, July 1, 1868. Everett Allen Edward Dartist, antiquarian and archaeologist. It is reported that his portfolio contained more than 1,000 sketches of his own taking, of old churches, mansions, cottages, or barns in the Midland counties. Born here in 1824, Mr. Everett had reached his 55th year before taking to himself a wife, whom he left a widow June 11, 1882, through catching a cold while on a sketching tour. He was much loved in all artistic circles, having been, for 24 years, Hon. Sec. to the Society of Artists, a most zealous coadjutor of the Free Libraries Committee, and honorary curator of Thaw Art Gallery. In private or public life he spoke ill of no man, nor could any speak of him with aught but affection and respect. Fletcher, George, author of The Provincialist and other poems, a journeyman printer, and much respected for his genial character and honest kind-heartedness. Died Feb. 20, 1874, aged 64. Fothergill, John, taken into partnership by Matthew Bolton in 1762, devoting himself principally to the foreign agencies. Many of the branches of trade in which he was connected proved failures, and he died insolvent in 1782, while Bolton breasted the storm and secured fortune by means of his steam engines. He did not, however, forget his first partner's widow and children. Fox, Charles Fox, of the firm of Fox, Henderson and Co., was born at Derby, March 11, 1810. His first connection with this town arose from his being engaged with Stephenson on the construction of the Birmingham and Liverpool line. He was knighted in 1851, in recognition of his wonderful skill as shown in the erection of the International Exhibition of that year, and we have a local monument to his fame in the roof, which spans the New Street station. He died in 1874 and was buried at Nunhead Cemetery, London. The firm of Fox, Henderson and Co. was originally Bramah and Fox, Mr. Henderson not coming in till the death of Mr. Bramah, a well-known ironmaster of this neighborhood, and whose name is world-famous for his celebrated locks. Geach, Charles Geach, was a Cornishman, born in 1808, and came to Birmingham in 1826 as one of the clerks in the Branch Bank of England, then opened. In 1836, he was instrumental in the formation of two of our local banks, and became the manager of one of them, the Birmingham and Midland. In 1842, he made a fortunate speculation in the purchase of some extensive ironworks at Rotherham just previous to the days of the railway mania. The profits on iron at that time were something wonderful, as a proof of which it has been stated that on one occasion Mr. Geach took orders for 30,000 tons at £12, the cost to him not being more than half that sum. The patent shaft works may be said to have owed its origin also to this gentleman. Mr. Geach was chosen mayor for 1847, and in 1851 was returned to Parliament for Coventry. His death occurred Nov. 1, 1854. A full-length portrait hangs in the boardroom of the bank, of which he retained the managing directorship for many years. Gem, Major Thomas Henry, the well-known clerk to the magistrates, born May 21, 1819, was the pioneer of the volunteer movement in this town, as well as the originator of the fashionable game of lawn tennis. A splendid horseman and an adept at all manly games, he also ranked high as a dramatic author, and no amateur theatricals could be got through without his aid and presence. His death, November 4, 1881, resulted from an accident which occurred on June 25 previous, at the camp in Sutton Park. Gillott, Joseph Gillott, was born at Sheffield in 1799, but through want of work found his way here in 1822, spending his last penny in refreshments at the old public house, then standing at corner of Park Street, where the Museum Concert Hall exists. His first employment was buckle making, and being steady, he soon took a garret in Bread Street and became his own master in the manufacture of buckles and other steel toys. The merchant who used to buy of him said Gillott made very excellent goods and came for his money every week. It was that making of excellent goods and his untiring perseverance that secured him success. His sweetheart was sister to William and John Mitchell, and it is questionable whether Gillott's first efforts at making steel pens did not spring from the knowledge he gained from her as to what the Mitchells were doing in that line. The Sheffield blade, however, was the first to bring the press into the prowess of making the pens, and that secret he must have kept pretty closely from all but his lass, as Mr. J. Gillott often told, in after life, how, on the morning of his marriage, he began and finished a gross of pens and sold them for 7 4-pounds, before they went to church. The accumulation of his fortune began from that day, the name of Gillott in a very few years being known the wide world over. The penmaker was a great patron of the artists, gathering a famous collection which at his death realized £170,000. His first interview with Turner was described in an American journal a few years back. Gillott having rudely pushed his way into the studio and turning the pictures about without the artist deigning to notice the intruder, tried to attract attention by asking the prices of 3 paintings. Turner carelessly answered 4,000 guineas, 3,000 pounds, and 1,500 guineas. "I'll take the 3, said Gillott. Then Turner rose with, "Who the devil are you to intrude here against my orders? You must be a queer sort of a beggar, I fancy." "You're another queer beggar," was the reply. "I am Gillott, the penmaker. My banker tells me you are clever, and I have come to buy some pictures." "By George," quoth Turner, "you are a droll fellow, I must say." "You're another," said Gillott. "But do you really want to purchase those pictures?" asked Turner. "Yes, in course I do, or I would not have climbed those blessed stairs this morning," was the answer. Turner marveled at the man and explained that he had fixed the prices named under the idea that he had only got an impertinent intruder to deal with, that 2 of the pictures were already sold, but that his visitor could have the first for £1,000. "I'll take it," said the Prince of Penmakers, "and you must make me 3 or 4 more at your own price." If other artists did as well with Mr. Gillott, they could have had but little cause of complaint. Another hobby of Mr. Gillott's was collecting fiddles, his specimens, of which he once said he had a boatload, realizing £4,000, while his cabinet of precious stones was of immense value. The millionaire died Jan. 5, 1872, leaving £3,000 to local charities. Guest, James, originally a brass founder, but imbued with the principles of Robert Owen, he became an active member of the Political Union and other freedom-seeking societies, and opened in Steelhouse Lane a shop for the sale of that kind of literature suited to ardent workers in the radical cause. Mr. Guest believed that all bad laws must be broken before they could be mended, and for years he followed out that idea so far as the taxes on knowledge were concerned. He was the first to sell unstamped papers here and in the Black Country, and notwithstanding heavy fines and even imprisonment, he kept to his principles as long as the law stood as it was. In 1830, he published Hutton History of Birmingham in cheap numbers, unfortunately mixing with it many chapters about the political union, the right of a free press, and in a confusing manner. The book, however, was very popular and has been reprinted from the original stereoplates several times. Mr. Guest died Jan. 17, 1881, in his 78th year. Hill, Rowland, the originator of the present postal system, born at Kidderminster, December 3, 1795, coming to Birmingham with his parents when about 7 years old. His father opened a school at the corner of Gough Street and Bletcher Street, which was afterwards, in 1819, removed to the Hagley Road, where, as Hazelwood School, it became more than locally famous. In 1825, it was again removed, and further off, this time being taken to Bruce Castle, Tottenham, where the family yet resides. Rowland and his brother, Matthew Davenport Hill, afterwards Recorder of Birmingham, who took part in the management of the school, went with it, and personally Rowland Hill's connection with our town may be said to have ceased. Early in 1837, Mr. Hill published his proposed plans of post office reform, but which for a long time met with no favor from either of the great political parties or in official quarters, where, it has been said, he was snubbed as a would-be interloper, and cursed as a fellow from Birmingham coming to teach people their business. All office doors were closed against him hard, all office heads were closed against him too. He had but worked, like others, for reward. The thing was all a dream. It would not do. In 1839, more than 2,000 petitions were presented to Parliament in favor of Mr. Hill's plans, and eventually they were adopted and became law by the 3rd and 4th Vict. Cap. 96. The new postage law, by which the uniform rate of 4d per letter was tried as an experiment, came into operation on the 5th of December, 1839, and on the 10th January, 1840, the reduced uniform rate of 1d per letter of half an ounce weight was commenced. Under the new system, the privilege of franking letters enjoyed by members of Parliament was abolished. Facilities of prepayment were afforded by the introduction of postage stamps. Double postage was levied on letters not prepaid, and arrangements were made for the registration of letters. Mr. Hill received an appointment in the Treasury, but in 1841 he was told his services were no longer required. This flagrant injustice caused great indignation, and a national testimonial of £15,000 was presented to him June 17, 1846. On a change of government, Mr. Hill was appointed Secretary to the Postmaster General, and in 1854, Secretary to the Post Office, a position which he retained until failing health caused him to resign in March 1864, the Treasury awarding him for life his salary of £2,000 per year. In the same year he received a parliamentary grant of £20,000, and in 1860 he was made a KCB, other honours from Oxford and C. following. Sir Rowland was presented with the freedom of the city by the London Court of Common Council, June 6, 1879, the document being contained in a suitable gold casket. It was incidentally mentioned in the course of the proceedings that at the time Sir Rowland Hill's system was inaugurated, the annual amount of correspondence was 79 millions, or 3 letters per head of the population, while then it exceeded 1,000 millions of letters, 100 millions of postcards, and 320 millions of newspapers, and the gross receipt in respect of it was £6 million sterling. Sir Rowland Hill died Aug. 27, 1879, leaving but one son, Pearson Hill, late of the Post Office. Hollins, George I, appointed organist of the town hall in 1834, having been previously organist at St. Paul's, in the graveyard of which church he was buried in 1841, the funeral being attended by hundreds of friends, musicians, and singers of the town and neighborhood. Holt, Thomas Littleton, pressman, whose death, Sept. 14, 1879, at the age of 85, severed one of the very few remaining links connecting the journalism of the past with the present. It was to him that the late Mr. Dickens owed his introduction to Dr. Black, then the editor of the Morning Chronicle. Mr. Holt was proprietor of the Iron Times, which started during the railway mania. When his friend Leigh Hunt was imprisoned for libeling the Prince Regent, he was the first to visit him. He took an active part in popularizing cheap literature, and it was greatly owing to him that the advertisement duty was repealed. He also took an active part in the abolition of the paper duty. Besides starting many papers in London in the latter period of his life, he returned to his native town, Birmingham, where he started Ryland's Iron Trade Circular, to the success of which his writings largely contributed. Humphreys, Henry Noel, this eminent naturalist and archaeologist's career closed in June 1879. A son of the late Mr. James Humphreys, he was born in Birmingham in 1809 and was educated at the grammar school here. He was the author of many interesting works connected with his zoological and antiquarian researches. Among the most important of the latter class may be specified illustrations of Froissart's Chronicles, the Parables of Our Lord Illustrated, the Coins of England, Ancient Coins and Medals, the Illuminated Books of the Medieval Period, the Coin Collector's Manual, the Coinage of the British Empire, Stories by an Archaeologist, and especially his magna opera, so to speak, The Art of Illumination, and the history of the art of writing from the hieroglyphic period down to the introduction of alphabets. James, William A. Warwickshire engineer, born at Henley-in-Arden, June 13, 1771. Mr. James has been called the first projector of railways, as there was none started previous to his laying out a line from here to Wolverhampton, which was given up in favor of the canal companies. The wharves in Newhall Street were constructed on the site of his proposed railway station. He afterwards projected and surveyed many other lines, including Birmingham to Manchester through Derbyshire, the Birmingham and London, etc. West Bromwich owes no little of its prosperity to this gentleman, who opened many collieries in its neighbourhood. At one time, Mr. James was said to have been worth £150,000, besides £10,000 a year coming in from his profession, but he lost nearly all before his death. Geoffrey George Edward Jeffrey, who died Dec. 29, 1877, aged 33, was a local writer who promised to make a name had he lived longer. Johnstone, Dr. John, a distinguished local physician, was born at Worcester in 1768. Though he acquired a high reputation for his treatment of diseases, it was noticeable that he made a very sparing use of medicines. Died in 1836. Johnstone, John, whose death was the result of being knocked down by a cab in Broad Street in Oct. 1875, was one of those all-round inventive characters who have done so much for the trades of this town. He was born in Dumfriesshire in 1801 and was apprenticed to a builder, coming to this town in 1823. He was soon noticed as the first architectural draftsman of his day, but his genius was not confined to any one line. He was the first to introduce photographic vignettes. He invented the peculiar lamp used in railway carriages. He improved several agricultural implements. He could lay out plans for public buildings or a machine for making hooks and eyes, and many well-to-do families owe their rise in the world to acting on the ideas put before them by Mr. Johnstone. In the latter portion of his life, he was engaged at the Cambridge Street Works as consultor in general. Kempson, Jameson, one of those gossiping accounts of the old taverns of Birmingham, which SDR has written, mention is made of a little old man, dear to the musicians under the name of Daddy Kempson, who appears to have been the originator of our triennial musical festivals in 1768, and who conducted a performance at St. Paul's as late as the year 1821, he being then 80 years of age. Couchler, CHA medalist, for many years in the employ of Bolton, for whom he sunk the dies for part of the copper coinage of 1797, and c. the 2d. Peace is by him. He was buried in Handsworth Churchyard. Lightfoot Lieutenant General Thomas Lightfoot, C.B., colonel of the 62nd Regiment, who died at his residence, Barbourne House, Worcester, Nov. 15, 1858, in his 84th year, and who entered the British Army very early in life, was the last surviving officer of the famous 45th, the Fire Eaters as they were called, that went to the peninsula with Moore and left it with Wellington. Lightfoot was in Holland in 1799. He was present in almost every engagement of the Peninsular War. He received 7 wounds. A ball which caused one of these remained in his body till his death. He obtained 3 gold and 11 silver medals, being one more than even those of his illustrious commander, the Duke of Wellington. 1 silver medal was given him by the Duke himself, who said on the occasion he was glad to so decorate one of the brave 45th. Lightfoot was made a C.B. in 1815. Before he became Major General, he was aide-de-camp to William Roman IV and Queen Victoria, and as such rode immediately before Her Majesty in her coronation procession. Lieutenant General Lightfoot was a native of this town, and was buried in the family vault in St. Bartholomew's Church, his remains being escorted to the tomb by the 4th, Queen's Own Light Dragoons, commanded by Colonel Lowe. Lloyd, the founder of the well-known banking firm of Lloyd's, appears to have been Charles Lloyd, for some time a minister of the Society of Friends, who died in 1698. Machen, William, born here in 1798, began his musical career, while apprenticed to papier-mâché making, as a member at the choir at Cannon Street Chapel. As a favorite bass singer, he was engaged at many of the festivals from 1834 to that of 1849. His death occurred in September 1870. Malins, David, brass founder, who in course of his life filled several of the chief offices of our local governing bodies. Born June 5, 1803, died December 1881. Antiquarian and persevering collector of all works throwing light upon or having connection with Birmingham or Warwickshire history. Mr. Malins, after the burning of the Free Library, generously gave the whole of his collection to the formation of the new reference library, many of the books being most rare and valuable, and of some of which no other copies are known to exist. Mellon, Alfred, though actually born in London, Mr. Mellon's parents. His father was a Frenchman, were residents in Birmingham, and we must claim this popular conductor as a local musician of note. He was only 12 when he joined the Theatre Royal Band, but at 16 he was the leader and remained so for 8 years, removing to London in 1844. In 1856, Mr. Mellon conducted the opening performances at the Music Hall in Broad Street, now Prince of Wales's Theatre, and will be long remembered for the promenade concerts he gave at Covent Garden and in the provinces. He died from the breaking of a blood vessel, March 27, 1867. Moggridge George, born at Ashted, Feb. 17th, 1787, and brought up as a Japaner, was the original Old Humphrey of our childhood's days, the author of Grandfather Grey, Old Humphrey's Walks in London, Old Humphrey's Country Strolls, and other juvenile works, of which many millions of copies have been sold in England, America, and the colonies. Peter Parley's tales have been also ascribed to our townsman, who died Nov. 2, 1854. Munden, T. In the year 1818, Mr. Munden, born in London in 1798, came to this town as organist of Christ Church, and was also chosen as teacher of the Oratorio Choral Society. And to this day, it may be said that the reputation of our festival choir is mostly based on the instruction given by him during his long residence among us. From 1823 till 1849, Mr. Munden acted as assistant conductor at the festivals, retiring from public life in 1853. Muntz, the revolution in 1792 drove the Muntz family to emigrate from their aristocratic abode in France, and a younger son came to this town, where he married a Miss Purdon and established himself in business. From this alliance sprung our race of the Muntzes. George Frederick, the eldest, was born in November 1794, and losing his father in early life, was head of the family in his 18th year. He devoted himself for many years, and with great success, to mercantile affairs, but his most fortunate undertaking, and which has made his name known all over the world, was the manufacture of sheathing metal for ships' bottoms. It has been doubted whether he did any more than revive another man's lapsed patent, but it has never been questioned that he made a vast sum of money out of the yellow metal. In politics, GFM took a very active part, even before the formation of the political union in 1830, and for many years he was the idol of his fellow townsmen. He was elected M.P. for Birmingham in January 1840 and held the seat till the day of his death, which took place July 30, 1857. His name will be found on many a page of our local history, even though a statue of him is not yet posed on a pedestal. Murdoch, William, born at Bellow Mill, near Old Cumnock, Ayrshire, in 1750, and brought up as a millwright, came here in search of work in 1777. He was employed by Bolton at 15s per week for the first 2 years, but he soon became the most trusted of all the many engaged at Soho, and never left there, though offered £1,000 a year to do so. The first steam engine applied to drawing carriages was constructed by him in the shape of a model which ran round a room in his house at Radruth in 1784, and which is still in existence. As an inventor, he was second only to Watt, his introduction of gas lighting being almost equal to that of the steam engine. He lived to be 85, dying November 15, 1839, at his residence, Sycamore Hill, Handsworth. His remains lie near those of his loved employers, Bolton and Watt, in the parish church. Pettit, Mr. Joseph Pettit, who died Sept. 9, 1882, in his 70th year, was a local artist of note, a member of the Society of Artists, and for many years a regular exhibitor at the Royal Academy, our local, and other exhibitions. In his younger years, Mr. Pettit was employed in the papier-mâché trade, a business peculiarly suited to persons gifted with artistic faculties. His earliest specimens of landscape attracted attention, and Mr. Joseph Gillott commissioned the painter to furnish a number of Swiss views for the collection of pictures he had began to gather. Mr. Pettit pleased the penmaker, and soon made a name for himself, his works being characterized by fine color and broad, vigorous handling. Phillips Alderman died Feb. 25, 1876, a member of the first town council and mayor in 1844. Mr. Phillips long took active part in municipal matters and was the founder of the Licensed Victuallers Asylum. Pickard James A. Birmingham buttonmaker, who patented Aug. 23, 1780, the use of the crank in the steam engine to procure rotary motion. He is supposed to have got the idea from overhearing the conversation of some Soho workmen while at their cups. The first engine in which it was used, and the flywheel, was for a manufacturer in Snow Hill and was put up by Matthew Washborough of Bristol. Plant Mr. T.L. Plant, who died very suddenly in a railway carriage in which he was coming into town on the morning of August 31, 1883, came to Birmingham in 1840. As a meteorologist, who for more than 40 years had kept close record of wind and weather, he was well known. His letters to the newspapers on this and kindred subjects were always interesting, and the part he took in advanced sanitary questions gained him the friendship of all. Mr. Plant was a native of Yorkshire, and was in his 64th year at the time of his death. Playfair William, brother of the eminent Scotch mathematician, was engaged as a draftsman at the Soho Works, after serving apprenticeship as a millwright. He patented various inventions and was well known as a political writer, and Seaborn, 1759, died 1823. Postgate John. This name should be honored in every household for a life's exertion in the obtainment of purity in what we eat and drink. Beginning life as a grocer's boy, he saw the most gross adulteration carried on in all the varieties of articles sold by his employers, and afterwards being with a medical firm, he studied chemistry and devoted his life to analyzing food and drugs. Coming to this town in 1854, he obtained the assistance of Mr. W.M. Schofield, by whose means the first parliamentary committee of inquiry was appointed. The revelations were astounding, but it was not till 1875 that anything like a stringent act was passed whereby the adulterators could be properly punished. The author of this great national benefit was allowed to die almost in poverty, uncared for by his countrymen at large or by his adopted townsmen of Birmingham. Born October 21, 1820, Mr. Postgate died in July, 1881. Ragg, Reverend Thomas, once a bookseller and printer, editor and publisher of the Birmingham Advertiser, and author of several works, one of which secured for him the goodwill of the Bishop of Rochester, who ordained him a minister of the established church in 1858. He died December 3, 1881, in his 74th year, at Lawley, Salop, having been perpetual curate thereof from 1865. His parishioners and friends subscribed for a memorial window, and a fund of a little over £200 was raised for the benefit of the widow, but a very small part thereof went from Birmingham. Ratcliffe, Mr. John Ratcliffe, who had in past years been a town commissioner, a low bailiff, a town councillor, and alderman, was chosen as mayor in 1856, and being popular as well as wealthy, got reappointed yearly until 1859. In the first named year, H.R.H. The Duke of Cambridge was the mayor's guest when he came to open Calthorpe Park. When the Princess Royal was married, in 1858, the mayor celebrated the auspicious event by giving a dinner to more than 1,000 poor people, and he headed the deputation which was sent from here to present England's royal daughter with some articles of Birmingham manufacture. On the occasion of the Queen's visit to Openiston Park, Mr. Mayor received the honor of knighthood, and became Sir John, dying in 1864 in his 67th year. Rennie John, the celebrated engineer and architect, who built Waterloo and Southwark bridges, Plymouth breakwater, and sea, was for a short time in the employ of Bolton and Watt. Roebuck Dr. John, grandfather of the late John Arthur Roebuck, M.D., was born at Sheffield in 1718, came to Birmingham in 1745. He introduced better methods of refining gold and silver, originated more economical styles of manufacturing the chemicals used in trade, especially oil of vitriol, and revived the use of pit coal in smelting iron. After leaving this town, he started the Carron Iron Works on the Clyde, and in 1768 joined James Watt in bringing out the latter's steam engine. Some mining investments failed before the engine was perfected, and his interest thereon was transferred to Mr. Bolton, the doctor dying in 1794 a poor man. John Rogers, one of the glorious army of martyrs, was burnt at Smithfield, London, on February 4, 1555. He was born in Derryton about the year 1500 and assisted in the translation and printing of the Bible into English. He was one of the prebendaries of St. Paul's, London, but after Queen Mary came to the throne, he gave offense by preaching against idolatry and superstition, and was kept imprisoned for 18 months prior to condemnation and execution, being the first martyr of the Reformation. He left a wife and 11 children. See Statues and Memorials. Russell, William Congreve Russell, Esquire, J.P., and in 1832 elected M.P. for East Worcestershire, who died Nov. 30, 1850, age 72, was the last of a family whose seat was at Moor Green for many generations. Ryall, Dr. John, the first headmaster of the Edgbaston Proprietary School, which opened under his superintendence in January 1838, his connection therewith continuing till Christmas 1846. He was a man of great learning, with a remarkable command of language and a singularly accurate writer. Born March 11, 1806, his intellectual acquirements expanded so rapidly that at 16 he was able to support himself, and passing with the highest honors, he had taken his degree and accepted the headmastership of Truro Grammar School before his 21st birthday. For the last 30 years of his life, he filled the post of Vice President of Queen's College, Cork, departing to a better sphere June 21, 1875. Ryland, Arthur, descendant of a locally long-honored family, this gentleman, a lawyer, added considerably to the prestige of the name by the prominent position he took in every work leading to the advancement of his townsmen, social, moral, and political. Connected with almost every institution in the borough, many of which he aided to establish or develop. Mr. Ryland's name is placed foremost among the founders of the Birmingham and Midland Institute, the Art Gallery, the public libraries, the hospitals for women and children, the sanatorium, and while he was one of the greatest friends to the volunteer movement and the adoption of the school board system of education. During life, he was appointed to all the leading offices of citizenship, in addition to being chosen president of the Law Society and other bodies. He died at Cannes, March 23, 1877, in his 70th year. Schofield, William, son of Joshua Schofield, was chosen as the first mayor after the incorporation, having previously been the high bailiff of the courtleet. In 1847, he was elected MP, holding that office through 5 parliaments and until his death July 9, 1867, in his 58th year. In the House, as well as in his private life and business circles, he was much esteemed for the honest fixity of purpose which characterized all his life. Shaw Charles, commonly known as Charlie Shaw, was a large manufacturing merchant and held high position as a moneyed man for many years down to his death. He was as hard as a nail, rough as a bear, and many funny tales have been told about him, but he is worth a place in local history, if only for the fact that it was principally through his exertions that the great monetary panic of 1837 was prevented from becoming almost a national collapse. Sherlock, though not to be counted exactly as one of our Birmingham men, Thomas Sherlock, Bishop of London, who purchased the manor estates in or about 1730, must have a place among the noteworthies. Hutton states that, when the bishop made his bargain, the estate brought in about £400 per annum, but that in another 30 years or so it had increased to twice the value. The historian goes on to say that the pious old bishop was frequently solicited to grant building leases, but answered, his land was valuable, and if built upon, his successor, at the expiration of the term, would have the rubbish to carry off. He therefore not only refused, but prohibited his successor from granting such leases. But Sir Thomas Gooch, who succeeded him, seeing the great improvement of the neighboring estates, and wisely judging £50 per acre preferable to 5, procured an act in about 1766 to set aside the prohibiting clause in the bishop's will, since which a considerable town may be said to have been erected upon his property. now, 1787, about £2,400 per annum. Bishop and historian alike would be a little astonished at the present value of the property, could they see it. Small, Dr. William A. Friend of Bolton, Watt, and Priestley, and one of the famous Lunar Society, born in County Angus, Scotland, in 1734, dying here in 1778. A physician of most extensive knowledge, during a residence in America, he filled the chair of Professor of Natural Philosophy at the University of Williamsburg, Virginia. In the beautiful pleasure grounds of Soho House, when Matthew Bolton lived, there was an urn inscribed to the memory of Dr. Small, on which appeared some impressive lines written by Dr. Darwin, of Derby. Here, while no titled dust, no sainted bone, no lover weeping over beauty's bier, no warrior frowning in historic stone, extorts your praises, or requests your tear, cold contemplation leans her aching head on human woe, her steady eye she turns, waves her meek hand, and sighs for science dead, for science, virtue, and for small she mourns. Smith, Mr. Brooks Smith, of the well-known firm of Martineau and Smith, a valued supporter of Penn Street and Dale Street industrial schools, the Graham Street Charity, and other institutions connected with the welfare of the young, died in April 1876 in his 78th year. A liberal in every way, the sound common sense of Mr. Brooks Smith, who was noted for an unvarying courtesy to all parties and creeds, kept him from taking any active share in local politics, where urbanity and kindliness is heavily discounted. Sturge, Joseph, born August 2, 1793, at Alberton, a village on the Severn, was intended for a farmer, but commenced trading as a corn factor at Bildley in 1814, his brother Charles joining him in 1822, in which year they also came to Birmingham. Mr. Sturge was chosen a town commissioner, but resigned in 1830, being opposed to the use of the town hall being granted for oratorios. He was one of the directors of the London and Birmingham Railway when it was opened in 1836, but objecting to the running of Sunday trains, withdrew from the board. In 1838, he was elected alderman for St. Thomas's Ward, but would not subscribe to the required declaration respecting the established religion. At a very early date, he took an active part in the anti-slavery movement, and his visit to the West Indies and subsequent reports thereon had much to do with hastening the abolition of slavery. When the working classes were struggling for electoral freedom and the charter, Mr. Sturge was one of the few found willing to help them, though his peace-loving disposition failed to induce them to give up the idea of forcing their rights. Having a wish to take part in the making of the laws, he issued an address to the electors of Birmingham in 1840, but was induced to retire. In August 1842, he contested Nottingham, receiving 1,801 votes against his opponent's 1885. In 1844, he put up for Birmingham, but only 364 votes were given him. And he again failed at Leeds in 1847, though he polled 1,976 voters. In 1850, he visited Schleswig-Holstein and Denmark, and in February 1854, St. Petersburg, each time in hopes of doing something to prevent the wars then commencing. But failure did not keep him from Finland in 1856 with relief for the sufferers. In 1851, he took a house in Ryland Road and fitted it up as a reformatory, which afterwards led to the establishment at Stoke Prior. Mr. Sturge died on May 14, 1859, and was buried on the 20th in Bull Street. His character needs no comment, for he was a Christian in his walk as well as in his talk. Taylor, John, died in 1775, aged 64, leaving a fortune of over £200,000, acquired in the manufacture of metal buttons, japanned ware, snuff boxes, and it is stated that he sent out £800 worth of buttons weekly, and that one of his workmen earned 70s per week by painting snuff boxes at 1/4d each. Mr. Taylor must have had a monopoly in the latter, for this one hand at the rate named must have decorated some 170,000 boxes per annum. Tomlins, Samuel Bolton Tomlins, the son of a local iron merchant, who was one of the founders of the Birmingham Exchange, and Mary Harvey Bolton, a near relative to Matthew, was born September 28, 1797, at Park House in Park Street, then a vine-covered residence surrounded by gardens. His mother was so great a favorite with Baskerville that the celebrated printer gave her one of two specially printed Bibles, retaining the other for himself. After serving an apprenticeship to a bookseller, Mr. Tomlins was taken into Lloyd's Bank as a clerk, but was soon promoted to be manager of the branch then at Stockport, but which was taken over afterwards by a Manchester banking company, with whom Mr. Tomlins stayed until 1873, dying September 8, 1879. Ulwin, though nearly last in our list, Ulwin or Alwyn, the son of Wigod, and the grandson of Wuljeet, the Danish Earl of Warwick, must rank first among our noteworthy men, if only from the fact that his name is absolutely the first found in historical records as having anything to do with Birmingham. This was in King Edward the Confessor's time, when Alwyn was sheriff, vicecomes, and through his son Turchill, who came to be Earl of Warwick, the Ardens and the Bracebridges trace their descent from the old Saxon kings, Alwyn's mother being sister to Leofric, Roman III, Earl of Mercia. Whether Alwyn thrived on his unearned increment or not, the politicians of the time have not told us, but the possessions that came to him by the Dano-Saxon marriage of his parents seems to have been rather extensive, as it is written that he owned not only the manor of Birmingham, but also Helzowen, Esseley, Hagley, and Swinford in Wyershire, Worcestershire, Great Bar, Handsworth, Penn, Rushall, and Walsall, in Staffordshire, as well as Aston, Witton, Erdington, and Edgbaston. The modern name of Allen is deducible from Alwyn, and the bearers thereof, if so inclined, may thus be enabled to also claim a kingly descent, and much good may it do them. Underwood, Thomas the first printer to introduce the art of lithography into Birmingham, and he is also credited with being the discoverer of chromolitho, and the first to publish colored almanacs and calendars. He did much to foster the taste for art, but will probably be most generally recollected by the number of views of old Birmingham and reproductions of pictures and maps of local interest that he published. Mr. Underwood died March 14, 1882, in his 73rd year. Van Wart Henry Van Wart was born near New York, Sept. 25, 1783, and took up his abode with us in 1808. By birth an American, by descent a Dutchman, he became a Brum through being naturalized by special act of Parliament, and for nearly 70 years was one of our principal merchants. He was also one of the first aldermen chosen for the borough, died Feb. 15, 1873, in his 90th year. Ward, humble Ward, son of Charles Ice jeweler, who married the daughter of the Earl of Dudley, was created Baron Ward of Birmingham. Their son Edward thus came to the title of Lord Dudley and Ward in 1697. Warren Thomas Warren was a well-known local bookseller of the last century. He joined Wyatt and Paul in their endeavors to establish the cotton spinning mill, putting £1,000 into the speculation, which unfortunately landed him in bankruptcy. He afterwards became an auctioneer, and in 1788 had the pleasure of selling the machinery of the mill, in which 40 years previous his money had been lost. Watt James was born at Greenock, Jan. 19, 1736, and if we are to credit the somewhat apocryphal anecdote of his testing the power of steam as it issued from his aunt's teakettle when a little lad barely breeched, at an early age he gave evidence of what sort of a man he would be. In such a condensed work as the present book, it is impossible to give much of the life of this celebrated genius. But fortunately, there are many biographies of him to which the student can refer, as well as scientific and other tomes, in which his manifold inventions have been recorded, and in no corner of the earth where the steam engine has been introduced can his name be unknown. After many years' labor to bring the new motive power into practical use, Watt, helped by his friend Dr. Roebuck, took out his first patent in 1769. Roebuck's share was transferred to Matthew Boulton in 1773, and in the following year James Watt came to Birmingham. An Act of Parliament prolonging the patent for a term of 24 years was obtained in May, 1775, and on the 1st of June was commenced the world-famous partnership of Boulton and Watt. Up to this date, the only engine made to work was the one brought by Watt from Scotland, though more than 9 years had been spent on it, and thousands of pounds expended in experiments, improvements, and alterations. Watt's first residence here was in Regent's Place, Harper's Hill, to which Aug. 1775, he brought his second wife. He afterwards removed to Heathfield, where the workshop in which he occupied his latest years still remains, as on the day of his death. In 1785, he was elected a Fellow of the Royal Society. In 1806, the University of Glasgow conferred the degree of LL.D. upon him, and in 1808, he was elected a member of the National Institute of France. One of the latest inventions of James Watt was a machine for the mechanical copying of sculpture and statuary, its production being the amusement of his octogenarian years. For, like his partner Bolton, Watt was permitted to stay on the earth for longer than the so-called allotted term, his death taking place on the 19th of August, 1819, when he was in his 83rd year. He was buried in Handsworth Church, where there is a monument, the features of which are said to be very like him. A statue was erected to his memory in Westminster Abbey in 1824, and others have been set up in Birmingham, Manchester, Greenock, and Glasgow. The following is the inscription, written by Lord Brougham on the tomb of Watt in Westminster Abbey, towards the cost of which George Roman IV contributed 500. Not to perpetuate a name which must endure while the peaceful arts flourish, but to show that mankind have learned to honor those who best deserve their gratitude. The king, his ministers, and many of the nobles and commoners of the realm raised this monument to James Watt, who, directing the force of an original genius, early exercised in philosophical research, to the improvement of the steam engine, enlarged the resources of his country, increased the power of man, and rose to an eminent place among the most illustrious followers of science and the real benefactors of the world. Born at Greenock, 1736, died at Heathfield, in Staffordshire, 1819. One of James Watt's sons, Gregory, who devoted himself to science and literature, died in 1804 at the early age of 27. James, born Feb. 5, 1769, resided for a number of years at Aston Hall, where he died in 1848. In 1817, he voyaged to Holland in the first steam vessel that left an English port, the engines having been manufactured at Soho. He was of a very retiring disposition, and not particularly popular with the public, though valued and appreciated by those admitted to closer intimacy. Though he did not come to Birmingham until close upon 60 years of age, being born in 1770, William West, in his History of Warwickshire, published one of the best descriptions of this town ever yet prepared. He had establishments in London and Cork, and was the author of several amusing and interesting works, such as Tavern Anecdotes, 50 Years' Recollections of an Old Bookseller, and see, now scarce, though West's Warwickshire may often be met with at the Chaucer's Head, and other old bookshops. Williams, Fleetwood, who died in 1836, at the early age of 29, was the author of sundry locally interesting prose works and poetical skits. He was connected with several debating clubs and showed talent that promised future distinction. Wilmore, James Tibbets Wilmore, a native of Handsworth, was an eminent landscape engraver, famed for his reproductions of Turner's works. His death occurred in March 1863, in his 63rd year. Winfield, Mr. Robert Walter Winfield, though he took comparatively little part in the public life of our town, deserves a prominent place among our men of note as a manufacturer who did much towards securing Birmingham a somewhat better name than has occasionally been given it, in respect to the quality of the work sent out. Starting early in life, in the military ornament line, Mr. Winfield began in a somewhat small way on the site of the present extensive block of buildings known as Cambridge Street Works, which has now developed into an establishment covering several acres of land. Here have been manufactured some of the choicest specimens of brass foundry work that could be desired, no expense being spared at any time in the procuring of the best patterns, and which is of almost equal importance, the employment of the best workmen. The goods sent from Cambridge Street to the first great exhibition, 1851, obtained the highest award, the Council's Gold Medal, for excellence of workmanship, beauty of design, and general treatment, and the house retains its position. Mr. Winfield was a true man, conservative in politics, but most truly liberal in all matters connected with his workpeople and their families. In the education and advancement of the younger hands, he took the deepest interest, spending thousands in the erection of schools and the appointment of teachers for them, and not a few of our present leading men have to thank him for their first step in life. The death of his only son, Mr. J.F. Winfield, in 1861 was a great blow to the father and caused him to retire from active business through failing health. His death, Dec. 16, 1869, was generally felt as a loss to the town. Wyatt, John Wyatt, one of Birmingham's most ingenious sons, invented, in 1738, the spinning of cotton by means of rollers. But unlike Richard Arkwright, who afterwards introduced a more perfect machine and made a fortune, the process was never other than a source of loss to the original inventor and his partners, who vainly tried to make it a staple manufacture of the town. The weighing machine was also the work of Wyatt's brain, though he did not live to see the machine in use, dying Nov. 29, 1766, broken down by misfortune, but honored by such men as Baskerville and Bolton who, then rising themselves, knew the worth of the man whose loss they deplored. Wyatt's grave is on the Blue Coat School side of St. Philip's Churchyard. Wyon, a celebrated local family of disinkers and metallists. William Wyon, born in 1795, receiving the Gold Medal of the Society of Arts for his Medal of Ceres, obtained in 1816 the post of second engraver at the Mint, his cousin, Thomas Wyon, being then the chief. One of the finest medals engraved by him was that of Bolton, struck by Thomason in high relief and 4 in diameter. He died in 1851, having produced all the coins and medals for Queen Victoria and William Roman IV, part of George Roman IV, and prize medals for many societies. His son, Leonard Wyon, produced the exhibition medals in 1851. The preceding are really but a few of the men of note whose connection with Birmingham has been of historical interest, and the catalogue might be extended to great length with the names of the de Birminghams, the Smalbrokes, Middlemores, Colmores, and others of the old families alone. Scores of pages would not suffice to give even the shortest biographies of the many who, by their inventive genius and persistent labor, placed our town at the head of the world's workshops, the assistants and followers of the great men of Soho, the Thomasons, Taylors, and others living in the early part of the century, or the Elkingtons, Chances, and C. of later days. A volume might easily be filled with lives of scientific and literary men of the past: Hutton the historian, Morfitt, poet and barrister, Bailby, Hodgetts, Hudson, and other bookmen, to say naught of the many press writers, who in their day added not a little to the advancement of their fellow townsmen, or the venerable doctors, the school teachers and scholars, the pastors and masters of the old school and the old hospital. Mention is made of a few here and there in this book. Of others there have been special histories published, and, perchance some day, Birmingham men will form the title of a more comprehensive work. Novels cite the appearance in the streets of Birmingham of a real war vessel would be a wonderful thing even in these days of railways and steam. Sir Rowland Hill, speaking of his childhood's days, said he could recollect once during the war with Napoleon that a French gunboat was dragged across the country and shown in Birmingham at a small charge. He had never then seen any vessel bigger than a coal barge, but this was a real ship, with real anchor and real ship guns. Numbering of houses we are rapidly improving in many ways, and the gradual introduction of the system of alternate numbering, the odd numbers on one side of the street and the evens on the other, is an advance in the right direction. Still, the fixing of the diminutive figure plate on the sideposts of a door, or, as is frequently found to be the case, in the shadow of a porch, is very tantalizing, especially to the stranger. Householders should see that the number is placed in a conspicuous spot, and have the figures painted so that they can be well seen even on a dusky evening. Nunneries see religious associations. Nurseries the outskirts, and indeed many parts of the town, less than a century back were studded with gardens, but the flowers have had to give place to the more prosaic bricks and mortar, and householders desirous of floral ornaments have now in a great measure to resort to the nursery grounds of the professed horticulturists. Foremost among the nurseries of the neighborhood are those of Mr. R.H. Vertigan's, Chad Valley, Edgbaston, which were laid out some 35 years ago. The same gentleman has another establishment of even older date at Malvern and a third at Metchley. The grounds of Messrs. Pope and Sons at King's Norton are also extensive and worthy of a visit. There are other nurseries at Solihull, Mr. Hewitt's, at Spark Hill, Mr. Tompkins, at Handsworth, Mr. Southall's, and in several other parts of the suburbs. The Gardener's Chronicle, the editor of which is supposed to be a good judge, said that the floral arrangement at the opening of the Mason Science College surpassed anything of the kind ever seen in Birmingham, Mr. Vertigens having supplied not less than 30 van loads, comprising over 5,000 of the choicest exotic flowers and evergreens. Oak Leaf Day in the adjoining counties, and to a certain extent in Birmingham itself, it has been the custom for carters and coachmen to decorate their horses' heads and their own hats with sprays of oak leaves on the 29th of May, and 99 out of the 100 would tell you they did so to commemorate Charles Roman II. Hiding in the oak tree near to Boscobel House. It is curious to note how long an erroneous idea will last. The hunted king would not have found much shelter in his historical oak in the month of May, as the trees would hardly have been sufficiently in leaf to have screened him, and, as it happened, it was the 4th of September and not the 29th of May when the event occurred. The popular mistake is supposed to have arisen from the fact that Charles made his public entry into London on May 29, which was also his birthday, when the Royalists decked themselves with oak in remembrance of that tree having been instrumental in the king's restoration. Obsolete street names town improvements of one sort and another have necessitated the entire clearance of many streets whose names may be found inscribed on the old maps, and their very sites will in time be forgotten. Changes in name have also occurred more frequently perhaps than may be imagined, and it will be well to note a few. As will be seen, several streets have been christened and rechristened more than once. Baskerville Street is now Easy Row. Bath Road is Bristol Street. Beast Market was that part of High Street contiguous to New Street, also called English Market. Bildley Street, afterwards Ann Street, now Colmorough. Birch Hole Street has been improved to Birchall Street. Black Boy Yard is now Jamaica Row. Brick Kiln Lane is the Horse Fair. Broad Street Dale End was so called in the 15th century. Buckle Row, between Silver Street and Thomas Street. Button Alley Bishop Street, Mass House Lane. Butts Lane Tanter Street, the Butts being Stafford Street. Catherine Street Whittle Street. Causey, the Causeway, lower part of Digbeth. Chapel Street Bull Street was so called in the 14th century. Chapel Row Jennings Row and Buck Street. Charles or Little Charles Street now, part of New Edmund Street. Cock Street Upper part of Digbeth, also called Well Street. Colmore Street from Worcester Street to Peck Lane. Kenai Grieve Street is now Congreve Street. Cooper's Mill Lane is Heath Mill Lane. Corbett's Alley Union Street. Corn Sheeping or Corn Market was part of the Bull Ring. Court Lane Moats Lane. Cottage Lane Sheepgoat Lane. Crescent Street part of King Edward's Road. Cross Street Vauxhall Street. Crown Street, afterwards Nelson Street, is now Sheepgoat Street. Deadman's Lane Warstone Lane. Ditch the Gullet was the ditch. Dock Alley New in Clays. Dudwall Lane Dudley Street. Farmer Street's End Street. Ferny Fields Great Hampton Street. Feck Lane or Peck Lane covered by New Street Station. God's Cart Lane Cars Lane. Grindstone Lane Westfield Road. Hangman's Lane or Hay Barnes Lane Great Hampton Row. Harlow Street Edmund Street. Haymarket one of the names given to Ann Street. High Town Upper part of Bull Ring. Hill Street Little Charles Street. Jennings Street Fox Street. King Street and Queen Street, as well as Great Queen Street, have made way for New Street Station. Lake Meadowhill Bordesley Street and Faisley Street. Lamb Yard Crooked Lane. Long Lane Harborne Road. Ludgate Hill was part of Church Street. Martin Street Victoria Street. Mercer Street or Spicer Street Speisel Street. Mount Pleasantan Street. New Road Summerrow. Old Meeting Street has at various periods been known as Grub Street, Littleworth Street, New Row, and Phillips Street. Pemberton's Yard, Lower Minories, or Coachard Dalton Street. Pitt Street and Porter Street were portions of Old Cross Street. Prior's Canigry Lane, or Whitall's Lane, is now Steelhouse Lane. Priory Lane Monmouth Street. Rother Market New Street next to High Street and High Street next to New Street was once so called. Sandy Lane Snow Hill in the 16th century. Lee Bank Road has also been called Sandy Lane. Shambles part of Bull Ring. Swan Alley Worcester Street. Swinford Street upper end of New Street. Temple Alley, also called Tory Row Temple Row. Walmer Lane in the 15th century Wold Moors, Lancaster Street. Water Street, Floodgate Street. Welch End or Welch Market Junction of Bull Street, High Street, and Dale End. Wesley's Row, Wesley Street, or London Prentice Street forms part of Dalton Street. Withering Street, Union Street. Willet's Green, Prospect Row. Old Cock Pump. This was the old pump formerly under St. Martin's churchyard wall, from which the water carriers and others obtained their supply of drinking water. The rule of the pump was last come, last served, and frequently a long string of men, women, and children might be seen waiting their turn. Many of us can recollect the old Digbeth men, with their shoulder yoke and 2 buckets, plodding along to find customers for their warda. And certain elderly ladies are still in existence who would fear the shortening of their lives were their tea kettles filled with aught but the pure Digbeth water, though it does not come from the pump at St. Martin's, for that was removed in 1873. It has been written that on one occasion, in the days before waterworks were practicable, and the old pump was a real blessing, when the poor folks came to fill their cans early in the morning, they found the handle gone, and great was the outcry thereat. It soon afterwards transpired that a blacksmith, short of iron, had taken the handle to make into horseshoes. Old Meeting House Yard, the name, gives its own origin. One of the earliest built of our dissenting places of worship was here situated. Old Square. There are grounds for believing that this was the site of the hospital or priory of St. Thomas the Apostle. The reason of no foundations or relics of that building having been come across arising from its having been erected on a knoll or mount there, and which would be the highest bit of land in Birmingham. This opinion is borne out by the fact that the square was originally called the Priory, and doubtless the upper and lower priories and the minories of later years were at first but the entrance roads to the old hospital, as it was most frequently styled in deeds and documents. Mr. John Pemberton, who purchased this portion of the priory lands in 1697 and laid it out for building, would naturally have it leveled, and not unlikely from a reverent feeling, so planned that the old site of the religious houses should remain clear and undesecrated. From old conveyances we find that 20s per yard frontage was paid for the site of some of the houses in the square, and up to 40s. In Bull Street, the back plots, including the Friends' burial ground, once gardens to the front houses being valued at 1s to 2s per yard. Some of the covenants between the vendor and the purchasers are very curious, such as that the latter shall and will forever hereafter put and keep good bars of iron or wood, or otherwise secure all the lights and windows that are or shall be, that so any children or others may not or cannot creep through, get, or come through such lights or windows into or upon the same piece of land. Here appears the motive for the erection of the iron railings so closely placed in front of the old houses. Another covenant was against putting there any muckhill or dunghill places, pigsties or workhouses, shops or places that shall he noisome or stink or be nauseous or troublesome, and also to have there no butchers or smith's slaughter-house or smithy hearth. One of the corner houses, originally called the Angle House, was sold in 1791 for £420. In 1805, it realized £970. In 1843, £1,330. And in 1853, £2,515. The center of the square was enclosed and neatly kept as a garden with walks across, for the use of the inhabitants there, but possibly it was nobody's business. In course of time it became neglected, and we have at least one instance, in 1832, of its being the scene of a public demonstration. About the time of the parliamentary election in that year, the carriageway round the square had been newly macadamized, and on the polling day, when Dempster Heeming opposed William Stratford Dugdale, the stones were found very handy, and were made liberal use of, as per the usual order of the day at that time on such occasions. The trees and railings were removed in 1836 or 1837 in consequence of many accidents occurring there, the roadways being narrow and very dangerous from the numerous angles, the street commissioners undertaking to give the inhabitants a wide and handsome flagging as a footpath on all sides of the square, conditionally with the freeholders of the property giving up their rights to and share in the enclosure. Omnibuses. The first omnibus was started in 1828 by Mr. Doughty, a fishmonger, and its route lay between the White Swan, Snow Hill, to the Sun, in Bristol Road. In 1836, an omnibus conveyance co. was proposed, with a magnificent capital of £5,000. The projectors would have been a little startled if they could have seen the prospectuses of some of our modern conveyance companies. See tramways. Open Spaces March 8, 1883, saw the formation of the Birmingham Association for the Prevention of Open Spaces and Public Footpaths, the object of which is to be the securing of the rights of the public to the open spots, footpaths, and green places, which, for generations, have belonged to them. There are few such left in the borough now, but the association may find plenty to do in the near neighborhood, and if its members can but save us one or two of the old country walks, they will do good service to the community. Orange Tree. This public house was built in 1780, the neighborhood being then known as Boswell Heath. A walk to the Orange Tree over the hilly fields, where Caniber and other streets now are, was a pleasant Sunday morning ramble even 40 years back. Oratory. See places of worship. Organs according to the oft-quoted extract from the Halesowen Churchwarden's books, 1497. Paid for repilling the organs to the organ maker at Bromacham 10, organ building must have been one of the few recognized trades of this town at a very early date. It is a pity the same accounts do not give the maker's name of the instruments for which in 1539 they paid my Lord Abbot 4 marks, or name the parties who were then employed and paid for mending and setting the organs up 40s. Whether any of the most celebrated organs in the country have, or have not, been made here, is quite uncertain, though the directories and papers of all dates tell us that makers thereof have never been wanting. In 1730, one Thomas Swarbrick made the organ for St. Mary's Church, Warwick, and the directory for 1836 gives the name of Isaac Craddock, the original maker of the taper penholder, who repaired and in several cases enlarged the instruments at many of our places of worship, as well as supplying the beautiful organ for St. Mary's. At Coventry the tale has often been told of the consternation caused by the introduction of a barrel organ into a church, when from some catch or other it would not stop at the finish of the first tune and had to be carried outside, while the remainder of its repertoire pealed forth. But such instruments were not unknown in sacred edifices in this neighborhood, but a short time back a splendid organ was erected in Broad Street Music Hall when it was opened, and it was said to be the second largest in England, costing £2,000. It was afterwards purchased for St. Pancras Church, London. The organ in the town hall, constructed by Mr. Hill of London, cost nearly £4,000 and when put up was considered to be one of the finest and most powerful in the world, and it cannot have lost much of its prestige, as many improvements have since been made in it. The outer case is 45 ft, high 40 ft, wide and 17 ft, deep, and the timber used in the construction of the organ weighed nearly 30 tons. There are 4 keyboards, 71 draw stops, and over 4,000 pipes of various forms and sizes, some long, some short, some trumpet-like in shape, and others cylindrical, while in size they range from 2 or 3 inches in length to the great pedal pipe, 32 ft, high and a yard in width, with an interior capacity of 224 cubic feet. In the great organ there are 18 stops, viz., clarion 2 ft, ditto 4 ft. Pasen trumpet principal, 1 and 2 gamba stopped diapason, 4 open diapasons, doubled harmonic flute, mixture sesquialtra 15th and 12th, containing altogether 1,338 pipes. In the choir organ there are 9 stops, viz., walled flute, 15th stopped flute, oboe flute principal, stopped diapason, whole flute, cornopean, and open diapason, making together 486 pipes. The swell organ contains 10 stops, viz. hautbois, trumpet, horn, 15th, sesquialtra, principal, stopped diapason, open diapason, clarion, and burian and dulciana, the whole requiring 702 pipes. In the solo organ, the principal stops are the harmonica, crumb, horn, and flageolet, but many of the stops in the swell and choir organs work in connection with the solo. In the pedal organ are 12 stops, viz. open diapason 16 ft. Bottom octave wood ditto 16 ft, metal ditto 16 ft. Bottom octave metal, Borden principal 12th 15th sesquialtra mixture pasen 8 ft. Trumpet and 4 ft. Trumpet. There are besides 332 ft. Stops, 1 wood, 1 metal, and 1 trombone. There are 4 bellows attached to the organ and they are of great size, one being for the 32 ft. Pipes alone. The town hall organ had its first public trial August 29, 1834, when the Birmingham Choral Society went through a selection of choruses, as a kind of advance note of the then coming festival. Orphanages. The first local establishment of the nature of an orphanage was the so-called Orphan Asylum in Summer Lane, built in 1797 for the rearing of poor children from the workhouse. It was a very useful institution up to the time of its close in 1852, but like the homes at Marston Green, where the young unfortunates from the present workhouse are reared and trained to industrial habits, it was almost a misnomer to dub it an orphan asylum. An orphanage at Erdington was begun by the late Sir Josiah Mason in 1858 in connection with his almshouses there, it being his then intention to find shelter for some 70 of the aged and infantile, waifs and strays of humanity. In 1860, he extended his design so far as to commence the present orphanage, the foundation stone of which was laid by himself Sept. 19 in that year, the building being finished and first occupied in 1863. In addition to the expenditure of £60,000 on the buildings, the founder endowed the institution with land and property to the value of £250,000. No publicity was given to this munificent benevolence until the 12 months prescribed by the statute had elapsed after the date of the deed, when on the 29th of July, 1869, the orphanage and estates were handed over to 7 trustees, who, together with Sir Josiah himself, formed the first board of management. At his death, as provided by the trust deed, 7 other trustees chosen by the Birmingham Town Council were added to the board. The inmates of the orphanage are lodged, clothed, fed, maintained, educated, and brought up at the exclusive cost of the institution, there being no restriction whatever as to locality, nationality, or religious persuasion of parents or friends. In 1874, the building was enlarged so as to accommodate 300 girls, 150 boys, and 50 infants, the original part being reserved for the girls and infants and a new wing built for the boys. The two are connected by the lofty dining hall, 200 ft. long, with tables and seats for 500 children. Every part of the establishment is on a liberal scale and fitted with the best appliances. Each child has its separate bed, and the playgrounds are most extensive. The Princess Alice Orphanage, of which the foundation stone was laid Sept. 19, 1882, has rather more than a Birmingham interest, as it is intended in the first instance for the reception of children from all parts of the country whose parents have been Wesleyans. In connection with the Wesleyan Thanksgiving Fund, Mr. Solomon Jevons of this town made an offer to the committee that if from the fund they would make a grant of £10,000 towards establishing an orphanage in the neighborhood of Birmingham, he would supplement it by a donation of £10,000. After due consideration, the offer was accepted. Plans were prepared by Mr. J.L. Ball for as much of the building as it was proposed immediately to erect, and the contract was let to Messrs. J. Wilson and Sons, of Handsworth. The sanction of Her Majesty, the Queen, was obtained to call the building the Princess Alice Orphanage, in memory of her lamented daughter, the late Princess of Hesse. The site chosen is about halfway between Erdington and Sutton Coldfield on the Chester Road, and very near to the Beggar's Bush. Facing the road, though 40 yards from it, is the central block of buildings, 250 feet in length, including the master's house, boardroom and offices, storerooms, and with a large hall 90 feet by 33 feet, for use as a dining hall, general gatherings, morning prayers, and the children's homes being in cottages at varying distances, so that when the whole 24 homes, 12 each for boys and girls, are erected it will be like a miniature village. Sundry farm buildings and workshops being interspersed here and there. Each cottage is intended to be the home of about 20 children, but at first, and until the funds for the maintenance of the orphanage have been increased, the inmates will be limited to the accommodation that can be provided at the central block and the nearest 2 or 3 homes, the rest being built as occasion offers. Oscott College, schools and Oxford, Edward. The boy Oxford who shot at the Queen on June 10, 1840, was born here and had worked at several shops in the town. Oxygenate was on the 1st of August, 1774, that Dr. Priestley discovered the nature of oxygen or dephlogisticated air. If he could visit Oxygen Street in this town in August of any year, He would probably say that the air there to be breathed required diphlogisticating over and over again.